Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome on in, welcome to another factional fight, plays Wurm Online. So yeah, let's take a look who we got in chat. We got Valiance, I'll just take this out so I can hear myself. Joel, Reganation, Jingekko, how's it going, Karas? What's going on? Thank you, yeah, like hey Sipaku. Been watching a lot of Katz's streams, and she was talking about a musician named Jeff Buckley, and not Jeff Buckley, Scott Buckley, Jeff, yeah, Scott Buckley. And so one thing that is really nice is that he releases all his music under a Creative Commons, which means it's completely free to use in any of your projects. You can make money off of it, even. You know, so long as you're not selling his music, what you'd be selling your own product with his music in it. So I don't know. Is it? See, I always struggle with this. Like, do I play music? Do I not play music? I see a lot of other streamers playing music all throughout their streams. Sort of as a background. Yeah, you like the music? So I was just like listening to a whole bunch of Steve Buckley. I keep getting his name wrong. Scott Buckley. I was just listening to a whole bunch of his music, trying to find out like what would be, you know, an appropriate sort of like set of music to listen to. And like this one's a little bit intense, if you ask me. It's kind of too epic music to be looking at a naked guy with a stick in his hand, though. I know. It's like, exactly. But he's put together all these like playlists, so I thought I'd just pick a playlist and see how it goes. And if I don't know, like if I'm finding it a little distracting, I might turn it down a little bit. You guys let me know if the volume, like how the volume is, like if the music's too loud compared to my voice. All that stuff is really hard to tell from my end. So, yeah. Hey, Zetrin, what's going on? Welcome on in. If we need a high mason for your work over there, Rayan from Cadence has expressed interest. Okay. Rayan. I recognize that name. Okay, so that Rayan. No, I don't know. I don't know him. Maybe I do. He was in the stream last time, maybe. For the first time. Might have met him that one time. Volume seems good in comparison to my voice. Good. Awesome. Alright. And honestly, I haven't vetted the whole music playlist. I just sort of like scanned through a bunch of songs in the playlist. So I might end up skipping one or two depending on how it ends up sounding. He's currently 99 some masonry. Okay, that's pretty high masonry. That's crazy. I mean, that would be nice. There are... The thing is that we're planning a bunch of projects in the future. Like, this is like long-term sort of thing that we're going to need that type of skill for it anyway. So more than likely, one of us is going to... We're going to need carpentry, we're going to need masonry, we're going to need paving. So we're each going to be like working on one of those. Etc. And he's saying, Griff, I ordered a Secretlab Titan cookies and cream cheese. Oh, nice. Nice. So it's like very similar to this one. Actually, I think it's exactly the same as this one. Cookies and cream is this color. And this one's also a Titan. Very good. Yeah, it's a nice chair. I've had it for about a year now, and there's like one thing I've noticed is that the one armrest is a little bit loose, but I was looking it up and they're like, it's basically, that's the way they are. And I was thinking of contacting Secretlab and maybe they'll replace the whole arm because the other one isn't loose. It's just this one, just the top of it is, and it seems like that's a common thing to happen. Okay, you had an Omega, but had to sell it when you moved. Okay, so you know the quality that they had. It's a really nice chair for sure. Okay, so let's see. I have a bunch of stuff I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a bunch of like the, chores, the worm chores, the worm things that gotta start, gotta happen every day. Like, for example, the farming needs to happen, and I also want to start up these stills. I don't know if everybody's seen my still setup, but this is my still setup. There are 16 stills here in a nice little arrangement. Whoops. Is that the fifth one? Yeah. Oh, Valiant, you have a Titan but in charcoal. Nice. Yeah, it is exactly Gaffer's setup. In fact, I am giving Gaffer all credit here for, and he gives credit to somebody else. I can't remember the name of the person that he said he got it from. But what happened was I was talking about setting up all these stills, and somebody in the chat had said Gaffer has a really interesting setup. He arranges it this way, and he explained it, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So I was like playing around with it, and it turned out really nice. Yeah, the problem, so with the tightening of the armrests, it's that they're riveted. They're not screwed. Which makes it impossible to tighten them. So I already did the whole troubleshooting thing. I'm like looking through, trying to find if there's anything that can be tightened, and then I looked online and researched this particular model of chair, and it turns out I'm not the only one. Yeah, I know, exactly. I'm not the only one who's had this issue. There's quite a few people who have complained about a loose. It's just the top of the armrest. Like the arm itself is like solid, and like where just the part where you rest your hand on, how it connects to the rest of the arm is like, it's riveted. Yeah, exactly. So that's what they were saying online, that Secretlab will replace the whole, but they have to replace the whole arm. They'll have to send me a whole new arm. But that they do that apparently because it's a common issue. And it is a good question. Why do they do that? I have no idea. Did I get the 13th, 14th, 15th? I'll have to double check because I'm not paying close enough attention here. Let's see, did I get 11? Yeah. Did I get 10? Yeah. What did I feel like I missed one then. We'll see when everything goes through the queue. Yeah, another thing about these stills is that when you fire them all up, it's like the lighting is just ultra bright. Okay, so this is your second Secretlab chair. You had the cookies and cream Omega, but I found the supports on the seat annoyed me, so I took them tight. Yeah, I should fire up 60 forges. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see. I feel like I might have missed one, but all the kindling are gone. Okay, well, we'll find out when I try to fuel them all. So right now I'm fueling them with logs. I'm not sure anymore, because I had once thought that a one log would fuel a forge or a still or whatever completely. But then I read somewhere that these furnaces will take up to 30 kilograms. I always thought it was 20, but I might have been completely wrong about that. Does anybody know how much material a forge or an oven, or I'm feeling like stills are the same. How much burnable material can go into one? 15, 16. No, is it? You were under the assumption it was 20? Yeah, I was under the assumption it was 20 as well. But what made me question my thinking here is that on the wiki, and trying to think here, I think it's under the fuel page, fuel. Not to say that the wiki is like the end all and be all, because obviously there are things in the wiki that might not be true, but as a guide, 30 kilograms is the maximum effective amount of fuel. It says right here. So I read that and I was like, 30? Like I always thought it was 20. You honestly thought it was 15 kilograms? Right, like I haven't actually ever timed it, right? Like one way to figure it out is to, you know, put 20 into one and put 30 into the other and then see if one lasts longer than the other, or but like, right, like here, so Valiance, here's one way that we could, like somebody could have gotten to 15, is that if you're using birch is 2 times more effective than non-birch, right? So like 1 kilogram of birch is like 2 kilograms of fuel, where you put 15 kilograms of birch and that is effectively like 30 kilograms potentially, right? And some people might have put in 20 just to sort of like make sure that it's fully. And so one thing that I was doing over here was I have like a ton of wood scraps, but you know, some of them aren't birch. So I would take 1 birch and 63 of these, because you can combine 64 into 1 stack, and just combine them all into a birch and then put them back in, and then slowly but surely I'm going to be converting all of this to birch, because eventually I'm going to run out of these low quality logs here. These stills eat fuel like it's no tomorrow, and I'm going to be moving over to just using wood scraps. I might go out and dig some peat. Peat is really good because each piece is 10 kilograms, but peat acts like 4 times the amount of fuel. So it acts like 40 kilograms of fuel, so 1 peat for sure fully fuels with. Yeah, peat is better, but I mean, it's not that peat lasts any longer when it's fully fueled, right? So like you fully fuel with peat or you fully fuel with wood, and they're both gonna last the same length. It's just that 1 piece of peat will fully fuel anything because it'll act like 40 kilograms. But what that means is that you're gonna have to then go out and dig peat, which is totally fine. Like I'm totally cool with doing that, except for if I already have enough fuel without having to spend a day going out and digging a whole bunch of peat, I am going to put off that digging expedition till another day. You're 90% sure peat lasts a bit longer than other materials? So like according to the wiki, hold on, let's see. According to the wiki, peat does last 4 times more effective than non-birch wood, right? So, as I said, 10 kilograms of peat will act like 40 kilograms of other fuel, but I don't think, I think there's still a maximum on the forge or the whatever furnace that you're using, where if you keep putting more, like let's say I put in a peat and then I put in another peat, that second peat's not going to extend the burn time. Now, all this could be wrong. Like, it could be that peat has some special property that makes the forge last longer beyond its maximum length of burn. But I haven't seen anything to suggest that that's true. And like trying to do an experiment to test this is like super hard. It's not super hard, it's just super long. Like you'll have to like fire up the forges and then wait 2 hours or whatever. I mean, I suppose you could do it on really low quality forges so that the burn time isn't that long, but it still might be a half hour or something. So yeah, weight for weight. Yeah, weight for weight, yes, but they all have the same max fuel cap. Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah. I mean, weight for weight, tar is the best. Right? Tar is the best because tar is 8 times. So 1 kilogram of peat will last, it would be like the equivalent of 4 kilograms of fuel. Whereas 1 kilogram of tar is like 8 kilograms of fuel. So weight for weight, tar is the best. And again, you'll see that here. Tar is 8 times more effective. But the problem with tar is that 1 dig action only gives you 1 kilogram. So you would need 5 dig actions to get 40 40 effective kilograms of fuel. Whereas with peat, it's only 1 dig action because 1 peat is 10. And that's why people like peat, is because 1 dig action gives you a full fuel. So Zadie, you're saying, I watched an old Wurm video of mine on YouTube last night, the one about Wurm Unlimited being new. It was very interesting since I found at the exact same time I was having an inner struggle on whether to play online or unlimited. Ah, interesting. Like, is it that you're currently having an inner struggle on whether to do unlimited or online? Or is it that way back when you decided you had found that video? Yeah, make a low quality forge. I could do that and spend some time doing that. But that is for another day. I got a whole bunch of stuff I gotta do. Well, have to is sort of like a little bit strong, but a bunch of chores, worm chores that I need to do first. And June Gecko, you're saying, so it had come up about skill gain with quality of still because lower quality stills made smaller amounts of distilled liquid at a time. It would be more beneficial to keep them low quality versus high quality. The problem with low quality stills is that they don't stay lit for too long. Like, you fully fuel a low quality still and it might last a half hour. Currently, these ones last about just over 2 hours. I haven't timed them exactly, but every 2-ish hours I have to go back and check on them. My hope is that one day I can get them up to like really long. I've heard that a high 90 quality furnace with the ruin that extends the fuel lasts approximately 6 hours. So that would be nice if I can get them to last 6 hours. In terms of skill gain, the skill gain's negligible anyway. It's that every so often, like there, I got a cooking skill. So every so often I get one of these ticks, and it's a chance at a beverage. But it's even with 16 stills going. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say negligible if you can keep those stills going for an entire day. Like for 16 hours, let's say. Like you just keep fueling them every 2 hours for 16 hours. I might get 0.5 beverages for that day. So it's not like nothing. The problem is that keeping them lit for 16 hours a day is not always feasible. Like if I leave the deed for anything, they're going to go out. I'm not like getting them lit again. It's like I gotta wait to get back to the deed. Or if I'm working, which is a reality soon, I'm going to start working. And I can only, let's say, fire them up once or maybe twice. Then the amount of skill gain I'm going to get is maybe 0.1. I think that if I'm going to seriously want to work on my beverages eventually, I might have to press, or do some tea making or press some stuff. I'm wondering if I should just, this song's almost over. Okay, let's see. You feel the monthly charge for online is a little steep, especially for a new player to come up with upkeep. I'm always stressed about losing my D. That is always an issue. Your wallet would definitely prefer you to play unlimited. Yeah. You don't feel the stress on unlimited. I just play, but online is always stressful to keep up. I guess that's the struggle on any pay-to-play game. Griffin never loses any deeds. I know. I'm the worst. Actually, since I lost Autumn Twilight, though, I've been really hyper vigilant on all the other deeds. That was like a really hard blow to take, losing Autumn Twilight. Like, that deed was old, so old that all of the buildings were constructed before the new wood type. So even before the timber was added, every building on that deed was built before that. And the amount of bricks that we put into that deed and mortar probably exceeded 150,000 bricks and mortar. It was like an epic deed. And the main castle was a combination of 7 buildings. Each of those buildings were the maximum size they possibly could be with 99 carpentry. 7 of the maximum size buildings, all up against each other, combined in a way that when you look at it, it makes it look like one massive castle. And each of the 7 buildings, well, combined, all 7 buildings together made a kind of like, it was designed in a way where you can hold it's hard to put a name on it. It's kind of like an escape room. Similar, it's set up almost exactly like an escape room was set up, with 7 sort of sections. So it's kind of like an adventure puzzle. It was designed to be cooperative, so like a group of people would go in and everybody's working together to try to solve the whole thing. And it was really, really fun. We only ran it once with a live group of people. There was about 12 or 15 people, I can't remember. About 12 or 15 people all together. It was during the 2013 Impalong. Yeah, we had about 12 or 13 people. And they came out. It took them it was like about a 3-hour event. And they all went in and they had a blast. Like, they thought it was so fun that they got to like work together. Like, it's like I don't know if you've ever been to an escape room where you have to work together with other people, but every time I go to one of them, I always leave feeling like I didn't quite fully understand what happened. It was like the combination of everybody working together solved the whole thing, but no one individual comes out fully understanding the whole thing. So I felt like it was like that. Right? Because one person would find something and say it to the group, and that would trigger somebody else to go, oh, that helps me solve this other thing and they go and solve like that they saw, and they go back to the thing that they saw and they solve that thing. But both people didn't quite, the person who saw the first thing doesn't really understand what the other person's doing, and the other person doesn't really understand what the first person saw that made them think that thing. It was like, yeah, it would have been nice to hold another one of those events, but alas, the deed disbanded, and we freaked out for a little bit after it disbanded. Yeah. It was a lot of work. No, we never saved it because at the time we were on a break. So that's what happens, right? Like, you break from the game for several months. Before the break, we put in over 100 silver into the deed. Put 100 silver into the upkeep, but the problem was that it was almost 13 silver upkeep. So every month it's taking 13 silver out of the upkeep, and So the whole time we're thinking, oh, it's like there's so much silver in the upkeep, like it's fine. And then I came back to the game, and I checked on it, and it was fine. There was still like, whatever, 60 silver or something like that left in the upkeep. And then I went to Chaos, and I spent a couple months there, maybe 3 months, and then Xanadu opened, so I went to Xanadu. I started a deed at Xanadu. And I wasn't paying attention to the upkeep after a little bit. And so then the deed falls. We see the message, like Autumn Twilight, like, or maybe it was that we got an email. I can't remember. We got an indication that the deed had fallen. Or maybe it was that a viewer saw the message and sent us. That's probably what it was. They emailed us or sent us a message that they saw this message in their event tab, and it was like Autumn Twilight has disbanded. And we like freaked out. We were like, crap. Now, what was going through our head at the time was like, first off, there was so many owners of so many buildings on that deed. It was like, it would have been a nightmare to try to sort the permissions. So one option would be we would take all of our characters back over to Deliverance so that we can work out the permissions of all the houses and then replant the deed. Now, replanting the deed would have cost over, maybe not over, but around 50 silver. And we were like trying to figure out like the logistics of that. Like, is it worth it? We weren't playing over there anymore. Like it was. So in the end, we ended up deciding not to save it. Yeah, we decided. So it was really hard, but we decided not to save it. It would have been a logistic nightmare. Brian wasn't playing at the time. He was on a break. So yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna get some gardening going here. Let's do that, and I think I have some water here. I'm gonna fill up my measuring jug with some water. Alright. And let's get to some picking. Okay, so these racks are running out. Very soon they're all gonna be... Not all of them, I have them staggered, so it's just these 4 racks here need to be planted soon, but not quite now. Flip on some sleep bonus here for this as well. Yeah, look, it's almost, there's not many left. And I really wish this process would happen a little bit faster. Like, I don't like how for like several days I'm only harvesting, what, 3 from this? I only get 3? And like it goes down each day. This one only gets 2. I don't like how it takes so long for it to turn all back to pottery planters. I wish that was more like... Yeah. So either way, you'll always play Wurm in some way. You just love this game so much. If I ever get a chance to go to Halloween convention, they have vendors there for escape room technology and show it off. It's very interesting to see how it all works. Interesting. I never knew there was Halloween conventions. So Transworld is a huge convention. You recommend that one? Okay. Hey, Sergeant Scully. What's going on? Welcome on in. It's going well. Hello, how are you? In terms of like the difference between online and unlimited though, I mean, aside, okay, so there's like the technical differences. Like, for example, unlimited stopped getting updates prior to the volumetric lighting update. So, and everything after that, including third-person mode and anything that happened after the Steam launch, none of that stuff is in unlimited. Okay, so you're still playing Wurm like it was back in I'm guessing 2016 or 17 or whatever it was, sometime back then. Of course, you're also going to be getting. Wait, what happened there? Yeah, okay, I already got that one. Lovage 3. I'm trying to remember what was the last update that Wurm Unlimited got. Like, did they get normal mapping? The problem is online version barely gets updates and it costs a lot to play. Wurm Unlimited is just so much different, only the core mechanics are nearly the same. Yeah, and it's different because of all of the modding, right? So the modding makes it very different in terms of like the overall gameplay. Like I tuned into an unlimited stream and it was like a group of 4 people and they were unique hunting. And I was like, how are you 4 people gonna kill the uniques? And it's like, seems like it's completely different. Unique hunting is very different there on that particular server. I'm sure it's like modded. Being like an online player, and I've always been a Wurm Online player, I could never really get into any Wurm Unlimited. And I'm not sure exactly what it was causing it. I tried. Actually, I played on Valiance's server probably the longest. That was like the longest I did Wurm Unlimited. And it might have been only for a few months or something like that. You saw today that somebody had created a new mod for train view distances. Now it's the same as Wurm Online. Oh, okay. So in that respect, with the train distances, with the trees, distant trees or whatever. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll be honest, like that one, that update, I could live without that one. The one I don't know if I can live without is the third person mode. So I honestly have gotten so, like once third person got put into the game, I've just third person fully. I've never gone back. So you know what I should do is I should probably turn on, for you guys, I'm going to turn on my lantern. Let me just grab, is it, actually I might have some in here. No, this is all my animal bits. What did I do? So I rearranged all this area. I don't have a tar. Okay, hold on, let's just dig a tar here. So if third person had if Unlimited had third person, and the graphic updates, you go back. And wait, when did we get third person? Recently. It was relatively recently. It was like right before the Steam launch, or maybe it was with the Steam launch, somewhere in that time frame. So like we've had it for about a year now, or just over a year. And that was a big deal, in my opinion. In fact, there are some people who can't really play without third person because first person causes motion sickness in some people. Let me just see here. This is where I was, I think. Turn back on sleep bonus. Sage 4. So now I'm on to Belladonna. So you're playing the other night online while Riff was going on Cadence. The lag was so bad. Yeah, I know. I was at that dragon slaying. It wasn't, yeah, not Riff, the dragon slaying. And what was my thoughts on the red dragon slaying? Yeah. So hold on, I'm missing a bunch. Okay, I think I got everything before that. So yeah, we can talk about the red dragon slaying in a second. And if Unlimited, okay, yeah, I read that. If Unlimited had third person, the graphics update, you'd go back. Yeah. I'd almost try it out if they got all the updates, but yeah. I need some clothes for third person. And hello, Zodira. Yeah, Third person has been in for a little bit, and it's just a game changer for me. So we almost broke the server with the yeah, I know. Even the GMs were there to monitor things. Where's my bellet on it too? Hey, Catspur, welcome in. And Sensei Sasha, what's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. It was bad 600 plus people. Was it 600 plus? It was hard to tell because the counter broke. Yes, you do detect some Scott Buckley. I stuck around and listened to, watched Scott Buckley's stream after you rated him yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. And so then that led me to go to his YouTube channel and check out some of his stuff. And I'm like, we'll try some music because people often comment on how I have no music on my stream. So personally, I find music a little distracting when streaming. Not when playing, but when streaming. I'm not sure what it is, but I thought I'd give it a try. So I put on one of his playlists and we'll see how it goes. And Zodira, you're saying you haven't played Wurm in over a year. Thinking of coming back, don't know where I'd start. Well, it's a great time to come back. So many updates happened over the last year. Well, not so many, but let's see, over a year. Yeah, not many updates since then, but nonetheless, Wurm's still here. It's like decently active. I mean, I'd say that it's more active now than it was before they launched on Steam. Yeah, and I really like his music. It is nice. And what's shaken? Well, not much actually. I honestly have no idea what I'm going to be doing after all these things are going to get done. I've been collecting these herbs, and as my gardening is going up, the quality of the herbs are going up, which is great. So I switched over to a fresh new bin that I'm calling high quality herbs, and over time the high quality is going to be considered low quality because my skill is going to get higher and so on and so forth. But I thought I'd start a fresh bin because all the herbs in the other bin were all like either 40 quality or less, and I thought I'd start separating them. Where am I? That was the 2 racks of ginger. So oregano. So you stopped playing Wurm Online when the dragon slaying was going on, and I played unlimited until I went left cadence, so I could play without lag. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Hold on just a second. There we go. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, and Scott Buckley, yeah, I do like his personality, his cadence on his stream. He's very, I mean, his accent helps a lot too. But he has a way with the pacing of how he says things, and it's nice. And the fact that you caught him on a video game stream, I kind of interested to get to catching his music streams, so I followed him and I'll keep an eye on it. Just wait, once the VR update hits, the amount of people playing will explode. Yep, VR is coming to this game for sure. Well, not for sure, but it's been announced for sure. And you're scared that VR will break the game. Trying to make a frittata for the very first time. Nice. Frittata. Is a frittata like an egg? I'm gonna check up what a frittata is. Whoa. Frittata. What is a frittata? Yeah, it's kind of like an omelet-ish. Hold on, thing. Looks good. Okay, so yeah, the red dragon slaying, that was an event. One for the history books. For sure. But isn't it shocking, Griff, that he doesn't have a huge amount of people watching his streams and that he isn't partnered and all that? Yeah, I know. Honestly, it is surprising that he doesn't have that many people watching him. But that might change over time. He has the right. He has all the key ingredients, I think. Okay, an omelet but heartier. Okay. So you're trying to decide if you stick with your old character or go with one of the fresh start islands with a new character. Yeah, that's like total matter of opinion, whether or not you want to start on the fresh servers. I'd say that the fresh servers, because they're a lot newer, the land is a lot less adjusted. I mean, it's... Don't get me wrong, there's quite a bit of adjustment of the land that has happened over the year that the Steam launch, the new servers have been around, but there's still a lot of space on the new servers. But then again, there's a lot of space on the old servers because there was a large exodus from the old servers. I'd say that the old servers are probably just as active as they were before the Steam launch, or maybe just a little bit less active. But there is space on both ends. There are benefits to being on the old servers because prices for goods is much lower on the old servers. Because you have a lot of characters with high skills there, they can produce 90 quality tools like it's nothing. Whereas over here on the new servers, the 90 quality tools are still like in the over 1 silver range. And casts are still expensive and materials are... I saw somebody selling a blue hide armor, a blue drake armor, and it was like all the pieces were rare, of course, like, so that increases the value, and there was a couple supreme pieces too. But they were selling it, or it was an auction for starting at 400 silver. Whereas on the old servers, that auction would probably start more like at 100 silver. So we're talking like a 4 times increase. Yeah, it is ore. Yeah. Yeah. But it's already gotten a bid, so it's definitely going to be sold for 400 or more. Which is kind of crazy. And if you're not sure, it's like 1 silver is like €1 if you were to buy it from the store. And there's like, if you buy it in mass quantities, like, let's take a look. I can't remember what the let's look at the Wurm store. Wurm online. Let's just go to their main, into their shop. Well, I gotta log into the shop. Hold on. Let me just do that quickly. I'll do it with this character. Okay, so let's see. Here you can buy currency. 100 silver coins is €100. Yeah, so it's approximately €1 per silver. Any less quantity is going to cost you more. Per, I guess 50 is about the same, right? What I find so funny is when they do this 99 business, it's like I could go and buy 2 of these and it will cost me 99.98. So why would I buy 1 of these? It's like an extra penny. Why they round it off like that? Seems like such an archaic thing to do. And we're still going to talk about that red dragon slaying, because man, that was like an event and a half. Nice. So yeah. Well, oh wait, hold on. Griff has your heli stallion. Oh yes. He should be good to go. Are you ready to let me finish the gardening. And then I'll ride him over. Shouldn't take more, like maybe 10 more minutes, maybe. Where am I? Parsley 1. I just gotta stay focused on making sure that I keep going with it. You're gonna try and stay positive like you suggested. I'd love to see Wurm online VR, but not play it on VR. Yeah. Yeah. There's a purpose to that question. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll have to go check. Whoops, I'm full. Okay, sorry. And Zodira, you're saying, well, nothing says I can't do both, but if I join a new servers, I don't know which to jump on first. What I used to do was run a winery on Xanadu. Though, do people even drink wine anymore? Yes. And this is something like I relatively recently found out, is that drinking alcohol has like a few benefits that people like. One of them is that it refills your stamina a little bit. So if you're climbing or swimming and you have alcohol on you, you could just drink and it'll fill your stamina bar. Another thing it does is that if you get drunk, then the difficulty of all the actions you perform increases. And this helps people who have really high skill to increase the difficulty of action so that they can get back into the optimal range for skilling up. Yeah, and Catsper every week in Wurm, she goes on a Wurm adventure on her Wurm Roulette stream, which is, there's going to be one tomorrow, I think you mentioned on your stream, Cats. So tomorrow there'll be a Wurm Roulette, or at least it's planned, and on that she just travels from across like a certain spot, and often that involves climbing mountains. Yep, one tomorrow again. And that'll be on YouTube, right? On your YouTube channel? Yeah, so when you're climbing, you can basically climb the tallest mountain as long as you had enough alcohol with you. Yeah, and there aren't very many places left that Cats hasn't visited yet. It's very, very close to completing the entire map. Yeah, hold my beer. I'm going to climb this mountain. Hey, Severo. Funny enough, I think my old winery still exists on the deed map, even though the deed is gone. It's possible. The only way it would have gotten removed is if you mentioned in the forum that it's disbanded, or somebody would have to have done that for you. Because those community maps are literally player run, and it's up to a player to keep updating it. Yeah. The actual reality of it is not, hold my beer, I'm going to climb this mountain. It's, give me my beer, I'm going to go climb this mountain. I was experimenting a little bit with beer, actually, because I over here in this, and I have, where is it? Pale ale, right here. So I have some pale ale that I've fermented and made. Let me just see. I have another barrel here of more pale ale, and I have some beer fermenting as well. But I was trying to drink enough to get the drunk messages over here, and I couldn't drink enough. I don't know why, but it seems like it's hard to get drunk off of pale ale. But then I switched to moonshine, and I drank a little bit of moonshine, and I was drunk like this. So it seems as though there's a difference between the types of alcohol. And like the quality different, like the quality is about the same. They're like only one quality difference. So I don't think it has to do with the quality here. I think it has to do with the type of alcohol. Yeah. Hick. Hey, I didn't go blind. Bonus, I know, with moonshine. Only the best quality moonshine. Yeah. Ah, thanks for the follow, Zadira. Yeah. I do have vodka. I also have whiskey. I have some fermenting whiskey here. I have nine barrels full, minus this last barrel that's not partially full. So 8 full barrels of whiskey on the way. And I must have more than that in vodka already, like in the stills. Yeah, so the stills currently have vodka in them. So that's gonna be ready soon. So I'm not like in terms of like wine versus beer versus hard liquor in this game. I still have to do more tests to determine like what's the best, but preliminarily it seems as though the hard liquor is best for getting drunk, which makes sense. Where am I? Sage 1, Rosemary 2. So currently I'm on the new servers. So when the new servers opened, or when they were announced that they were going to open them, I was currently on a break at that time. So I hadn't been playing Wurm. But I've been keeping up with the news and everything and reading the forums and stuff. And then they announced that they're going to open brand new servers that were completely disconnected with the Steam launch. And right when they announced that, I was like back into the Wurm mode, like just like that was it that brought me back. So I remember at that time I created brand new characters on the old servers before the new servers opened up to practice the starting bit again, like just to get back into the swing of things. I was like, okay, what things are we going to need to start off on a brand new fresh server? What skills should we be working on? And just thinking through the whole process of, you know, how to start out. And then when the new servers launched, it was just like craziness. We started streaming again. It was like a lot of fun. And it's been like that almost the whole way. Like there was a brief time that lasted maybe a couple months after Valheim came out that I sort of took a little bit of a break because of Valheim. But since then, came back and I've been playing pretty strongly. Just the other day, I set up all this. Like all this got finished and set up. Now I got to build the building. Which servers of the new servers would I suggest? Well, each server has its own sort of like, so it's a matter of preference. Yeah, I'll go through each one. So Melody is the one I'm on. It is the smallest server, so it's the same size as Deliverance. Okay, so it's like the 2,000 by 2,000 tile server. It has a lot of character. So like I'll show you the map. So this is the map. It has this big canal that goes through the entire server almost. Like I'm sure that by now there must be like a connection here and there must be a connection through here. So like you can now sail all the way through the whole map, which is nice. But on the other side, this server has so many mountainy, hilly landscapes that of course make really nice landscapes, but makes it very hard to traverse. This area over here is titled Broccoli Hills, and you can't really get through this area very easily. It's like the hardest terrain that I've seen in this game to navigate. People do live over here, and they have put a tunnel system to get through there, but I can't. I was over there trying to follow the tunnel system, and it's just like it's still a mess in my opinion, and it's really hard to traverse. There is some good hunting ground, although it's not that large, right? So like once you clear out the grounds, it's done, right? But the other servers also don't have really good hunting grounds either. So yeah, there's like a nice hunting ground over here. There's pretty decent hunting ground in this region here, but and the bottom. I actually visited this south section here, that place has a lot of open land. If you want a deed, there's like a lot of space down in here. And this is also a pretty good hunting ground down in this region here. And I'm sure through this area but just traversing through Broccoli Hills is just a nightmare. So Melody is the hardest server. It's like harsh. There's like a lot of mountains. There's a lot of like non-traversable land, which a lot of people like, because if you really like terraforming, this is the server for you. Like, you can spend ages terraforming things. Like, you know, you pick a spot in Broccoli Hills and you can be terraforming that for ages to get it to look right. Hey, Fairan, what's going on? Epic music? Yes. I decided to turn on the music. And I picked a Scott Buckley playlist, and just thought I'd just turn it on and see how that goes. So far, people are seeming to like it, so that's good. Yeah, and Jin Gecko's right. Like, it depends on what you're looking for in terms of servers. So let's look at the other servers. So the first server that opened with the launch was Harmony. On the day of the launch, Harmony was the only server available, so everybody spawned in on Harmony. There's 2 starting towns there. This is an independent size server, so it's like 4 times the size of Melody, and so you have a lot of space. There is quite a bit of character as well, as you can see from the map. Like, there's mountains, lots of mountainy regions, there's lots of flat regions, there's a lot of islands, right? So like, there's islands all around, although you'll find that a lot of the islands are already sort of like, that was like the prime real estate at the beginning of the server. But not too long after the server launch and after Harmony was opened, I think it was about a month or 2 later, Cadence opened. And a large proportion of Harmony's population moved over to Cadence, leaving Cadence sort of like low in terms of the population. Now, I would say that Harmony still has more people, more active players on it than Melody. Did I finish? Yeah, it looks like I finished. So because Harmony's bigger, it has more people playing on it actively. Melody, the smallest server, the one that I'm on, let's see who, currently only has 58 people playing right now. So it's like a smaller population on Melody. Right, so Harmony is more like a traditional style server, but with a lot of added water canals through it. Okay, so like, think Independence, but with water. And the dirt layer isn't like Independence. The dirt layer, I think on all 3 servers, is quite low. I'm not sure why they decided to go with the dirt layer they did, but I would say like dirt layer might be 40 to 50 almost everywhere you go. Which is a pretty small dirt layer, if you ask me. I was hoping more for a dirt layer like Xanadu had. Xanadu, I think, was like a nice sweet spot. I think the dirt layer there was like 90 or 100 or something. Whereas Independence, the dirt layer is like 300, which is a little bit much. Okay, so Harmony has like a decent population and is a mix between mountains and flatland. Now, Cadence is the newest server, and for the longest time, and possibly even up until now, I don't know why they still have this, but in the tutorial, there's a message saying new players should go to Cadence. Like, there's like a basically pointing towards Cadence, because at the time when they launched Cadence, Harmony was like brimming with people. There was just so many people playing at that time, and Harmony just got completely filled, and Cadence opens up, and so they made the message like new players should probably go to Cadence because it's like fresh land. There's less players currently at that time, but then they kept that message even though a lot of people moved over to Cadence. And currently Cadence is the most populated server in the entire game. It is filled up quite a bit. There are still water, because you can see there's a lot of water on Cadence. So there's a lot of coastal spots. Although new players tend to still complain that all the spots are taken. But, you know, if you know your way around this game, you'll find spots that aren't taken. You kind of have to travel. So there's the starting town, Sonata, and Encore. You probably won't find any coastal spots around Sonata or Encore. And you might need to go to places, you know, over here, or up here, you know, like places around the outside. I know this whole coast here is pretty well taken, this whole area. I've explored that area, but go northwest Cadence is a ghost town. Okay, yeah, so like up here, I'm sure you'll find a spot. But the thing about Cadence is that the landscape is very flat. I know, like, by looking at it, it almost looks like there's mountains, but all these mountains you can ride a cart over. Like, there might be some spots where it's like you get stuck a little bit, but like you'll find a path that you can ride a horse up to the top of the mountain. So in my opinion, they're not really mountains. There's no like cliffs that's like perfectly, you know. Spinach, onion, cheese, smoked chicken frittata. Yummy. Turned out great. Awesome. Yeah, there is open area all over the place, for sure. You can always find a nice spot on the new servers. The activity has gone down. I'm going to just switch over to Xander for a bit and do the farming. Yeah, there's definitely space on all the servers. It really depends. So Cadence has the most activity in terms of like people playing on there. Melody is like smaller and hard to traverse, and Harmony is like a mix between the two. Yeah, what am I doing here? I gotta go over and get the farming food. This building, I'm thinking of making a path. So this row here, making it a path, and then putting the door here. And as you enter in, you'll have like this little entrance area. And then I don't know exactly how I'm going to set it up, but yeah, we'll see. I think farming's in this one. There, farming. Moldy pizza. You wish Wurm Unlimited was still being supported. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I've never really liked the idea of Wurm Unlimited. And it had to do with just the fact that there was... It's player-run servers. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about the fact that the servers are run by a company that is dedicated to keeping them open. And then there's also something about the fact that it's like an MMO. Like a massive, like... I look at Unlimited in the same way as it's kind of like how Minecraft is set up, right? Where you have these player-run servers, or even companies crop up and make servers or whatever, but I don't know. Something about it being official servers that attracts me more. And the population on the on the official servers is quite large in comparison to any of the Wurm Unlimited servers. So that adds something to the atmosphere of the game. So I think I'm a Wurm Online. It'll be sort of like, as long as Wurm Online is open, I'm going to be on Wurm Online. Yeah, and people play differently for sure. You play on Wurm Unlimited like Minecraft, right? Yeah. I can't play around Minecraft just because of the way it is. The way the servers are. I just can't play that game. And I'll play it with my kids. Like they like playing Minecraft, and I'll play with my kids. But we're never playing on a server. We're always just playing with each other. Yeah, but yeah, definitely people play differently. And for me personally, I think Wurm Online is sort of my type of gameplay. So Antier's deed, he was like living just on the deed just next to us. He collapsed the deed, transferred it over to Viking. Viking redeeded over there. But a lot of his Antier stuff, he was giving it away. So I acquired all these planters. Now I don't even have the skill to make these planters yet. Although I'm getting there. You need 70 carpentry to make them. So I'm getting close to that. But I grabbed them so that I can plant mushrooms. So I planted a whole bunch of black mushrooms. And the reason I did that was so that I could make healing covers for them to gain natural substances skills. So my natural substance skill is like just on the verge of 63. And I mean, natural substances has like a couple reasons why I want it. Obviously, you can make dye. Dye making is natural substances skill. But the other reason why I want natural substances skill is to turn bloods into imbues, because that takes that skill. So I've been working on that, which leads us back to the discussion of the red dragon slaying, because the red dragon, this was the first public red dragon slaying, and the red dragon's blood creates rope making imbue. So you put that rope making imbue on your rope tool, and it will make it so that any ropes you make with that rope tool comes out at a higher quality on average than it would otherwise. And I make a lot of ropes. I make a lot of ropes, because ropes are really good for sacrificing for favor. And so I'll make a ton of ropes, sacrifice them, and cast with my priest. But the problem is that the cordage ropes are really hard to make. So they've made them easier over time, but they're still quite hard to make. They have a pretty high difficulty, so their average quality comes out pretty low most of the time. I was thinking, like, I think my rope making skill, let's just check. Whoops, pressed the wrong button there, but yeah. Let's check. My rope making is 73, almost 74. And so when I was making like a batch of ropes, they would come out on average about 40 something quality. See, this is where the music is distracting me. It sounds like what is this? Is this canon, or what is this? Anyway, I know this song. It's distracting my line of thinking here. So I'm going back to the red dragon, right? So blood. The red dragon slaying was a huge event because it was the first red dragon that was publicly available for slaying, and everybody wants this rope making in view because everybody's using cordage rope for their priests, and everybody's making lots of cordage. So it's a very sought after blood. And all you had to do was show up. You just had to have a premium character and show up, and you get a blood. You don't even have to swing at the thing. And so everybody made like tons of alts or repremed their alts or whatever it was. Oh, there's a rare roll on a farming action. Nice. Is it a Christmas tune? It's like you know, it's I'm just recognizing it. It's like distracting me. It's not the American anthem. No. Is it "O Come All You Faithful"? Anyway, just yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Let me see. Did I actually did it like go over to like a Christmas? No, it's still on this epic orchestral playlist. Anyway. So the Red Dragon attracted a ton of people, and I think I'm guessing, but I think that there were more people at that event than any other event in Wurm's history. So many that once this, you see how like there's a count of how many people are in your local? Once the number got to 500, this counter broke and no longer displayed. So it hit 500 and it was gone. Like, and nobody could tell, like you can't see how many more showed up after that. But there were more people showing up after the counter broke, for sure. Right? Because you can see whenever anybody logs in. So there were still people logging in. Yeah, so it was crazy. The slaying itself, once the slaying started, that's when the lag happened. So like the lag was perfectly fine, even with 500 plus people in local, up to the moment that we all tried to target the thing. Right? The moment that people tried to target the thing, lag. Like the whole server just said, no, I can't handle that much information. Or something. Your theory was that the code for the counter and local had to be done line by line, and they just stopped at 500. I doubt it, but I can't imagine why it would stop at 500. That seems like a weird number to stop at, because it's not like it takes extra memory to store the number 500 than it does to store 499. Like, it would have made sense for it to break at 1,000, because that adds, now you have to have another digit to store that number, but it's weird that it broke at 500. But yeah, the whole fight itself was like lag fest. Like, it was about a minute between the time that you click something and the time that something happened. It was just insanity. And then getting home after the slaying happened, because the slaying took not that long. You know, like once the lag like caught up with the minute of everybody attacking, and then the swinging started happening, then the dragon started losing its health. Once the dragon started losing its health, it was like maybe 3 minutes, and then the dragon was dead. And then everybody got the blood and the scale. And then it was a matter of trying to get home. And man, was that a painful process. The lag was just there for like the next probably half an hour. Right. Cats. Like, I noticed in my combat log, Catspur's character is getting slammed by the dragon. Like, it's like she gets hit once, she gets hit twice, and I'm like, are you okay? Like, yeah, you're tanking the dragon right now. Like, are you able, like, are you... And I think she got hit 8 times in total, but survived luckily, and nobody else got hit. Yeah, nobody else got hit. So we saw the combat tracker. Somebody posted it, you know, that tells you how many times you hit it and how many times it hit you, and of everybody in local, like everybody who was fighting the dragon is on the list. Nobody got hit except for Catspur. She was the only one. Yeah, the other servers were nearing single digits when Cadence was crying for being overwhelmed. Yeah, because everybody brought every character they had over to Cadence for that event. Yeah, I was like, these people are over here slaying a dragon. I can't even put a log in my inventory. I know. Honestly, if anything, Wurm needs to focus on that in the development. Like, they need to look at that and see, like, why is the server dying? It had nothing to do with people being in local. We had 500 plus people in local, no lag. It was the act of fighting, like everybody trying to fight the dragon at the same time. At that moment, that's when the lag happened. And the same thing happens at rifts. When too many people show up to the rifts, once the fighting happens, it's like lag. And it doesn't happen when there's less people, right? So like if there's only 50 people fighting, no problem. 100 people, also no problem, I feel. Because at the blue dragon slaying, which was not that much, like maybe a month or two before the red dragon, there was over 100 people. There was maybe 150 people, and there was no lag problem. It was also on cadence. So there's like a threshold. Like once you pass a certain number of people, the game can't handle it anymore. Yeah, neither of us were streaming. Zulatek was streaming, yeah. No, I was, yeah, we weren't streaming. It's not like our computers were lagging. In fact, my computer was running perfectly fine with 3 tunes running. All through the whole thing. It was like you right-clicked and the refresh was refreshing. So it was like the server wasn't, it was server lag. Yeah, they did, yeah, and Jingeko, you're right. They have improved the lag. Because when the Steam servers launched and the first Rift happened, so maybe a few months after the Steam servers launched, the first Rift happened, and I don't think there were that many people at the Rift, and it was dying. Like, the servers were dying. So they fixed up something that made it so that more people can fight and the lag isn't going to hit, but there's still a limit to that. And it's probably in and around 200 or so. I'd move back to my old winery location on Xanadu if I could survive it. Lots of trolls and spiders. I need protection because I had no combat experience. Run in, drop the deed, get them ghost guard quick up. Yeah. Yeah. See if is there a guard tower near you? You won't be able to plant the deed if there's aggressive mobs. Yeah, and Zadie, you're right. Like, they need to focus on fixing that. They really need to focus on fixing that. Do the planters give any benefit? Never had those on Wurm Unlimited. So there's minor benefits. So, I mean, okay, one obvious benefit is on one tile you can have 2 things growing. Okay, so that's one benefit. Another benefit is that mushrooms can be planted in them, whereas mushrooms cannot be planted in the ground. So right now I have them all mushrooms. Actually, I'm going to switch to my good rake here. High quality rake. And there is a third benefit, and that is you can place them inside houses, or you can place them underground and have an underground farm. Yeah, and Cat's saying the same thing. You grow crops underground. You think that was the original goal for them? Yeah. So they can be placed pretty much wherever you want, and then you can grow crops there. So like now you can like maybe build a house that's really tall, like with lots of stories, and then you just put planters on every tile, all on every floor, and you can now have like lots of tiles, like lots of farm spot, without having to take up large swaths of land. I do find that they function differently, though, than the ground tiles. So, like, you can see here on the tooltip, it says large pinewood planter, black mushroom, and then it has a number, 4. And that number is the stage. And there's 5 stages in total, so once these reach 5, then they'll be harvestable. And they work the same kind of way where like they all go untended when it moves to the next stage. But I kind of think that they operate more in sync with each other. Like I've never come across one that's reached stage 4 while another one is still on stage 3. Like they are all stage 4 and then they are all stage 5 like at the same time. So I feel like the counters on them is more in sync with each other compared to the ground tiles, right? Like I have mostly ripe, but then you see some are not ripe. And I've even had situations where some tiles are ripe and other tiles are still in the halfway stage, like the third stage. And then when that one that's on the third stage moves ripe, the other ones that started ripe are now rotten. Like I hate how out of sync that they are. But yeah. Hey Bunloose, what's going on? Yeah, and Valiant, I don't know if you have a problem for with space, Valiant. I think you have enough space there. But yeah, they are good for space savers and growing underground and stuff. And Exin, what's going on? By the way, what's used for mushrooms? There's a few cooking recipes, sure, but what else? Okay, the healing covers. And you nailed it. That's exactly what I'm going to be using them for, is the healing covers. So let's move on to doing that. No, actually, I gotta do a couple things before I go to healing covers. Because I am currently working on natural substances. And the healing covers is the way to go with that, for sure. Okay, so Katz was saying to check on these guys. Okay. So wait, what were you saying, Katz, about this? Yeah, you were saying something about the... I don't even... Wait, which one's the boy? Which one's the male? This one. Yeah. Definitely. Yes. I got that. I was wondering though, and I'll bring them over. I see. Yes. He is raring to go, I'd say. So, Borks to score. He kindly gifted me 2 draft hell horses. And look how fast my wagon goes. And the other 2 hell horses aren't draft. They are just blank wild hell horses, these 2. And yet my wagon is going 27. That's like really good. Oh wait, are the hell horses even down here? Oh yeah, the hell horses are down here. No, you moved them, right? Well, why don't we just give him some action right now? Right, like there's time between, right? Like he can impregnate one of the females and then he'll have to wait before he can impregnate the next one, right? So why don't we do that? How do I need to... I probably need to put you on the thing. Manage animal. I hear you chipping away at the bricks. No. You're gonna breed him. You're gonna breed him. I'm bringing him over to you. Okay. Oh, because I thought you were saying that because you were ready. You were ready. Okay, you'll do. Okay, you'll tend to that. Okay, I'm putting you. I'm gonna give you manage permissions. On the mail. Double checking that it's the right one. Yeah. I kind of feel like I might need to give you the manage permissions on the wagon too. So that you can unhitch the horse. Is that right? Okay, so you'll do that later. Okay, so you now have manage permissions on the wagon. So you should be able to unhitch him and breed. Oh, I might need to give you breeding permissions on the deed as well. Hold on. Settlement. Manage roles. Safrina. You already have breed permissions. So I think you already have all permissions. I'll give you the attack because that's... Let's see, let's... Okay, yeah, you've been able, yeah. Because you have a role that you have all permissions, I think. Pretty well. All non-blue permissions. Okay, so I'll leave them in here. For you to do that whenever you're ready to do that. And I'm gonna take this horse over here. Because the farm isn't quite ready. The farm isn't quite ready to harvest. It looks like it's almost every tile is ripe, but I don't like harvesting it before every tile is ripe. So I wait for the last tile to become ripe. Unfortunately, what that means is that sometimes some of the tiles are rotted away. Oh yeah, no problem. Ooh, there's a wagon here. Is this... Oh, you're right here. Okay. All right, let's get Griffith doing something. Has it been about 2 hours? Almost. So it's gonna be almost time to start fueling the stills again. Yeah, I'll show that, but essentially it is combined animal bits. So let me see, where do I have it? In my bags, I think. Yeah. So I have a gland here that I put 87 Circle of Cunning on. So what I'll do is I'll grab a whole bunch of glands and combine them together. Right, 64 can combine into a stack. And then I'll take 63 of something else. Anything else that you can make healing covers with. No, the quality doesn't matter. So potency of the healing cover is the difficulty. So the best you can get is a 25 potency. That'll give you 25 difficulty. Now, I have this sense that healing covers works differently than almost everything else in this game. So if you try to make a healing cover, it'll take like a certain amount of time, depending on your skill. And then if you have low stamina and you try to make a healing cover, it takes the same amount of time. So the action timer for healing covers, for making healing covers, is not dependent on your stamina. Which is weird, because nothing else like in this game works like that. Be back later, no naughty jokes without me. Okay, I'll try to contain myself. Now, I'm not sure exactly the details on why that is or how that affects everything. Another thing I was noticing was I was trying to get drunk to increase the difficulty, but I didn't notice a difference in the output of the quality of the healing covers I was making compared to when I wasn't drunk. Like, it didn't lower the average quality of the output, which makes me feel like getting drunk doesn't increase the difficulty for making healing covers either. Yeah, you have 72 natural substances, but still not sure. Yeah, I know it's like it doesn't feel like healing covers works the same as everything else. So healing covers is also one of the only things that's not in the crafting window, which may be why the action time doesn't scale. It's possible. Like healing covers seems to be something different than everything else in the game. So it's kind of weird. And it is possible that that's why it doesn't act the same as everything else. Hey, Denali, wouldn't it be so if you were very, very hurt and nearly no stam, you could still make a healing cover? Yeah, maybe. Maybe, but... Like, it's not like having low stamina would prevent... Like, if it worked the same as other things... All it would be is if you had low stamina, it would just take longer for the action timer to complete. Like, look at this field. Like, some of the tiles are ready to go and some of them are not. Okay, I actually want to use my skiller one here, so I'm gonna repair it. Yeah, it's basically logic. Yeah, totally. Maybe healing covers have the same time regardless in case you're making one while hurt. It's possible, but... I mean, like, if you're hurt and you're foraging, for example, for materials to make healing covers, the foraging actions take longer. And that's partially because everything in this game, action timers take longer when you have lower stamina. Like, that's just the way the game works for everything. I find it hard to believe that somebody... at some point thought, let's just make healing covers be the one thing that when you make them, it doesn't matter what your stamina is, it'll always be the same time. Especially if they wanted to help people out, because you got to remember, the application of a healing cover is still 30 seconds. Like, that's not short. That's a 30-second timer to apply the healing cover, and it's a 15 to 20-second timer to make the healing cover regardless of your stamina. So to make a healing cover and apply it, it still takes a minute or so, right? So it's not like it's a quick thing to do. And if in their minds, in the developers' minds, if they were thinking, let's make healing covers easier when you're hurt, so that when you're hurt you can actually do it, they would have made those timers shorter, I think. But anyway. That's the way healing covers are. Let's not run out of stamina here. I am getting closer and closer to 90 farming. Although I haven't really been focused on getting my farming for a long time. Since I hit about low 80s. I've been not focused on optimizing my farming skill gains. Because I've been growing the crops that I just want to have, as opposed to growing the crop that will give me the best skill gain. Right now I'm growing the barley because I want to make a lot of beer. And I want to, experiment with all the different types of beer, so I need a lot of barley for that. Yeah, so they make you sure that you bleed to death before you make one. Sometimes it feels that way if you've ever been, like, on the verge of death and you're trying to get a healing cover together. You're like, 30-second timer. Like, every 10 minutes you're going to get hit. You're going to get a tick, a damage tick. So if you have a worsening wound and you're almost going to die, you only have enough time to make, at most, 10 healing covers, or apply 10 healing covers before that next tick comes in. You could be failing and not doing well. Failing to apply the cover, and then you have to go forage for more materials to make other ones. It's like crazy. Remember the days where almost everything was destroyed if you failed to craft. Start with 100 iron lamps and you only have 10 lampposts at the end of the day. Yep. That was the way that Wurm was. It was a very, very harsh Yeah, the way it was that, like let's say you're a new character, you want to make a mallet, right? Like, so you gotta like take a log, and you gotta cut 2 shafts from it, which you could easily fail that. But let's say you finally get the 2 shafts, okay? So then you have to make the mallet head. And then when you combine the 2, if you fail that, which you more likely would, you lose everything. Like the mallet head is gone, the shaft is gone, and now you got to go back and make another shaft, and then another mallet head, and combine those together, and that could fail again, and then you lose all the materials. When you first joined Wurm, it was Chaos and Indie Islands, and that was it. Yeah, so that was a while ago. That was probably pre-2011. So until you got a life transfer weapon, you kept 1 or 2 on me just in case. Yep. Good planning. I always had a ball of cotton on me before LT. Yeah, scrap metal and rags. Yep, were made on tailoring failures. The scrap metal was made on metal failures. I think I still have a few of those scrap metals pieces lying around somewhere on the old servers. You think Epic was just starting to come out? Okay. Did Epic come out before Deliverance opened? I feel like Deliverance opened at the end of 2011. And then I started playing with Brian. We started right around the beginning of 2012. I want to say like February or something like that of 2012 we started. So Deliverance was relatively new at that point. It was like Deliverance and Exodus were open. And we started on Deliverance. Yeah, this game has come a long way since that time. Yeah, totally. It's come a very, very long way. Okay, it did say I was going to get Griffith going on something. So let's get the... I'm going to get this forge going, and then I have to check on the stills. Still going. Okay, stills are still on. Still burn for a long time. Oh, it's been under 2 hours, right? Because I've been streaming for 1 hour and 38 minutes, so there's still some time on that. I'm gonna wait until the stream says 2 hours, and then I'm gonna start doing something there, or refuel the stills. I think maybe when I refuel them, I'll empty them as well at that point. So yesterday, or it was the day before, I saw somebody selling a red dragon blood. You're always seeing people wanting to sell red dragon blood just by the sheer number of people who showed up. Let's say there were 600 people. Now there's 600 bloods in circulation right now. And lots of people are trying to buy them up. And I am one of those people. However, I am not willing to spend 10 silver per blood, which is what people are trying to sell them for. But yesterday, or it was the day before, I had my eye on the chat, and I saw somebody post, want to sell red dragon blood, 6 silver. And I like instantly sent a tell, and I got it. And even 6 silver is like a lot. So when I say 600, it's actually uncertain exactly how many. Okay, first off, we have to acknowledge that many of the people that showed up were alts. Like many of the tunes that were there were alts, because people brought every alt they possibly could to get a blood. So, but the counter, like the local counter, where it's here it says total players is 1. When the counter hit 500, it broke. Right? So, okay, by the way, the number of fighters was not exceptional. 128 fighters. The Blue Dragon had 150. Yeah. So that might have had something to do with the lag, though, because the lag was brutal. The moment the fight started, it was like you couldn't. There could have been a bunch more people trying to target the dragon, but just due to the lag, it was not happening. 128 was how many hit it, right? That's another thing, right? Somebody could have been targeted, but like it was just bad. Like the actual fight itself was bad. It was like you couldn't see anything, you couldn't move, the server was just dying, and nobody could get anything done. So that might have contributed to the fact that only 128 fighters hit the dragon. Whereas the Blue Dragon, I think only 200 people showed up to that, or maybe just above 200, and there was no lag. Like the fight went without a hitch, and then we got back onto our carts and drove home, and it was no lag. So there was a big difference between the two fights. Yeah, at the last Independence slaying with 300, it took like an hour to get back to the exits due to the lag. Yeah, like there seems to be like a number. Like once a certain number of people are there, and actually, it wasn't 512. I had my eye on it like a hawk because it was approaching 500, and I was like thinking, that's the most. Like if it hits 500, I don't think it's ever hit 500 before. And so I was like, I saw the 499. And then it broke. Like right exactly at 499 was the last number I saw. And my eyes were on it. So it didn't get up to 512. Right, and I was keeping track of it as it was going up like through the 480s, and it was going 487, 480, 489, 490, and it was going up until 499, and then gone. It's broken. Yeah, and that lag on Cadence was the worst. It was like the world was loading in as you were moving. Never seen that happen before. And I've seen some pretty bad lag before. Yeah, never seen anything like it. Yeah. So I wonder if the devs like had their eye on that, and maybe, because sometimes like when you push things to the extreme like that, sometimes it reveals like what the problem is. Maybe the devs can look at that situation and be like, track down what is actually causing the server to die when... I feel like it has something to do with the moment that everybody started the fight. So strangely, we had a black dragon in Vrock's area with over 500 in local without any issues. Oh. That is strange. Yeah, that's how you had it. It was sailing through a tunnel at 3 kilometers per hour because it had a stone wall in front of you. Yeah, exactly. And for me, I wasn't underground. I was like above ground, but it was like there was a cliff in front of me. And then all of a sudden, like the next tile would show up, and there was a cliff in front of that. And the next tile would show up, and there was a cliff in front of that. It's like it was weird. The server just wasn't sending me the data for the world. Basically, it felt like. Hey Nin, fight lag. Fight has lag, but really it seems to be Unique's death that caused the issue. Maybe. But the lag began the moment the fight began. Like the first person, like when the fight began, it was like I was now refreshing for 2 minutes before the next thing happened. And imagine how confused the rest of Cadence was that had no idea that there was a dragon slaying going on. Exactly. Like all I was thinking was, what if a new player spawned into the game and because of the sign got directed to Cadence and logs into 2-minute lag? I just couldn't, I don't know. I feel like that's something that needs to be addressed. Maybe the cloud architecture of the new poster has to do with it. maybe, but honestly, like in terms of like regular lag, I feel like this game, like as it is right now, it's better than it ever has been, ever. So since the switch to AWS, which is who's hosting the servers now, I feel like lag has been much less of an issue overall. It's just these like extreme situations now that seems to break something. Yeah, and Exon, you agree? Yeah. Like, there was a time where we all lived with 2-second lag. Like, it was just regular gameplay to walk up to a door and just have to wait for the door to open for you, right? Like that, and that was like regular. It wasn't in spikes like that. Yeah, the only lag you ever notice on Melody is when the server is saving data. Completely different from playing on Xanadu. Yeah, I mean, Xanadu has a little bit. But like back when I started on Deliverance, it was about a 2-second. Like every action was 2-second lag. Everything. You have nearly no lag on Xanadu at the moment. Yeah. I never really noticed the lag on Xanadu. Like, it might have been just like you see, like there's lag everywhere, right? So like when I right click, you can see the refreshing at the bottom of the right click menu, and it happens for maybe less than half a second. I don't really notice that much of a difference on Xanadu, to be honest. You would notice the lag on Xanadu when you're trying to get through gates or doors. Yeah. I'm missing a couple things here. Welcome to Wurm. Dragon slaying in progress. Please come back later. Yeah. But you think Keenan should look into those? I mean, they need to look into the... Like, they need to identify the problem. And more than likely it'll be in the code. They need to monitor, like, there should be... Like, for example, they got to go back to the moment that the lag began and like look at what happened and track it down that way. So what you're right. Like, so let's be specific here. When we're talking about lag, we are actually talking about latency. We're not talking about computer lag. We're talking about internet latency. So the time it takes for the server to send the information to your computer and vice versa is what we're talking about. So I guess that's best titled or named latency. Oh, I've been wasting my sleep bonus on this ride back. Okay. Okay, let's get myself set up for some. Put this on this tile, and I'm gonna set myself up for some natural substance grinding. Okay, so I got a bunch of glands. I'm working through these glands. I think these are the glands that you donated to me, cats. And I'm starting to work through them. I've already worked through the teeth, most of them, but there's still 200 and some odd left. But they go relatively fast. So what I'm combining them with is herbs. Although I might change that on this run to use my mushrooms. Actually, where are my mushrooms? Oh, this music. I'm gonna move to the next song. This is a little bit. One more. Okay, this is better. Right, because I want to increase the difficulty. Now that my skill is 63 almost, you know, the best I can get is a difficulty of 25, and that is if I combine... Whoops! I'm sorry, guys. I accidentally hit a button that put me to the end. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so I'm doing this. I'm trying to catch up on chat, and I must have accidentally hit a hotkey that switched the thing. Sorry. Hey, Sinsen, you did not miss the stream. Welcome in. Yeah. Okay, so going back to what was being said here, because I'm trying to catch up on chat here, and there's a lot being said. But in terms of the suggestions on the forums, it almost feels like the devs aren't really taking suggestions at the moment. They're really hyper focused on putting the stuff into the game that they had already planned out in the roadmap. Right? So that's what they're really hyper focused on. But the best place for suggestions, I think, is the suggestions forums. You know, on the Wurm Online forum. But as Katz is saying, like, so you were saying it's been especially bad right now with the lack of communication, and since I'm this live person streaming, people have channeled the communication to me. Yeah, I know, that's totally like, and we get it too. Like in the factional fight channel, we always get people like saying this would be a great addition to the game. It's like we don't really have any sway in what gets added to the game or anything like that. How can you say that? The straw bed was something Tuxie suggested, for instance, without any intervention from me. True. Okay, so there are some things that are suggested. You're right. Like the devs do add some things. They definitely read the suggestions. Okay. I've seen a lot of good suggestions that have not been responded to or not been considered. Even small ones. But it's possible that they'll pick their suggestions that fit what they're doing. I think the ones that are probably the ones that are going to get most considered are the ones that are like piggybacking on an idea that's already being implemented. So like, for example, they're working on, let's say, the docks, which is something that's in the roadmap. Whether or not they're working on it right now or not, let's just, hypothetically speaking, let's say that they're in the process of programming docks. And then somebody has this idea for like a nice addition to how docks could work, that the devs look at that suggestion and go, huh, that would fit really nicely in with the thing that we're already doing. Then it will sort of like come in that way. Okay, one thing you have to remember about suggestions, though, is that if... Hey, RP, thank you for the follow. If the suggestion is either too technical to implement, like it'll take too much time to implement, and detract the devs from what they are currently working on, more than likely it won't be considered, at least anytime soon. So the suggestions that will be considered are probably the ones that are like in line with what the devs are already sort of focusing their attention on. Currently, they're focusing their attention on the exploration update, but because we know nothing about it, I don't think any suggestion would be easily aligned with what the devs are thinking. Which is another reason why I think that the devs should explain a little bit more of what they're thinking about this exploration update. That way, the community can give their feedback on it and potentially suggest some really interesting ideas that the devs might look at and go, huh, that's like actually would work really well with this other idea that we had. Problem is we don't know what the ideas of the exploration update is. Right? Like, for all we know, it could be treasure maps. For all we know, it could be troll camps. I mean, what we do know for sure, the exact wording is that they're going to add random encounters. and they're going to use some currently underused skills. That's basically it. Okay, so what was I doing? I was trying to get mushrooms. That's what I was doing. I'm getting lost here. Okay, so I have 231 black mushrooms, and I have tomorrow I'm going to be another 200 and some odd. So I'll use these up. 63 of them. Okay, so this is how I do. Oh, I'm too far. This is how I do my natural substance grind. Okay, so I have an animal bit that has some circle of cunning on it. And the reason why I put it on the animal bit is because they can be combined. Mushrooms cannot be combined, I don't think. Right? So like I'm trying to, you know, there's no combine option for the mushrooms. Okay, this way I can put a circle of cunning on this and keep combining and combining it, and it'll keep the circle of cunning. Whereas if I put a circle of cunning on this black mushroom, it'll get consumed the moment that, you know, I make a healing cover out of it. Okay, I think I grabbed my natural substance. No, I have to eat some natural substance affinity food. Let's do that. And there's a nice 7-hour affinity. And then I'll turn on my sleep bonus, and I have a hotkey for mix. And so I'll just mix. And that'll go, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah. I fixed it. That was you telling me. Suggestions do not be matched whatever's up next in the roadmap, though. They keep track of old suggestions and keep them in mind and often refer back to suggestions even made years ago. Okay. So if you have good ideas, please feel encouraged to share your ideas on the suggestion forum. And sure, a dev will not react to it, but believe me, they will read it. See, cats, this is the type of information that we need. Right? The fact that you're saying this, and you probably know for sure because you see the inner workings of it, but the problem is that the community doesn't know. Right? It's like a black box. So people feel like they're suggesting stuff and it's just in the void and it doesn't get read, or it, right? So what we need is somebody who's saying these types of things publicly on the forums and, you know, regularly enough that people get the message. Because if there was a person who was saying these things, it would make the community feel like, oh, okay, like they are listening to us, and there is a reason to post on the forums, and there is, like, you know, stuff happening in the background. I think this messaging needs to be more. Right? It really annoys you when people don't think the devs don't read the suggestions. They do actually. They just can't respond to them because then it would take so much time to interact with everyone. I mean, that's fair. But they do need to say that they're reading the forums. Like, they need to let people know that they're reading the forums. They don't necessarily need to react to everything, but they need to. The players aren't going to suggest anything if they feel like it's not being heard, and if there's no indication that it is, it's hard to. Yeah. Underused skills. Prepare to do a puppet show for the troll camp. For some reason, in my head, I'm seeing Final Fantasy style random encounters every 10 seconds with the screen scroll too. I hope not. I honestly hope not. Gotta catch them all. We're using siege machines to break down walls to get into the camp. That would be kind of cool. That would be actually really cool. Like, randomly a group of trolls is building a structure, and the way to get into the structure is to bring over your catapult and your battering rams. Hey, Corpse, thanks for the follow. We're using, oh, yeah, so curious for the tick size. Oh, yes, tick size. 0.0134. And it looks pretty common that I'm getting ticks here. So I'm in an optimal range. You can actually tell if you're getting a tick if it comes out between 1. That's weird. Look at that. A 0.2 healing cover quality. See, maybe it's that healing covers work differently. I honestly don't know. Why don't we keep track? Okay, so a 52 did not give me a tick. There. So I have these 3 natural substances ticks. So my guess is anything between 1 and 40 will give me a tick. So that one was a 29 and it gave me a tick. Yeah, so we can keep that eye. What would be really nice is if they mention people's suggestions in their posts. Something along with the lines of, we've been seeing many great suggestions from you on the suggestions section. Thank you for your ideas. Yeah. Yeah, that would be so good. If there were posts for them to do that in, of course. I mean, when was the last news post that we got? It was Samuel's apology post. And Jin Gecko, cats for the new CM. Never. You'd burn out on the first day. I know, like, it's a really tough job, the CM community manager job. So you hear that, cats, but you're relaying more info than what I've ever seen in the last 9 months from other CMs and devs and GM team. Yeah, it is true. Oh, it's true. I mean, unfortunately, it honestly has to be a paid position. Like, nobody will want to subject themselves to that role because it's a really tough role. You have to have a really thick skin to be in that role. You have to handle a lot of visceral commentary from the community. And direct attacks. People almost, for some reason, think it's your fault that the game isn't being developed the way that they want it to be developed. It is the toughest role in game development, yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to... It like requires you to be able to say things in the right way so that the majority of people take it in the way that you said it. And it's been a long problem that Wurm has had where somebody in an official position would say something and it's completely misinterpreted by the community. It's hard to get the wording just right, and even if you do get it just right, it's like, yeah, they need to hire a politician as a community manager. They need to hire somebody who has the skills of a politician. That's for sure. Somebody who can say the thing in a way that is, you know, like that skill actually is something that I find is a skill that's needed in teaching as well. Particularly when you're talking to parents or you're sending out like a newsletter to parents, for example, you have to communicate what's happening and justify the learning that's happening. And, you know, you'll have a lot of parents who may disagree with what you're doing in the classroom because it's not the way that they learned whatever it is that you're teaching. And so you need to be able to convey this idea like, okay, I've chosen to do it this way because of this. So that they go, oh, okay, like that makes sense. And I've seen teachers who don't have that skill of being able to say the right thing in the right moment, and they get eaten alive. They get eaten alive. Yeah, it's rough. But the problem that the dev team is facing right now is that the player base is looking for information on what's happening with the development of the game. And that information is not coming. So, for example, this exploration update that's supposed to be released in the fall. Okay, so we know that. And the only reason why we know that the exploration update is coming in the fall is the Game Chess Group released a public announcement that is directed towards their investors that said that they are going to be releasing an exploration update in the fall. But the player base has not received a communication that tells them that the exploration update is coming in the fall. Right? Like this is the stuff that I'm kind of referring to when I say like there's a problem with the way that the communication's happening. And I know the devs know this, but yeah. Okay, so Dira, how do you switch to third person? All these ways work. So V is the default keybind. So if you have a profile that already switched all the default keybinds to whatever you like, maybe V doesn't do it. The way I always do it is I hold down my left mouse button and then use the mouse wheel. Okay, the mouse wheel on its own doesn't, but if you hold down the left mouse button so that you're like in look mode, and then you use the mouse wheel. And then also Catsper says that the minus on the numpad and the plus, let's see, the plus, yeah, the plus and the minus on the numpad is also a default keybind. What's happening here? Oh, I'm not activating the gland. Huh. I'm almost feeling like this round has given me less skill overall compared to when I did it with Lovage. But that's weird because these... Let me see. What's the distribution here? Yeah, it seems like there's... that's actually not so bad. Right? 27 out of 38 gave me a skill tick. So... Oh well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yesterday what I did 4 rounds and I got over 2 skill. So that means each round gave me on average 0.5 of a skill. And so if this one makes it to 0.5 by the time I reach the end of this list, the end of this, then it's equal. Okay, so Dira, oh yeah, so A and D do strafe, but Q and E, as Jingekko is saying, do turn. And all of that is changeable, so you can adjust that to how you like. If you want A and D to turn and Q and E to strafe, you can change it to do that. And you do that by pressing O to open up this menu up here, and there's a hotkey button here, and then you can just... So here's your move left and move right. That's your strafe. And then there's the turn left and turn right. Where is it? Turn left and turn right. Which for some reason it's using left and right on here, but you can also double them up somehow. I don't know. There's something weird about the key binding interface, which I think it could be fixed up a little bit better, but it is what it is. Now to choose a server. So have you chosen to go on the new servers? The new servers are in a place where there's quite a bit of development has happened, in the sense that people have gotten their skills. People have gotten their deeds all set up. There's quite a bit of progression has happened on the new servers. So you can buy 90 quality tools with like high enchants and everything like that. But the start of the new servers, there was a massive influx of coin into the servers. Like people bought tons of coin, and that coin is still around. And so this is a good thing and a bad thing. It's good in the way that you can access that coin. So it's much easier to sell something to somebody, and they will pay you like a decent amount of coin because there's a lot of coin in people's pockets. But then the downside is that things cost more because people are willing to spend more on items, right? Like That red dragon blood, people are selling it for 10 silver per blood, which is like obscene. That's just a silly amount. You know what? I'm gonna switch back to a 4. Oh gosh, not that one. Where is it? Lovage. Okay, so Lovage is a 4 potency. Actually, I need to grab the glands first. 63 of those. Of course, I can't because I have all the healing covers in my inventory. So let's just pop them into the forge here. I need to get rid of all of the healing covers that I'm making. So I have 22 and I need 64, so I need 42. And then 63. Right, so I'll take 1 less lovage, that way I don't use up, I don't use up my gland. Okay, hold on. I gotta catch up here. You watched my VoDs since then, and you got some links for me. Okay, links. What do you mean by links? Like resources? Is it a pizza maker? I'm currently building my 19th bridge. Holy crow! Black Friday sale probably. Yeah, the Black Friday sale definitely injected a ton on both clusters, but because I think the Black Friday sale was premium time, actually. Yeah, you're right. I don't think there was sale on silver. Or there might have been. I don't know. But there definitely was a ton of people buying a lot of silver on the new servers at the beginning. And people planted their 100 by 100 deeds. Like, there were several people who planted 100 by 100 deeds at the beginning, which required a lot of silver to begin with, for sure. Yes, there are no map dumps, but there's these are the only maps that they have. So, and they give a halfway decent amount of topology, but not the same as the map dumps do. Okay, so there was 25% off on silver sale for that. Okay. You sack them away when grinding. Yeah, I'm gonna sack them. I just gotta spend the time to do that. So I got more or less take a guess on which island would be best to set up on. So, I mean, there's no wrong answer. All of them you'll have a great time on. But as I mentioned, like, there's only these 3 servers. The Defiance is a PvP server, which could be if you're interested, but Harmony, Cadence, or Melody are your options. Cadence, if you like flat, no terraforming. If you don't want to terraform, or you like not, surface mining is not your thing, and digging a lot and getting the land to look like you want it, Cadence is really flat. It has a lot of flat land. So there is some hills that you can like decide to terraform or mount, but and there's some nice views up on those hills, but it's not. You'll be able to find like a flat land probably next to the water, no problem. Harmony, there's going to be more terraforming probably. It's a little bit harder to traverse. There's less water coast because, like, look at Cadence. Look how much water there is on Cadence. It's like not just a river going through it. It's like there's water everywhere. They designed it so that there would be tons of coastal spot. Whereas on Harmony, there is coastal spot. It's just more in canals, like rivers and stuff. And then there's large blocks of like inland. But there's a lot less people on Harmony. I'd say Cadence probably has twice as many active players in Harmony. And so, yeah, there's that. And Melody is a hard to traverse, hard to terraform, like rough land. It's a smaller server, so there's a lot less space, but there's also a lot less people playing there. Okay, so those are your options. But other than that, they're pretty much... So what you need is relatively flat land that can run right up against a cliff face It tends to be the easiest for making underground systems need for wine storage. You'll find that on most of the servers, I think. And if you're not worried about being near water, then honestly, doesn't matter which server then, because all 3 servers will have that. Okay, so Yarpy, you're saying you started 3 weeks ago. Oh, okay. You got 1 account on a new and 1 on old, and yet I stay on the old. Okay, interesting. And Nin, you're saying I'd probably recommend somebody wanting to start their own place on Harmony at this point. If you want to join others, it's probably Cadence. Okay, so that's a good advice. If you want to play on your own, Harmony. If you want to play with others, Cadence. Yeah, welcome to Wurm, Yarpy. You've been watching your stream when I can. Thanks. Nice. Okay, yeah, we do. I'm slowly getting all the more recent streams onto YouTube now. But we have lots of like old, and a lot of the old stuff is still relevant now. You know, like a lot of it is. Okay, so sorry. Since then, I gotta look at this stuff. It's an updated recipe list. Okay, so I'm gonna look at that. Whoa. Okay, nice. Okay, so I'm gonna save that if I can. I'm just gonna bookmark it for now. Okay, thank you for that. That's awesome. Yeah, and cats and factional fight. Like, in terms of like our content being the best source, like I know that people have often requested us to make these like short and sweet videos that are designed to be like tutorials, you know, like that give the exact information that people want in a 5-minute sort of condensed. Our videos are not like that at all. Even our tutorial videos that we made a long time ago, and we didn't get that far in them, so we only made maybe 7 of them or something like that. They were always presented in sort of like more of a dramatic way or humorous way, or and the reason is because making those 5-minute short tutorial type videos is really hard and takes a lot of effort and a lot of time and takes away from our playtime. So instead what we do is we like to just go on stream and just do anybody have a question, we'll talk about it. So like all the information is sort of like spread about, and you know, some people don't like that. Some people don't like having to listen to a long podcast just to get the information that they want. But it's sort of what we enjoy doing, so that's the way it is. Okay, so there's a Wurm food generator in its early stage. Okay, I heard that this is coming. Ooh. They are putting... Okay. Look at this. They even have a moonshine affinity maker. Interesting. Just cue that up. Let's see. Let's just look at the pizza. Okay. Please choose how you made your setup tester meal, just like worm food. Okay. And then select the affinity. Okay. Okay. Very good. This is very nice. So let's suppose. Let's just do this. Let's do a bear meal. Bear with corn. Full, and let's, because that's, I think, hold on, let's just see Azure. To cue this up again. I'm going to be wasting my sleep on this here. But this is exciting. This is very exciting. Does it work since then? Like, I know that you're saying it's early stages, but will it make me a pizza that that I want. I guess where your content is more about being silly. Yeah, I mean we're silly too sometimes, but the thing I love doing the most is, you know, teaching people about how stuff works. You're addicted to the game in 2 weeks. You have 180 hours. Holy, in 2 weeks. There's so many complaints that new players can't find mounts on NFI. How do I think about it? Well, there's donkeys everywhere. So, since the animal husbandry update, I can't imagine people are complaining about that now. Donkeys are everywhere. Oh yeah, Cats, you're saying the same thing as I'm saying. Yeah. So, before the animal husbandry update, I would agree that there was a problem with the spawning. I would honestly say that there's still a problem with the spawning in that there's donkeys everywhere, but there's not a horse to be found. Yeah, you like the long vids instead of... Yeah, I know. A lot of people do like the long videos too, so... Because you can play and watch them at the same time. And honestly, like... If somebody else were to make long-form videos on... You know, long-form conversational videos on Wurm, I would eat that stuff up. Okay, thanks, Cats. I will tune that. I actually would gladly turn the volume of this down a little bit. Let me do that here. It is quite distracting for me for some reason. I'm not sure why. Yeah, especially with that song. Yeah. Yeah, play and watch. That's exactly what I would do for sure. Okay, so you haven't tested it since then, but you assume it does. Okay, so let's test it. Let's make a pizza, because I have a couple pizzas I need to make anyway. Oh, and I almost forgot. I have to check the stills. We're at the 2.5 hour mark, and they're starting to fade. Okay, good. Whew, I caught them before. So 2.5 hours seems to be maybe a little bit less because I fired them up slightly after. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I know I titled this Imping and Casting, but that was just because I was lazy and I didn't change it from last week when I was Imping and Casting. I don't know if I'm going to do any casting today. But I will make a channeling pizza because I need my current one is like one of the oldest pizzas in that larder. And so I need a new channeling pizza. And so it's a good opportunity to try out this new affinity maker. 15 and then 16. That should be it. I did say I was going to empty them, but I think I'll let them go one more round. Oh, one of my horses died. That's okay. There's a couple more horses I can use there. For that cart. Let's get this going. I'm like going to my old cooking update. So all my cooking stations I moved over to here now. I completely forgot. This is brand new. Just the other day. Maybe 2 or 3 days ago, I moved all this stuff into this little spot here. I gotta figure out where my baking stones are. Okay, here they are. I need to work on this. I need to work on improving some of these things, and getting them more quality. But this is what I got to work with right now. Thanks. I tried to design it so that everything is in reach. Everything I can reach and stand in just in one spot and get everything. So let's have this open. And this one. Is it this one? You know, I have my higher quality herbs, but they're over there in that bin right there. But let me finish this round. Just these last 2 lovages. Let's put these in here. I'll sacrifice them later. That way I'm not wasting sleep bonus while I'm making a pizza. Okay, and that one failed. Okay. And while I'm here, I'm just going to do a Wind of Ages cast on that compass, see what happens. Okay, so here we go. Let's use this affinity maker. And what I was trying to do was double check, because I made a test meal, bear meat whole, corn whole, in a plain oven. Okay, so that's the test meal I have. So I have all the affinities already in a document. So I know that Griffith, for example, is chain armor smithing. Let me just open that document. And Xander is longbow. Okay, so I want to make Xander a channeling food pizza. I already have a recipe for a channeling food pizza, but the problem with it is that it requires sassafras and pine nuts. And pine nuts are like, I have some pine nuts, but they're all like 9 quality because we gathered them at the beginning of the server launch. We gathered like 300 of them or something like that. So they're all like low quality pine nuts. And you'll notice all of my, because Azure website requires either a pine nut or a chestnut unless you choose the no nuts option. But I could probably do that. But then they also take nettles and sassafras. Now, I was lucky enough to get donated these nettles and sassafras right here, 70 quality. Somebody was like, I have a whole bunch of nettles and sassafras. I'll give you a couple hundred of each at 70 quality. So that was really nice. So honestly, like I got myself to a position where I'm not that concerned. I can still use the Azure website to just generate a pizza, but it's really nice that I think it's Kaz the Great, I think, is developing this. So this is really cool. Okay, so let's see how it goes. So oven, frying pan, bare corn, whole, no rarities. The affinity is longbow. Oh, I can type it in. Longbow. I'm just gonna double check that it's longbow because oh, I put it over here. Longbow, yeah, good. Okay. Select the affinity I want. It's channeling. And I gotta get used to that. I can type it in. Okay. And I want to add cheese. I want to add bacon. Haggis. You can add haggis to a pizza. I didn't know that. Fries and sausage. Let's add 4 sausages. Since then, you were saying something about how sausages don't add something to the pizza. They don't add complexity, is it? They don't add to the timer. I'm not sure. But it does add to the weight of them for sure. That's definitely something. Sorry, I just got distracted by somebody texted me about teaching. Oh, meat I don't have. I can choose the meat I don't have? Oh, that's so nice. I have all the meats though. How many veggies to add? Let's add 9 veggies. I don't know. I have all the veggies, I think. How many herbs to add? I don't know. That's 18. Okay, let's just do it. And herbs I don't have, I have all the herbs. So spices to add. I don't know. I'm just making it up. So sausages count as dupe. So using 15 sausages is the same as using 1. For the sake of effort, only use 1. I see. But it adds weight, yeah? Like what I like about them is that they add so much weight. If you want to dupe for weight, use something else, like, I don't know, pumpkin or 2. But then the question is, can I tell this thing to add multiple pumpkins, for example? Yeah, okay. So, okay, let's just do 1. You're right. Like let's see how this goes. Yeah, like I don't know if I can tell it. Yeah, you know, let's just keep going. Let's keep going with 4 for now. Let's get rid of nutmeg. I think that's it. And then let's just double check here. This is actually really nice. This is really nice, this setup. Okay. See, okay, I don't have dragon. That's I should be looking through these. And I don't have human. Although that might be wrong. I might have human, but do I have tough? Actually, let's just look. Let's look here. What kind of meats I have? So I have, these are my high quality meats, right? So like, I kind of want to just. It looks like I don't even have tough. I don't have tough high quality meat. Okay, this is nice. I can get rid of the tough meat. I think I have everything else. Fowl? Yeah, I have fowl. Not many though. So it's like, it's really nice that I can handpick the things I want to get rid of. So that's really cool. Yeah, even old player learn all the time new stuff. That is totally true. I learn new stuff all the time. And since then has been a really big source of a lot of my knowledge, along with Nin over here. Nin has dropped a ton of knowledge recently about compasses. There's a misconception that duping affects the timer somehow. It doesn't add to the timer, but it also doesn't subtract to it. It just does nothing to the timer. Okay. But does it change the affinity? Right, like it keeps duping for weight is one of your many secrets. Hey, orc shaming. Yeah, it affects affinity. Okay, yeah, so right. So again, I'm not interested in trying to figure out like what affinity, like if I add another pumpkin, like I don't want to spend the time. I just want a button that I press. Like this is like amazing. The way this is set up, where I can tell it what I don't have. And I press a button and it makes a pizza for me. This is amazing. And I can even choose to add fish or not. And I have fish, it's just all low quality, so I just not add fish. Let's see what happens. Did I accidentally not click it? Okay, there we go. Okay. 19. It's going to be 20 kilogram weight. Oh, I really like this. I really like how it gives you your number. I really like how it gives my number. That's really, really cool. Yeah, if you want to dupe, just add 138 somehow. Like, figure out a veggie combo or something to add for that. Oh, I see. Right, because it cycles every 138. Or 276, right, which is double. Right, I get the point. Yeah, totally. Okay. So find... Okay, so find a veggie combo that adds 138. That makes sense. So imagine if you had to scan your FSB, then auto-remove the stuff that you don't have, then make a pizza with the stuff that's scanned. Yeah, if it could, that would be cool. But I'm pretty, like... I pretty have a good knowledge of what I have and what I don't have. I'm going to use my highest quality stuff for this. Okay, so let's just double... I'm just going to scan through this, double check. Like, what's so nice is that there's no chestnuts. Like, I didn't have to worry about... Although they don't even have an option for nuts, right? It's like nuts isn't... Like, forget nuts. Which is totally makes sense, because nuts are not something that's... And, like, there's no cocoa in here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Although I have a feeling it can't really scan the contents of these. I don't know if it can't scan the contents of food storage bins. because there's no output file that contains the information contained inside my food storage bin. But there is an output file for like all the event tabs and all the chat tabs. So that's where like Wurm Assistant grabs all the information from. So you're not giving away all my secrets up to my method of how I dupe. I'll let you figure out your own method. Okay. Honestly, I'm not needing the types of pizzas that you make where one bite gives you 2 days worth of affinity. I'm honestly just this is more. I'm way more than happy to get a 20 kilogram pizza. Like that's awesome. I'll just put that in my magic chest, I think. And I'll use your strategy there that you were saying to use satchels, not pottery bowls. Because you can hold 9 pizzas in a satchel, right? If I understood what you were saying before on a previous stream. But spending some time to figure out a combo for 130 is more initial effort, but we'll say, oh, I see what you're like. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, if you knew that like 1 cabbage chopped, 1 lettuce chopped, 1 this chopped, and 1 that chopped gives you 138, then you'll just have that sort of prepared each time, and you can just keep putting that in over and over again. Huh. Is there a limit to the weight of a pizza? Or can you fit 100 items into a baking stone? Yeah, like, okay, I can fit 7 extra dupe combos. Okay. Right. Right. I'll think about that. I'll think about it. But for now, let's make this pizza. Okay, so... I wonder if I can copy this and paste it. What happens if I copy and paste this? Is it in a table? Let's just see what happens if I paste. Oh, yeah. It is in a table. I need to move that down 1. That is very nice. Okay, so let's... This Xander channeling. Am I missing something? How do you spell channeling? Okay. And I like how it puts all these things first. But it's not in an alphabetical order. I'm wondering if I should spend some time to order these. I also like how it's named the thing. Wait, is it named the same thing? Like if I go over here and I'm chopping some veggies, let's say. I think in here. Or let's just grab, let's say, what's one thing that I need here? Cucumber. So let's grab a cucumber, and if I chop it, what did I do with my knife now? Now that everything's moved, you know how like you move in real life and now you can't find anything? That's where I'm at right now. My knife is not in this one. Nope. Okay, all these are pottery bowls. Gotta be in one of these. It's gotta be. Oh, this is my cauldrons. Okay, where's my knife now? What did I do with it? Is it in my bag? Oh, there it is. I put it in my bag. Okay, so I'm gonna put that in my cooking bit. I'm also going to grab my... My mortar and pestle. There it is. Okay. I need to imp my mortar and pestle. Whoops. Look at this. A 1 quality mortar and pestle. And then my grindstone. Put that in there. Okay. And I have a cooking hotbar. Okay, so let's chop this and let's just see what happens. We gotta experiment with this and figure it out. Okay, so it's called chopped cucumber. And over here it's called cucumber chopped. It's like I wish that, like in the Azure website one also doesn't quite say, like, call it the same thing that it's called in the game on everything. All the chop stuff is called properly, but like the cheese isn't, and neither is the dough. And then here, I'm not sure if this is going to make much of a difference, because chopped cucumber and cucumber chopped is going to be in the same position alphabetically. Yeah, I'm going to have to do all that organization at some point, Jingekko, or I named everything, but I literally just moved them over and positioned them out. I'll have to spend some time organizing stuff to make them make sense to me. Okay, 100 items is the limit. By the way, Griff, you might hear me running back and forth my wagon. I'm going to go back and forth probably 100 times now. Guess why? Okay. Guess why? Is it for the horse? Because, but I always thought that there's like time, there's a, when you breed with a horse, like you have to give them time in between, right? I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah. Is it the horse? Is it the breeding? It has nothing to do with the stallion. Okay. And you're going back and forth. Are you bringing horses down or bringing horses up? I'm not sure. Okay, I'm very bad at this. So remember that you still need to add between 16 to 24% of the total ingredient weight in pasta. Yeah, passata. Yeah. Right, more passata. Yeah. But I think I have that covered. I have three... No, they're not full. But I have one full barrel of passata and then a couple other barrels with some in it. I think I might have to go through another round of making passata. There's none in here, right? Yeah. So it's all in here. I do have enough passata, but you're right. So I gotta keep that in mind. Just sort them properly in game and you're okay. You can see that they're sorted in the order of the website. Veggies, herbs, spices. Oh, I see what you're saying. You can see in the list you got there. Okay, I see. Let's run it. Let's do this. Let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna start up with the. I'm just gonna turn on the oven for now, and then I'm gonna start with making the sausages. I need to add the steel and flint to my bar, and I'm gonna light this up. No, I gotta activate my steel and flint and light it up. I'll just use a piece of peat. And game, horse, insect, seafood. So game, horse, insect, seafood. And we gotta dice them all and mince them all. And then I need to go over to not here. Gotta get used to where stuff is. Oh, no. Is it over here? Yes, it is over here. Okay, so I need to grab bladders. And I gotta mince them all. I also should probably fry the meat that I have to fry, right? Oh, I need to dice lamb. And there's no more meat. Okay, so it's all meat, passata dough, then there's all the veggies, and then there's all the herbs, and then there's the spices. I see that, and then the bacon's at the bottom. Okay. So let's do the bacon as well. Okay, nothing to know, but I won't touch you. Instead, I shall rant. Okay. How do you get a lamb in his foe? Grew mobs? That would be something I have to look up. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I shall rant because for me to transfer all 200 of my hitching posts up to the other deed, I can only take one at a time. Really? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, but even at best, ruining it might make it hold one more only if it's on the cusp, right? Okay, I need lamb meat, right? So lamb. What? Where's all my lamb meat? Do I not have any high quality lamb meat? That's another one I don't have. Interesting. I have so much lower quality lamb meat though. Let's see. $11 fillets, but they're all over here. 248, but they're only 28 quality. How much is the fillets? 18 quality. That's great. The problem with lamb is that you always get so little meat. And it was diced, right? Yeah, diced lamb meat. Okay, so buffalo cheese. Cheese is another thing that I need to start working on. I did get a bunch of milk, but I don't have the skill to make high quality cheese yet. Okay, so let's start putting some of these things in here. And just make sure that's not going to make something. Yeah, okay. Good. I got the minced. The meat, the pork has to be filleted. So that's with my butchering knife. And then with salt. Where's my... Okay, there we go. Salt. I'm going to make the bacon. And then I'm going to queue up the sausage skins. There are about 1,000 cheese in your house. Okay. That's a lot. Let's see. Sounds to me like it's time to make a super wagon, a ship transporter loaded with a boat. Yeah, Sinsen. That was Sinsen's suggestion before. He has this idea of creating, and I think I told you this, you have a ship transporter with like a gnar on it, and you can load up a whole lot of stuff that way. Yeah. Okay, so these sausages. We'll need breadcrumbs. Let's just see if I have some in here. My bread is also another thing that I have low skill in. So I actually don't really care too much about the quality of this. Maybe I should care, but I don't. And maybe on future pizzas I'll mess around, because as you were saying, you don't really need sausages. Like one sausage is just as good as 2 sausages. So maybe as I get better at this, I'll just use 1 sausage. Because I feel like I'm going to be limited in the quality of the sausages. Specifically, the bladder quality is low and the bread quality is low. And then maybe choosing no cheese might be a thing too. Your super wagons run at 27 kilometers per hour. You reckon Griff can get fairly fast one too with his helis? Yeah, probably. I mean, I put your hell horses onto my wagon with the 2 non-traded hell horses, and the wagon goes 27. How many can you load into a beta? That's like a boat, a corbita, right? Yeah. I think I might try that actually, because I did make myself a ship transporter. Because I had a couple rare logs that Just maybe I'll get a rare ship transporter, but I didn't. Oh, I have too many windows open. I'm looking for the animal bits one. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so 4 fat. I'll put the bladders back. So I want to start. I want to try that. Put my Corbita on the ship transporter and see how that goes. Actually, Cats, do you want to try that? Do you want to try that? That'll save you some time. Yeah, let me do that with Xander. Let me get that set up. Okay, I have to unhitch the ones in the front here. So this is something that some people might not know. Oh, that one worked. But you know, if you've ever tried to unhitch the ones in the front, it'll tell you are too far away to do that, right? Like I can't unhitch that guy. But if I twist the wagon to a certain point, it'll let me unhitch it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll hitch them to the cart. The cart goes 37. 37. So look at the speed down here. Right here. The speed. So since then I got my cart to go 37. That's with using why isn't it letting me equipment? Look, I want to there. No, I want to look at the equipment. Yeah, look at the equipment. So I imp these horseshoes to 80, and they have like 90 plus. Okay, so 80 quality shoes, 90 plus WA, and it made this cart go 37. Oh, you okay? You have 5 hitching carts to go. I'm actually really curious though about this thing, how it would work. And I also am curious about how big it is. So this cart goes 37. Let's see how it works on the ship transporter. Why isn't it working? Oh, I see. Griff needs to give manage permissions to the ship transporter to Xander. Bitch. Okay. And this one is going 22. Although it might need a second to activate, but it's possible 22 is where it's at. Yeah, if you only have 5 hitching posts to go, it doesn't really matter. But I was going to suggest I'm not allowed to load a moored ship. Okay, so I was about to suggest using a ship transporter, put the Corbita, load all the hitching posts into the Corbita, and then take it down in one shot. So sweet, not bad. And I recently tested it, came to the conclusion that Moltons don't give a speed buff anymore. If it's intentional or broken, I got no clue. So your helis are as good as they get. Interesting. And Cats, you're saying it's a speed attribute, so it should still work for speed Moltons. But what Sinsen is saying, I think, is that he's tested... Oh, I see. So you're testing draft Moltons versus non-Molton. So draft Moltons versus draft Hell Horses, 2 carts, and after your test, you're finding both of them are going the same. Right? And it's a speed attribute, so it should only work for speed Moltons, meaning it should only work if you're riding the Molton on its back and not hitched. Yeah, so the Caravel would be even better, yeah, true. Okay, the Alliance Caravel, yeah. I just want to test it. I just want to see how it works. So let's just test this. Gonna raise the anchor. Okay, and there's stuff in it already, so that will test that. I just want to see, can I load it with stuff in it, and then when I... Oh, Serene, I didn't see Serene. Hey, Serene. So you can only load light items for the transporter thing to work. Remember the weight issue you were mentioning before. What, trying to think here. What weight issue? In case of the hitching post, I don't think it would work. This is what it looks like? Okay. That's weird. Kind of looks like I'm sitting on the boat, and it's a sailboat now. But it's actually a carrier. Okay, so... Let me open. Okay. It let me grab it. Now, I can't unload this, though. Because it's... I have to unload the Corbita, and then I unload the thing. Right. I remember that story. Okay, and in the end, the heavy stuff wasn't going into the boat? Like, give me an example of a heavy thing that wouldn't be able to fit into a boat. Or that if it's in the boat, you weren't able to get it back on the transporter? Is that... Yeah, both are the same. You juggled your shoes around until I lost 0.72 from going from 100 WA shoe to 99 WA shoe, and then I switched around a Molten and a Pestilence Heli, and using either I went up and down a Quaint with the 99 versus... Okay. Oh, I see. Right, so, and Katz was saying it's only going to work for the speed. That's... Yeah. Heavy stuff like 50 crates of stone for... Okay, so... Let's test it. Let's just see what happens. This is kind of funny, but it is a feature in the game that... So this is, for all of you who don't know what's going on here, or can only maybe guess. So wagons can carry certain things, but as Katz is finding out, only one hitching post, let's say, fits into a wagon at a time. So one thing that you can do is you could use a boat. This is gonna be funny, but let's unload my boat here. How do I do that? I have to open. Yeah, there we go. And then I have to unload my boat here. Okay. And then I'm going to take, let's say, a crate of logs. Okay, let's say. Crate of logs weighs more, I think, than a crate of stone, or it's at least comparable, right? I'll put that into the boat. Now let's load. You are not strong enough to do this. You need at least 39. Okay, oh, so is that what you were talking? That was the issue that you were running into. It's that there's a body strength limit or constraint. Where is that coming from, though? All containers apart from crates. Okay, hold on. Loading. Okay, this doesn't seem true anymore, right? Because I was able to load the boat even though it had stuff in the boat. Okay, and there's no other information here about... Okay, but you see how it says you're not strong enough to do this. You need at least 39.2 body strength. Okay, I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to try... Let me pick another one that's full. And then I'm going to load and see if that number changes. Yeah. Oh. Hey, Scott Buck. OEFC89. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this is... Right. So since then, this... You think that you have to imp the transporter? But the problem I'm getting is... The error message is that I'm not strong enough, that you need a certain body strength. Right, the only thing you've used your super wagon for is transporting 4 creature cages, yeah. Right. So I feel like this would work well for the situation where you're trying, like what Katz is doing, like she's trying to move 100 hitching posts. That should probably work. But when, as she was saying, like with the heavy stuff, like crates filled with stuff, it seems like to load the boat onto the transporter, you need a certain body strength. Maybe it's in the ship transporter. Let's check that. Let's check that, because maybe there's like a certain mechanic here. It says 23 body strength needed to use the load cargo function. However, in order to load a ship with itself is loaded with cargo, additional body strength is needed depending on the extra weight. For example, a Corbita loaded with 1,000 kilograms of iron lumps amongst 3 large crates and 1 small crate will then require 25.4 body strength in order to load it into a ship transporter. Ah. So it is the ship transporter extra. There's an extra thing, although it doesn't tell you exactly what the calculation is. Right. Interesting. That doesn't... I can understand that they don't want to have you carrying, let's say, 100 crates worth of stuff. Or in the case of a Corbita, I think a Corbita can hold 40 some odd crates. 46 crates, I think it is. So they don't want you to be able to load up 46 crates into a Corbita and then be able to drive it across the land. They're okay with you loading 46 crates into a Corbita and then sailing it across the ocean. It's just once you get there, you're going to need to do it in a wagon. How do I get this back in the water? Let's just make sure. Let's unload. Yep, that will probably not take off, but I can push it probably. Get it in there. So they made changes so that if you have like 12 crates of logs into a wagon, then it slows down too. So I think they're just trying to limit you on moving a ton of stuff of things. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh wait, I'm gonna return this, and we gotta get back to that pizza. I've been like completely slacking on that. Let's put these back. I'm gonna leave these guys on this cart, but then I'm gonna have to give you. So cats, I'm gonna give Safrina permissions on the cart as well, on which the hell horses, I'm gonna put them there. Yeah. Okay. And then unhitch, lead, hitch. Okay, let's go back up this way. Okay, yeah, and the deed planner. And there's even like a web, yeah, oh, that's the web one, yeah. It's very good. You mean you said something really rare and show us sometimes around location in the ocean? Wait, you have a question. How does that tool called when you can make a round island? I've seen sometimes in your stream and you were talking about it. Round islands. Oh, yes, the Wand of the Seas. Right, the Wand of the Seas, I think. Or the Wand of the... What is it called? Yeah, is that it? Wand of the Seas? Wand of the Sea. A blue-colored wooden stick with a bunch of green leaves in a fan shape on one end. Symbols indicate that if you plant it at sea, an island will emerge. Yeah, it's a 1% drop out of a gift box. So buy 100 gift boxes. Don't buy 100 gift boxes. But yeah, you can make your own island in this game. Okay, back to this pizza. Where was I? Not very far in. I've been completely distracted. Okay, so the sausage is good. The diced lamb, the cheese, and the passata. Okay, so I'll do the passata at the end. I need barley dough, and then I need to get into the... Let's do the dough, and then we'll go into the veggies. This is my high quality barley. Gotta make the flour. And I'll just mix it with this water to create the dough. And what was my percentage? 68%. So it's probably gonna come out really low quality. Like the dough. You see how the 89 quality barley turned into 26 dough, which is because my bread making skill is very poor. So that's something I gotta work on. I got the bacon, and then we're moving into the veggies. So cabbage, cucumber, lettuce. I'm gonna move this over so that I can have it open at the same time. Cabbage, cucumber, whoops, lettuce, onion, pea. Uh-oh. Okay, I see. Pea and pea pods are different. So I gotta take I'll need 2 pea pods. And from one of them, I need to, is it pick seeds? Yeah, that gave me peas. And then I need to chop it. Okay, good. And then I'll chop the pea pod. And I need a potato. Let's get this in alphabetical order. Oh, it's alphabetical order upside down. Okay, that's fine. Potato. Pumpkin. Ooh, it has all the big... This is really nice. All the big foods. Lettuce, cabbage, and pumpkin. Tomato. And that's the last veggie. Okay, so normally what I do is at the end I double check everything. But what I'm going to do now is double check after each section. So I have the cabbage, cucumber, lettuce, onion, peas, pea pods, potato, pumpkin, tomato. Yep, that's good. All that goes in. Now on to the herbs. So let's close some of these because I don't need all of these anymore. And I'm going to grab them out of here. Okay, so the herbs, what I need is basil. Let's alphabetize them. I'm too far. So that bin is over there only because of the herbs are over there. Belladonna. Fennel, mint, nettles. Fennel. What? But fennel chopped. I need to crush the fennel and then chop it. Mint, nettles, parsley, and rosemary. Parsley, rosemary. Okay, and then I'm gonna check. And I need nettles. Okay, let me get the nettles and then I'll check on where are my nettles? I gotta organize some of these things. Okay, nettles chopped. Just check that. Parsley, rosemary. Oh, I wasn't finished. Sage. Thyme. Where am I? Thyme, cumin. Yeah, I'm into the spices now. Oh, the cumin's going to need to be ground. Cumin, fennel seed. Okay, so I need more fennel. I need to pick the seeds, and then I need to grind that up. Ginger, paprika, turmeric. Ginger. And you know what I need is a better mortar and pestle. That's one thing that I'm gonna have to work on. Maybe I'll after I make this pizza, I'll imp it up a little bit. Where was I? I got the ginger, paprika, turmeric. Paprika and turmeric. And that's it, I think. Then the bacon, yeah, everything else, and now it's just the passata after that. Okay, so let's double check what I got here. So, basil, belladonna, fennel, mint, parsley, nettles, rosemary, yep, sage, thyme, cumin, fennel seed, ginger, paprika, turmeric. Good. All that goes in. Okay, now I gotta check up with the chat because boy, I'm probably way behind. Oh, not that far behind. Okay. Yeah, you were talking about this with friend. Yeah, with the wand of the seas. Yeah. So can't you grab 3 items, then highlight all 3 and just do the right-click create action once? It'll queue them up. Ah, it could potentially do that. But I'll have to do that next time. But let's see. Let's just test it here. If I do this, like, can I? Let's say I need a belladonna, ginger, lovage. Can I grab one of each? No. Okay, so I have to still take each one out individually. But then I can grab all 3 of these, right click, and chop, and that'll probably chop them all 3. So yes, I probably should be doing that. You could also keybind, or is it just one of those? Yeah, it's one of the chop is one of those ones that doesn't work. Like the create food, all of the create food, like grinding, anything related to the creating food, does not have a keybind. So if the group you select, so grab all veggies. Yeah. Okay, right. So I'll have to think about doing that for the next time, so I don't right-click through those menus all the time. If the group you select contains both veggies and herbs, only the veggies or herbs will be chopped. Well, right, because veggies and herbs chop depending on which you right-click on. Interesting. Okay, well, that looks like it takes a little bit of messing around with. Okay, so right. See, the thing is, once all these are in here, to double check this is not going to be easy, right? Because, let's see if I can get these together. Let's make this a little bit longer. Okay, and I'm in front of it. Yeah, it's not covering me up. Okay, so this is like, if I wanted to double check this, I'd have to be like game sausage and like look through game sausage, So it's just a matter of having to check before. So I think I did, and I think it's good. Let's just double check the number of items. I got 31 items, holy crow. And that's 32, which is perfect because this has the passata and this does not. Okay, so now for the passata. And it's probably going to need quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken. I will grab an extra measuring jug, which I think I have in here. And let's set the volume to 2, just to start out. We'll see what it says. Lore. I'm too far away. Okay. I need to start learning where my standing position is. Okay, so it needs another 80 grams. Okay, so set volume to, I'll just set it to 100 grams. And that should do it. Good. Look at the weight of the baking soda and subtract 2, add 1/5 of it as passata. Okay, I see. Let's see that. 17.1 minus 2, and then divide by 5. And I need 302, right? But we see how I was able to enter in 210, and I'm saving some passata, right? Because by your calculations, I would have entered in 3, just over 3. Yeah, it's 16 to 24. Right, and 1/5 is 20, right? So you can just type in 16, right? And so let's see what that was. Okay, so that's 17.1 minus 2 times 0.16. Yeah, 2.4, right? But I still feel like it's less than that. I'm able to enter in less because this was the low end. Oh, there goes the pizza. Okay, so a decent quality pizza for my skill. 54 quality is like good. And let's just double check that I didn't make any mistakes. Woohoo! Look at that. Channeling pizza. Okay, now let's check what a bite will do. 1 bite. 8, almost 9 hours. That's my best pizza so far. Probably because of all the stuff that went into it. But yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so, and it's like a big pizza too. So what I'm gonna do, it's a 15 kilogram pizza. So I'm gonna bring this over to, I need to wrap it, which I have right, I'm going over. I'm gonna wrap it, which I have to do in my inventory anyway. And then I'm going to bring it over to my, and just dump it in there for now. Okay, that'll need organizing as well. Just double checking on the stills. Okay, that was good. That was awesome. Thank you so much for that link. I am going to bookmark that as well. And I'm gonna have to reseal this passata. With my pegs, which honestly, I don't know why I moved all my pegs. What did I do with them now? I moved all my pegs. That was a silly move because I definitely need pegs over here too. Okay, let's just grab this. Oh no, this cart only has 1. What did I do with the Hell Horse cart? I'll grab like 100 of my pegs and put them back over there. Because I was thinking I'm gonna need pegs for the brewery as well, so I moved all my pegs over here. But oops. I wanna open this. Is that all the pegs that'll fit here? Okay, yeah, that's good. I'll take 97 pegs. That'll last me some time. And I'll put them over here. So let me seal the passata. Of course, to seal the passata, it needs to be not in your inventory for some reason. I'll take a peg and seal that. What's in this one? Water? Okay, good. And then I'll put the rest of the pegs in this bin. I'm not sure if you noticed, but one thing that I've also done recently is I've gotten rid of the outline. I created a hotkey so that I can bring that outline back, but I got rid of the outline. And I find that as long as I'm not terraforming or building fences or houses, if I'm not terraforming or building fences or houses, I don't need the outline. Because the tooltip changes. Right? The tooltip changes. So I just use the tooltip. And man, it is just Much nicer to play like that. Now, ask me what the command is to do that. I completely forget. But I can help find it if you guys are interested in knowing what it is to get rid of it. If you press F1... Oh, there it is. Outline underscore picking. That's what it is. So what you do is you bind and pick a key, right? So any key. By the way, this is the only way to do it. You can't do this in the hotkey thing. You have to do it in the console. So you press F1 and you type in the words without no slash. No, you just type in the word bind. You pick a key. I'm picking Control plus Z, I think. Let me just double check that. Control Z turns it to false. Okay, so I'm just gonna, and then you put a space, and you type in the outline underscore picking space false, and then you got to make another key just like this, where you do the exact same thing but put true, because true will turn it on, false will turn it off. Oh, you can't see the console because it's behind me. Right. So I don't know. The text is really small, but you might. But what it says is bind space Control plus Z. So that's just my key. You can pick any key. You can put G there. But if you want like a modifier like Control or Alt or Shift, you just type in Control Alt or Shift with a plus and then the letter or the key that you want. So I'm picking Control Z. That way I don't accidentally hit it. And then the command is outline underscore picking. And then you have to set that to false or true. So false will turn it off, true will turn it on. And when you are all done, when I press Control Z, it turns it off. And when I use Control X to turn it back on. I also need to change the color of it because I don't like the color when it's blue. But, I don't need it right now. I'll do that later. And I just noticed I got a mail. Somebody sent me some mail. Let's see who it is. Ooh, it's a mortar and pestle from Borsascore. Thank you, Borsascore. Sinsen in chat. Thank you so much. 70 quality mortar and pestle. That is very much appreciated. I definitely would not have been able to make a 70 quality one. Yeah. And then I can cast on it for sure. Put some WOA on it. Okay, I'm going to leave that in here. The only thing I really don't want to really carrying around with me is the grindstone because it's kind of heavy. But everything else I should be okay carrying around. Yeah. Okay. Now that is all set. And I'm sure there's a couple more pizzas that I do want to make, but I do want to also get back to this natural substance grind. I got a 46 on the last cast on this compass. Let's try one more. The grindstone is finest decoration on the ground. Yeah, that's true. Let's take a look. I have so many grindstones at this quality because Brian was working on his stone cutting, and so he made probably like 40 grindstones and imped them all up to 40. And I think he got to 50 stone cutting like that. Okay, so let's put this back, and they failed to improve the power, and back to grabbing some of these lovages and stuff. Okay, so right, animal bits. I'm going to need to go on a hunting trip. Glands are what I'm after, really. Glands are the only, I suppose, like a 4 quality is fine. A 4 potency. Let's take a look at what my options are here for healing cover mats. Okay, so I could go and try to find a whole lot of unicorns. Or breed them. I guess I could breed them and just slaughter them for their horns. Hearts. What drops hearts? Spiders. Let's see. Does it tell me if I click it? Lava fiends and spiders. Okay, so I could use hearts. Can I go back? I can go back. Nice. Glands. So glands. Where do the glands come from? I know they come from trolls. It doesn't actually say where glands come from. What else drops glands? Anybody know? I know like sheep drop bladders, but do they also drop glands? Oh, you get an error parsing command, bind number, outline, underscore picking false. So don't use the hashtag. Press control, press shift 3, like shift plus 3. Try that. Anaconda. Okay, gland is troll, seals, crocs, among a few. Okay. And anaconda. Okay, trolls, seals. Okay, so seals is a good one. Because there's tons of those. Crocs, there's tons of crocs. Okay. That's actually not so bad. Trolls are like... It's like you're never going to walk into a spot and see like 100 trolls in front of you. Trolls are like sparsely distributed. But crocs, like you can walk into a desert and then just like crocs. So that's good. And seals as well. Seals are all over the place. Okay, so I need glands. Or hearts. And I'm making the black mushrooms, but the problem with the mushrooms is that you can't combine them, right? So I need more of these three, like tons of these three, and then I'll grow the mushrooms. And then that way, yeah, shrooms are fine as secondary, exactly. So I'll use the black mushrooms as the secondary, because I can grow those. It's just the primary needs to be one of these three. Glands, heart. Because like my glands are going low, and then I have these horns, and let's see about my hearts. Hearts? Where are my hearts? Okay, I have 183 hearts. That's also not very many. So I need to do a hunting trip where I'm collecting these things. Let's get started back on these. Let's grab lovage again. I think for now where my skill is, I have a whole bunch of low quality lovage. Let's just use up my low quality lovage. I don't think quality matters. I think it's just potency. Before I do that, I need water. You get 3 hearts per spider. Oh. Okay. So spiders are good. And now that I got some, so I'm gonna take. Here's the thing, I've been saving my blue dragon blood for the potential of getting, you know, a rare knife, a rare butchering knife. I feel like it would be a waste to put the blue dragon blood on a regular butchering knife. So I might actually attempt to make a rare butchering knife. I haven't quite decided how to go about doing that. Like the two options are, I can do a combine, you know, handle butchering blade, and do that over and over. Or I can just make a bunch of butchering knives and imp them, and hope that I imp one rare. The problem with imping is that there's going to be less chance of getting a rare knife. But I'm also going to be grinding weaponsmithing skill, which is a skill I'd like. But then if I combine them, I'm going to be getting no skill really, and it's just going to be a boring, like, combining knife with handle sort of thing. But I'll have a higher chance at getting a rare one. Outline picking false is not a supported action. Oh, and you're gone for dinner. Sorry. Okay. Let's try it. Hold on. Let's just try it. Bind. Shift. I'll just use the same. Oh, sorry. Control plus Z. Outline underscore picking false. Oh, right. Bind control plus Z. Ah, sorry. Yeah, it was missing something, and I'm probably also behind my head. It was missing something. It was missing the set option. Sorry. Okay, so let's do that again. Let me just cue this up, and we'll do this again. So it's bind. I'll have to redo this when Val gets back. Control Z. Control plus Z. And you have to type in set option here. So it's like space, set option, space, outline, underscore, picking, space, false. It's not a supported action. What the? Okay. But I have it set to set option, outline, underscore, picking. I did this somehow. I don't know how. Bind, control plus Z, set option. Oh. Okay. The set option has to be in quotes. Thanks, Linux. Yes. Linux has got it, and I just got it as well. Okay, so bind, control Z, quotes, set option, space, outline, underscore, picking, space, false, end quote. That's it. Okay, so I'm going to copy that into chat. Actually, let's verify. Keybind saved. Okay, so up. We'll repeat it. Copy that. I'm going to copy that in there for you. And you can change the Control Z to anything that you like. Any key combination. Control Alt or Shift plus any button. And then you would have to make two of these, one with the false and one with the true. That should work. Thanks for letting me know that it wasn't working. And I'll when Val gets back, I'll have to mention that. And if not, I'll send him a tell. So that's actually the format for a lot of options. Not just like the outline highlight, but there's a bunch of different ones. I don't know why it keeps going over there and keeps like, I thought when I close this should still open. It doesn't save the window. That's weird. But there's a thing where if you type in set option, press enter. Okay, so set option help? No. Set option name and then value. Let me just see. There was a way of like seeing a list of all the options, and I just can't remember what it is. Maybe somebody knows it in chat. Right, because this is how you set option for no world render, right? No world render. Let's say true, and what's going to happen is the whole world, like the whole game, is going to turn off, right? I see a lot of people using this to run many alts. Like I can still play the game through the UI, and if you're on a lower end computer, you can have many alts open with the world rendered off, as long as we found out, because at the slaying, because Katz was playing around with this as well, or we were we were chatting about this. I can't remember why it came up, but we were looking at the RAM usage does not get affected by this. So you still use the same amount of RAM, but the GPU usage drops significantly when you turn off the rendering. And so if you're on a lower end computer and you want to run multiple clients, you can just have the world render off. Yeah, sadly it uses a lot of RAM still, yeah. But it, you know, GPU usage is drops significantly. So if the GPU is your bottleneck, you have enough RAM, but not enough GPU power to run multiple clients, let's say. Well, you can have one of them turned off. Like, for example, if you're doing a prayer grind, you can just use the select window. I don't use the select window, but this is the only thing I would use the select window for. That's not true. I use it also for archery grind. Right? For the archery grind. Anytime that you need to select it, like have access to an item in the world, but you want the render world off, you can use the select window. Where is it? It's under more. The select window. Oh gosh. Select bar? Yeah, that's it. You see, I'm selected the walnut ship transporter. And so what I would do is I would have the world render false. I would select the item that I wanted on the select bar, and then you can right click it and use any of these, or even just highlight over it, and any keybind will work on it as well. Okay, so what you can do with this now is you can bind, let's say I'll use Alt plus Z, because I don't have that bound to anything, quotes, set option, no underscore world underscore render, and I put that to true. And then I do the same thing, but with, let's say, a different key, so X, and make it false. Now I have keybinds. Whoops. No! My Alt Z brings up my okay, so I need a different key. I need a different key to do that. Let's I use shift. Okay, so let's just use Alt. I'll use Alt X for true. And I'll use Alt C for false. Okay, so Alt C and X. Okay, so I need to turn this off. Did that work? Yeah, there we go. So now I have a keybind to no world render. Okay, so Do Jensen, thanks. You have a game setting. Okay, so the game settings test for options, names, and value hints. Okay. That's cool. But I do know there's a way to bring up the list in the console itself. Hey, Angel Huddy. Thank you for the follow. There is a way to bring up the list here. Set option, name, value. Okay. This is how I found it. It was set option. Looking for option matching name. That option E? Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay, so what it's doing is when you type in set option and then followed by some letter, what it's going to do is it's going to list all the options that have that letter in it. Okay, so this might be missing some, but I used the letter E, so it's going to show all the possible options that have the letter E in it, which is hopefully going to be most of them. Hi, Griff. Was once going to buy 100,000 mortar off of you years ago. Sorry I couldn't fulfill the order. I burned out hard. That is possible. Although, probably it wasn't... There was a point where we were buying that much mortar, but we weren't expecting that one person was going to make all of all of it. We were looking for batches of 1,000 at a time. I think I was more interested in if you could do it. Right. I can't imagine one person pumping out 100,000 mortar without burning out. Yeah, it would be impossible for anybody without burning out. Like as so long as 5,000. That's You know what's crazy is that the prices for mortar on the new servers is still 4 silver per 1,000. 4 silver per 1,000 for mortar. Like, that's twice as much compared to bricks, and mortar is not twice as hard compared to bricks. It's about the same. Well, actually, they made some changes now, so bricks are 100% creation. You're at 85 masonry, and you have 98% chance to make it. And it still takes forever. That can't be true though, because I wasn't even close to that masonry. I might have been at 70 masonry, and I definitely had a 99% chance. And it wasn't forever to make. It was like 4-second action timers. Yeah, use high quality clay and cast WOA. That's the way to go. High quality clay with WOA on it. Under 4-second action timers. In fact, on these characters, what did I do with it? On these characters, I have some high quality WOA clay. It's not, sorry, high WOA clay, but it's not high quality. And I think it's 7-second action timers or something like that, which is pretty good, right? Like, oh, Dude Jensen's helping out here, but we figured it out. Yeah, it's the. Yeah. You're not a priest, nor care about making one. Okay, but if you're like, okay, I'm gonna go make some mortar now. I need 10,000 mortar. I'm gonna go make 10,000 mortar. Like if that's the mode that you're in, because what most people do is they just because I know like Jingekko in your situation, if you need 10,000 mortar, I bet you'll go just buy it from somebody, which is what I'll do as well. That's like the situation I'm in. But if I was in a mode where I'm like, okay, I'm about to make 10,000 mortar, which actually is possibly what I am about to do, I'm gonna make myself high quality clay, WA clay, and then, or if I didn't have access to a priest, I'd probably end up buying WA clay, or finding somebody who'd be willing to cast me some WA clay, because that definitely helps it. I mean, it would be the same if you're gonna make bricks. You would probably start by getting a nice chisel with some nice WOA on that as well, right? In the same kind of way. It'll just save you time in the long run and a lot of grief. 63 of these. And let's go with the mushrooms again. I think the mushrooms are in my high quality bin. I honestly don't know the difference here. Yep, let's go like that. They seem to be giving me about the same, because that was the third round. I got 1.34. I don't know. BOT bit, yeah. That is true. There are certain things where Blessing of the Dark is better than WOA or COC. Yeah. Like, you mean you would end up using it up, like by accident, like using it up in the final action? So here's advice on making sure that never happens, because definitely that has happened to me before. But I'm using this advice right now currently because like I don't want to use up this gland, right? Because it has the 87 circle cunning on it. So what I make sure of is that the amount of gland that I have is more than the amount of mushrooms that I have. That way, when the last mushroom gets used up, I will for sure still have some gland left. Yeah, the little same method, exactly. So you do that with the clay, right? So put one extra clay compared to the amount of sand that you will use up. Then by the end, all the sand will be used up and you'll still be left with some clay. And if you just make sure that you always, when you set it up, you always have a little bit extra clay compared to the sand, you'll never mess that up. But I totally know what you mean. Like, I was always like worried about losing the clay like that. It uses clay and sand one by weight. Yes. Yeah. So like, and what's nice is the numbers kind of match up because it's 20 kilograms per clay and 2 kilograms per, 20 kilograms per sand and 2 kilograms per clay. So what I would do is I would grab, let's say for example, 3 sand with 30 clay. And I would combine the 30 clay with this one, which already has 1 weight in it. So it's like, I'll get 61.2 kilograms of clay and exactly 60 kilograms of sand. And then I'm sure that I'll be left with some clay left over at the end. Okay, so now that that's kind of going. Yeah, and if exactly, if you need to, just add more clay. But that has saved me from losing my clay a lot. Okay, so I do want to imp though. So I do have some imping to do. I have a lot of imping to do. Let's just make sure that this is going still, and then I'll light burn this. Where am I in time? Okay. So the stills still probably have some time left. Can you not make like a bowl or something with the clay so it has never-ending number like a 0.2? Yes. Although the problem with mortar is that you might fail. And I think failing takes like a 0.2 away from the clay, but not the sand or something like that. Like it makes them off a little bit. So I would highly recommend not having just a tiny piece of clay above the sand, because there might be a circumstance in which the clay gets used up on the end. So just be careful with that. I always like to have like a little bit extra. But you're right, like in terms of like carrying around in my inventory, if you want it in your inventory to be low weight, where is it? So I have 0.8 left over here. I could like make a bowl that'll be 0.5, and then I could make like a couple flasks, and I'll be left with a 0.1. That way I'm carrying around a smaller piece. Okay, failing takes 0.2 off the sand and the clay. Okay. I don't know why I'm remembering, but there was like some instance in which some weird situation happens. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. A 70 plus WOA is like 25 copper, even on NFI, and it cuts the timer by 35%. I see no world ever where it's not worth it, and being stubborn with I'm not, yeah, it's true. It's really inexpensive to get half decent WOA. I mean, it honestly depends on what your goal is, right? Like, because a lot of people are going to be in the situation where you're going to buy the mortar instead of make the mortar. Okay, so if you're in that boat where the money to you is worth, like, the mortar is worth the money to you, you have enough money and, 20 silver to spend on mortar is nothing, then you'll probably never want to make mortar because it does take time. Like it is a painfully long process to make a lot of mortar, regardless of how fast you're able to make it. Right? You're still talking about 3-second action timers, which would be like, if if you can get 3-second action timers, that would be awesome. But let's do some calculation here. So let's say you do have 3-second action timers all the way, on average, let's say. That's 20 per minute. And that's would be 1,200 per hour. And if you want to make 10,000, it's still going to be hours, right? 8 to 10 hours or whatever it is. And that's not even talking about the digging of the clay and the sand. Which will probably, well, depending on your digging skill and the shovel you're using, and will also probably be at best 3-second timers. Maybe less than that if your skill in digging is like in the 90s and you have a 95 supreme shovel with 103 WA on it, then you might be getting 2-second action timers. I have never been affected by the fatigue. I don't play like that, where I don't play for extended hours where my action bar is going for all of those extended hours. Right? So the way fatigue works is, if every day, if your actions bar is going for 8 hours, if you do 8 hours of action timer per day, every day, like I wake up tomorrow, I do another 8 hours. Wake up the next day, I do another 8 hours. I will never hit the fatigue. I will always be fine. Okay, so 8 hours is the magic number. And it's not 8 hours of playtime. It's 8 hours of action bar moving. Okay? Now, if you go to 9 hours, so let's say today I do 9 hours, and tomorrow I do another 9 hours, and the next day I do another 9 hours of action bar moving. I think it's on the 4th day you'll hit the fatigue. So that's sort of like the level at which you have to play in order to hit fatigue. I've never, ever, ever hit the fatigue. In fact, let's see. I have 12 hours left, which is the maximum on Xander. And you saw what I've been doing today. I mean, honestly, actually, I almost feel like making healing covers doesn't use up fatigue. What do you guys think? Yeah, type /fatigue. Yeah, so I typed /fatigue, and it shows in the event window, I have 12 hours left. Look, you can make healing covers, and healing covers doesn't take fatigue, guys. Hey, Nin. And Nin has never run up against fatigue until you did the mining grind. Okay. I was thinking, if you've never hit the fatigue. But yeah, and the mining grind, like, so I'm wondering, right? All these people complaining about fatigue, that they keep hitting the fatigue. Are they also going for 100 mining? Like if that's what it takes, like I need to get to 100 mining, and I'm just going to mine every day, all day, for as long as I possibly can play to get to 100. Like, then you'll hit the fatigue. Right. Your brickmaker says you have 11 hours and 42 minutes left. Yeah. Yeah, so just go hunt some. Or apparently make healing covers, because this should show less than 12 hours, right? Because let's see, bet you he has, right, 11 hours 57 minutes, right? And if I do a little bit of imping, you'll see that number going down. Each minute that I'm occupied, it goes down. Yeah, I never knew that either until. But we were discussing this. This is like a theme throughout the entire show today. Is that healing covers seem different somehow. Okay, so Sinsen, okay. A tip for people who hit fatigue frequently. There's a few useful things to do that doesn't take fatigue, such as making healing covers or trans liquid for nat substance grinding, grooming for animal husband grinding, or butchering or burying a corpse. Interesting. So you can go hunting, you can combat, right? And you can butcher and burying and do all that and skill that way. Like once you run out of fatigue, you mean? What happens is you can no longer do any action. Like it'll say you'll have no more fatigue, or you're out of fatigue, or whatever it says. But you'll try to go do something, and it will prevent you from doing it. Yeah, but here's the reality: is that in order to get to that point, because every 3 hours of real life time, you get 1 hour back in fatigue. So every 3 hours, you'll get this thing, and it'll be an event window that says you feel rested. So every time you get the you feel rested message, that gave you 1 hour fatigue back, and that happens every 3 hours, even if you're offline. Okay, so if you go to sleep for 9 hours, like you log off for 9 hours for bed, you wake up the next day, you will have gotten 3 hours of fatigue back. Yeah, just groom some animals, yeah, if you run out of fatigue. Right, so think about what it would take to run out of fatigue. Okay, like, let's calculate this. Let's say I start doing actions, not natural substances. Let's say I start doing some action. Let's say mining. Let's take mining, for example. Okay, so I go to start mining, okay? How long can you mine completely straight without stopping before your fatigue completely runs out? Okay, well, you have 12 hours to begin with at the beginning, so you can definitely go for 12 hours. But every 3 hours that passes, you're going to get 1 hour back. So that's 4 more hours back. Okay, so now you can go, by the end of that 12 hours, you'll still have 4 hours left. So now you can go 4 more hours, so that's 16 hours, but because every 3 hours you get 1 back, you now get 1 extra back. So now you can go another hour after the 16th hour. Okay, so yeah. And potentially you'll get another hour tick back because it's not, what's it called? It's not timed, like it might be off, like the you feel rested doesn't happen 3 hours after you started playing. It happens in increments of 3 hours. So it could tick at any moment there. You had people hitting fatigue due to using training dummies. Who's using a training dummy for 17 hours straight? Who? And why? Like, the only reason why I can see somebody hitting fatigue, aside from just like a mining grind, like as Nin was putting it, right? Like, right, you need to grind for 16 hours straight in one sitting to deplete it at once, and 16 hours of always on, always queued actions. Exactly, right? Like, you have to go to that extreme. I'm just going to use... Where am I? Yeah, I'll use rosemary. What was my train of thought? Oh, it was a bug. Okay. It uses way more than it should. Okay, so, okay. That sucks. On training dummies. But yeah, if you're playing that long, and I still see no reason to complain about the fatigue. I mean, I do understand that if you get to the point where you want to play and you can't play because you hit the fatigue. But the type of play you would have to do to hit the fatigue is just, in my opinion, a little unhealthy. Yeah, being premium, exactly. So this runs into that thing where, like, somebody might say, if I'm paying money for this game and then I hit a point where the game stops me from playing artificially, like, is that fair? Now, I'm not sure what the purpose of the fatigue was in the first place, like whether it was to limit people's play or potentially limit people's progress. Although it couldn't possibly be that, because you can still progress, right? Like, you can still do animal husbandry or natural substances or all these other options. Some people say it was an anti-macro, right? Because this is another thing, right? Like, people who cheat the game by macroing can easily hit the fatigue because they're probably running their macro as long as they possibly can, right? So I'm not saying that everybody who hits fatigue is macroing or cheating or anything like that, but I'm just saying if one was cheating, they will most likely hit the fatigue because they can just get the computer to play the game for them indefinitely and continually skill up that way. And potentially, let me just, before I do this, cue this up and then eat some food, then I'll go. Okay. I need to rename this. I forgot to rename this one. Rename Xander Channeling. And let's just see what Griffith gets about it. Small axe. I think it was in here. This is like a big mess. I have a blacksmithing thing here. Okay, eat this one. And it's not going to be a very good one, but 3 hours is more than enough for now. And then filler. Let me cue this up again. Okay, so let's hear what you guys are saying. Oh, welcome back, Bun Loose. Okay, yeah, so Angel, you were saying that you did burn it on a training dummy. It is possible. I don't know if there's... I know there's some things that are kind of weird with the fatigue where... There was one... Somebody had mentioned on a forum post that if you use the destroy... You know, like if you have a bunch of rock shards and you right-click them and the destroy option, I've heard that uses up fatigue in a way that you can... If you do that too many times in a row, it can eat away all your fatigue really quickly. So there's some things that are like that. So maybe like training dummies are like that. And Valiant, you're saying also training dummies, which is kind of weird. So maybe it's that the fatigue system needs to be just like fixed so that it's not eating fatigue in these weird situations. I'm not sure about the whole ethical thing about whether or not Wurm, should change the fatigue system. Honestly, the fatigue system is very unique to Wurm. I don't know. But yeah, and Bunloose, you're saying if you play more than 16 hours straight, that's unhealthy. Yeah, and it's not only like 16 hours straight, it's like you want to play 16 hours straight today, and then you want to play 16 hours straight tomorrow, and then you want to play 16 hours straight the next day, and then you want to keep that up. My feeling is that you're probably not going to last too long in this game at that rate. You're going to burn yourself out, I think. And you did pull on that. It's like, I can see this happening to new players who like can devote that amount of time. Right? And Valiants, you do play very often, right? So like, here's a prime case of somebody who plays many hours but doesn't run out of fatigue, right? Like, you can play like that. You can play 16-hour days every day and never run out of fatigue. You just need to make sure that you're not grinding for 16 hours. You're not... there's going to be some parts of that play session which is where you're changing it up, right? You're not just doing the one thing over and over for 16 hours straight. Because that's the situation where you're going to run into the problem. Yeah, fatigue was to limit bots, yes. I can imagine that is a... Am I already building the next house? Hey, Serene. Sort of, so not really. Although, soon, maybe. This house here, we've had the frame up forever. And we have one wall finished so that it wouldn't decay over here. But I have taken it over as my cookhouse with all my planter racks and the ovens set up like this. I am planning on finishing the house. I do have some ideas on what I want to do with it. So I want it to be taller than that house over there. So that one's only 2 stories with a roof. So that it can be viewed, like the top of this building will be sort of viewed from the front of the deed. And then we have like this problem where the landscape is really steep over here behind this house. So one thing that I was thinking of doing was building a bridge between these 2 houses. So like maybe the bridge might have to, I'll have to count out some tiles, but the bridge might have to start on this tile, or if I work out something, I could maybe have the bridge start right here. And then you climb up, you go up the bridge. Let's just go up here. This is nice. You can grind climbing and natural substances at the same time. Okay, this olive tree needs to go. But there's a little landing over here somewhere. Where is it? This one. And this one's right in between the 2 houses. This tile right here. So I'm gonna flatten out this and have it land right here. And this tile also is right behind the house. Right behind the house. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend the house to this tile. So like this just one tile sitting out, and that's going to go up. And so from this tile, which eventually will be flattened, I'll create a bridge going this way that leads to that house, like leads to the upper level of that house. In addition, we're going to somehow have the bridge also take you up this hill here to get out. But that's for the future. I don't know. That was my idea. Yeah. So go join cats on our exploration if you run out of fatigue. I hear exploring doesn't use fatigue. Yeah. You can definitely explore and hunt. Well, if you only gain back 8 hours per day, you just need to grind for over 8 hours per day, and you'll eventually hit fatigue lose. Right. But, right, like, you have to grind for over 8 hours a day. And it's not just over 8 hours a day. It's like, let's say you do 9 hours today, and you want to have to do 9 hours tomorrow, and then also 9 hours the next day, and then 9 hours the next day, and then 9 hours the next day. And then you're going to hit the fatigue, and then you're going to be like, why can't I do another 9 hours the next day? It's like the only thing you have to do to prevent that from happening is just grind for 8 hours a day. And that's it. And then you'll never hit the fatigue. And hi, Sase. Welcome in. Wow, there's 40 people in here. I think there's been a while since we've had 40 people in here. But still, it's a weird game, can say no. Yeah, it is weird. I totally agree on that aspect, that it's a very unique thing that this game has that no other game seems to have, so it's like weird in that sense. Yeah, I don't know. So which server am I currently on this time? Well, I'm on the same server I've been on for the past year, but yeah, it could be that you haven't checked in for a while. I am on Melody currently, which is where I've been since the beginning of the Steam launch. Day one, we were on Harmony, because that was the only server you can join. But then I think it was either the end of day one or the beginning of day two that they announced that they were going to open up another server. And the moment that announcement came, we were like, we're going. We're going to go to that server. So we were building a boat on day one. Well, we were building the boat on day one to sail around the server, right? That was the goal. But then they announced they were opening this server, and so we were like, okay. It was nighttime in Europe, if you remember right. Yeah. Okay, so it was like at the end of day one in the nighttime of Europe or whatever it was. There was some point at which the announcement happened that they're opening up Melody, and that was it. We were aiming for Melody from then. What am I doing here? I'm not even focused. Okay, so in order to keep this going, I am going to queue up actions. Yeah. No, I think Serene was saying when they announced Melody, it was nighttime in Europe. So like they opened the servers at the beginning of the day, and then by the end of that night. Yeah. Yeah, you haven't come to watch my stream in a good while? So before that, we were on Xanadu, and we had been on Xanadu since maybe a couple months after it opened. Which was, I think, 2015, I want to say. Might have been 2014. So we were on Xanadu for a long time. And then before that, we were on Deliverance. And that was it. That was our whole career right there. It was definitely stressful, and I had to finish my rope very fast and went over with an alt due to play some Melody. Yeah. It was stressful, especially if you're like, I want that spot. I want, like, if like you were looking for a specific, then it was definitely stressful. Okay. That didn't make any healing covers, so I'm running low on mats here. I'm going to do one more round of this. And then we'll see how our skill has been doing. Whoops. And I'm going to do more lovage, which is in this one. Oh, God, I gotta label these. No. Yes, here, I'll do rosemary. Rosemary and lovage are the same, right? In terms of this. Yeah, Delhi, I know. That's where you are, Bunloose. Yeah, and you made a new alt for Melody. Oh, I see. So you made a new alt for Melody so you can find a spot before you had your rowboat ready. You started on release and been watching your streams forever, usually recorded shows, though. Yeah. Speaking of the grind and fatigue, it's great to have Factional Fight stream running when doing the mortar grind and the small crate grind and the plank grind. Yeah. I always love watching somebody stream while doing other things. I find it's kind of rare to find a streamer playing Wurm who's willing to talk the whole time, who's willing to just blab away. But every time that I find a streamer who's just chatting away, I'll watch that. Will I check on Amazon's New World? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not too excited about it. Yeah, always learn something. Well, that's good to know. I'm always learning stuff, and I always love learning stuff. So if there was other people talking about how they do things, like, so just this is advice to anybody who's thinking about streaming. What makes I've been doing it a long time, and I would even say that I could do better if I practiced and got better at streaming and figuring it out. But one thing that I notice, and this isn't only for Wurm, but a lot of streamers will play the game like they would be playing the game when they're off stream. And to a degree, you can do that. but it takes a lot of practice. Okay, so like when I'm streaming, my primary is to be talking, right? Like to be reading the chat and to be talking and saying what's on my mind and trying to keep a conversation going, a one-sided conversation. Although it is kind of two-sided in the sense that you guys can chat back to me, but there's nobody speaking back to me, right? So this is not a natural thing. Like you got to practice this skill. You got to be talking and then reading and responding and talking and reading and responding and thinking about the things that you're doing. So like streamers who keep their audience engaged are the ones that are constantly in the mode of what am I going to say next? What is going to come out of my mouth the next thing? Like, or getting into the mode where you can naturally express the things that you're thinking about while you're playing the game. So some streamers, what they're doing is they're just focusing on the game, but as they're going through the game, they're saying what's on their mind the whole time. They're talking about what's on their mind, and just keeping that flow going until your throat goes hoarse. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit immune to that because I'm a teacher. So when in the first few years of teaching, the first month of every school year, my voice would be hoarse. But over time, I gained a resilience to that. But you'll notice me say a lot of the times, I'll say things like, man, like I haven't been focusing on this character, or I'm wasting my sleep bonus over here. When I'm playing by myself, not streaming, it's like rare that happens. I'm always on it. I'm always on the timers. I'll have the Wurm Assistant on, which gives a little bleep when the timers are done. And I usually don't waste sleep bonus. But when I'm streaming, it's like the game is sort of secondary. I'm trying to keep my conversation going at the same time as I'm playing. And so, yeah, first month teacher voice. So you're also a teacher? Awesome. Yeah. Automod didn't like your message. I think I permitted it. Yeah. But what's so weird is that what it flagged was crazy old lady. So that doesn't. So what you said was, and I have to go back and read some of these things. I only know of 2 that has anything useful to say. That's being one place and this crazy old lady over there. Oh, okay. And that's why Catsford went the, who is that? Old Faithful Wurm Online is always a good choice to stick when it comes to MMOs. Yeah. You find it hard to watch streams where streamers don't talk. Agreed. Yeah, in the early beginning, you have to talk to yourself until someone comes around to chat. Yeah, right. If there's nobody there, you still have to be talking. Like, because what happens is that somebody comes and the numbers for the number of viewers doesn't update in real time. It's like every few minutes it updates. So what somebody will come to your stream, and if they find that you're not talking, it's a very high likelihood that they'll just leave before you even know that they're there. Okay, so if you're starting out streaming and you have 0 viewers, it's like you got to be talking anyway. And a good practice is just say what you're doing or say what you're thinking when you're doing it. Like, okay, I'm gonna activate my gland, and then and then you'll say I have a keybind for my mix so that I can just click on this thing. Maybe I can click on the top here, or I can click randomly down here. You can like just blab away about what you're doing, and that's usually enough to get people to like wonder what you're doing. Like they'll be curious about what you're going to say next. You want to stream and make vids, but you hate your own voice? Is it one of those things where like my voice sounds different than it does in my head and I don't like it? Yeah. It's definitely a thing where people get, it's common for people to be self-conscious about It's like the same thing about stage fright, right? You don't want to stand up in front of a group of people and give a presentation, let's say, that, because then once you're in that mode, your whole mind is just thinking like of self-conscious things. You're wondering about if, like, is my fly undone? Yeah. You hate hearing yourself too? Yeah. And your English, okay, so it's a language thing. But you can stream in your own language and then attract viewership from that can understand your language. That's always a possibility. Yeah, it's always funny to join a stream with no viewers and the streamer's mid-sentence. All this talk about paying attention immediately failed. Yeah. Honestly, like, the game, I'm going to miss. My attention is not on the game 100%. For sure. Obviously, since we hear a voice from our head, it's not outside. Yeah. And mics always deform it. I don't find mics deform it. But it's definitely different from what you hear in your head. But mics make it sound like when I'm like... So for example, if you listen to somebody talk through a mic, and then you listen to that same person not talk through a mic, to you, it'll sound the same. Right? Like an actor, for example, on a show, their voice would sound the same if you saw them in person versus like watching them on TV. The mic doesn't change their voice. But what changes is that you're hearing your voice because your jawbone is vibrating, your whole like skull is vibrating, and that vibration is adding to what the sound is in your ear. Whereas to somebody else, their whole skull isn't vibrating due to your voice, so you don't hear the change. Yeah, Kaylee always says my voice is quite different on stream to what it is in real. So maybe is it that you change the way that you speak? That could be it. And again, that comes back to the whole thing where, like, if you were to stand in front of an audience, like actually on a stage in front of an audience, and you're going to talk, would you talk the same way that you would just talk to a friend, at the bar? Probably not, right? Like, you will be speaking in a different way. And that might change the way it sounds or feels in that regard. What size monitor do I have? It is a 27-inch. But why my monitor might look different, like my game setup might look different, is that I have a 2K resolution screen, which allows the interface to be smaller than it would be on a 1080p. Yeah, so that's another thing. So I had a teacher friend come into my classroom and watch my lesson, and afterwards they were like, "But why do you talk like that?" And I'm like, "Talk like what? Like, I don't feel like I'm talking any differently." They're like, "Yeah, but it's like you're putting on a persona of being a teacher. Like, this is teacher Adam, and then when you're just talking to me like regular, it's like regular Adam." And I didn't notice that I do that. So it might be just something that's subconscious, like, over time, like, I learned to try to notice that. It's hard to notice it in the moment, but over time I tried to figure out, because I when I do it as a profession, it's like you gotta really try to work on it. And I'm missing some here. Hold on. Gareth, you were saying, if I were to stream, but you have no desire to, you would definitely have to use the software to alter your voice. Strong Northern English accent that half the UK struggles with, let alone the rest of the world. I don't know. I like listening to different accents that I'm not used to. Um, and I know that accents is also a source of like that self-consciousness, right? Like you're worried that other people aren't going to understand you. But I think the best advice would be to just be yourself, accent and all, and not to worry about how it's being perceived by the audience. Because I think the moment that you get into your own head, it changes then the dynamic of what you're saying. And it's hard. It's definitely like, I know what I'm saying is like, it's like, just get rid of that stage fright thing, you know? It's like, it's not something that you can just snap your fingers and get rid of. It takes practice and it takes a lot of trial and error. Like I listened back to the very first videos we ever made, you know, the first Wurm videos. You go back to those ones and you can hear it, that the inexperience. You can hear the inexperience. It's like very cringy. And it takes time to get over that. Okay, I think I'm going to end this now. Where am I at? I got to 65.5. We got 2.5 points. That's good progress. Okay, Bunless, you were saying, I'm at our office room downstairs. Computers for 4 people crammed into 5 square meters. And our youngest son does what you explain all the time. Oh, this and that guy is online. I can't believe this person's charging for extra. Yeah. Yeah, his train of thought is outload all the time, driving me mad. But he probably would be great, very good streamer. Yep. I know a lot of kids are like this. My oldest son is like this. And what I did was I allowed him to record videos. So he has OBS. I haven't allowed him to stream, although he keeps asking me. He wants to stream, and I just let him record videos, and then I allowed him to post it on a YouTube channel, and he was happy with that. So he makes videos like all the time. He just video. And he even curates his videos. Like he's like, I don't like this video, and he like throws that one out. And and I'm not overly worried because YouTube is pretty good at giving you control over stuff. I mean, technically, I'm the one posting the videos because YouTube's terms of service is that you have to be 13 years old to have your own YouTube account and post. So it's my YouTube account, and I'm posting his videos. But yeah. Your youngest son is 10. You're not going to feed him the internet just yet? Yeah. Well, this is my son that I'm talking about. He's 10. But I think it's a good skill to develop this talking, right? Because what he'll do is he'll do a whole video where he's talking, and then he'll listen back to himself talk, and you can see like he'll be like, I don't like when I say this. Like this, when I say this, it sounds like rude almost when I'm saying it. So it's teaching him how to self-monitor his own. And he's very responsible, right? So like I have high trust in him to, you know, say appropriate things, and if let's say, because he has a friend who also will be chatting with him, if his friend is saying something inappropriate, even like this, I'm not even talking about swearing or anything. If somebody says, "Oh, that guy's stupid" or something like that, you know, like, and my son will defend that person, you know, it's like, don't call him stupid. He's not stupid. You know, and I think it's like, it's good for him to sort of experience that. Like in terms of like shielding them from the internet, my philosophy has always been, if I shield them from the internet, then they're going to grow up not understanding the internet, right? Like they're gonna, and I know there's a lot of things on the internet that you definitely want to shield them from, which is really, it's a hard like line to walk. So I take the stance of I'm gonna educate them on the internet and make sure that they understand what it is, that there are other people out there looking in at you, and it's not like it's not like a private forum for just you and your friends, and like so it's like I'm educating them. And I think it's important that he understands what the internet is and to play around with it in the way that he wants to. And like I'll let him watch some YouTube, but it'll always be like, is it kid friendly? Is it, and he'll always say like they don't ever say bad words or something like that, because like I have no illusion that he doesn't know what swearing is. It's like the moment he goes to school, he knows what swearing is, right? So it's like the world is a scary place, and I want to make sure that my kids are ready for it. So that's okay. Time to hit the treadmill, then shower. All right, see you, Val. Yeah, learning to self-reflect like that. Yeah, it's good. Like with the talking and listening back to what they're talking. Yeah, I really think that that's valuable for him specifically. Yeah, the internet is not going away, and it'll realistically be a huge part of his life. Totally. Thinking otherwise is kind of being delusional. I don't think it's a bad idea to get exposed to it early enough. Ugly and all, yeah. Yep. It's one of those things that's going to be here for his whole life for sure. And like when he was really young, I was like had this vision that this generation of kids, because he's 10 now, so 10 years ago, this generation of kids is going to be so far advanced in terms of their understanding of computers by the time that they get to adulthood, because they will have had, iPhones and iPads and all that stuff in their hands when they were babies. And then if you shield them, like I was thinking at that time, like if I completely shielded them from that and tried to hide technology from them, then they're going to grow up with peers who are so far ahead of them in terms of understanding technology. So like I wanted to make sure my kid would be like the one who was ahead, who could code, who could navigate computers and to understand like technology and the internet, to understand the internet. Like the internet has so much value in terms of like business. Businesses rely on the internet so deeply, and if you understand how the computers and internet can be used to better help businesses grow, that's like a skill that is extremely valuable in today's world. So I want to give them the advantage of that. It's balanced, like Adam says. We also need to let him see what's out there to prepare and educate them. Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard balance. Like parents, you don't understand. If you're not a parent, like what goes through a parent's head when they're trying to debate these types of things. I completely understand the stance of a parent who wants to shield their child from the internet. I completely understand it, because it is something that I definitely considered, because it is a scary thing. It's really hard to decide exactly to what level. And since then, I gave my 5-year-old a kitchen knife, the sharpest I got, because if they cut themselves, the cut will be clean. Right. But you could also not give them any knife, and then they won't cut themselves. Right? If they cut... Yeah. A lot of older folks play Wurm. Yeah, it's great. Totally. Oh, I see. It's cool how you're not the only older person who plays Wurm. Totally. This game seems to be... yeah, it seems... You know what it is? I almost think that it's like... Of those people who stick around long term in this game, on average, tends to be an older group, an older crowd, not kids or teenagers. And it's not unheard of that, let's say, a 20-year-old sticks around in this game, but it's also rare, I'd say, I think. Yeah, it's a very hard and confusing topic, raising children in 2021. Totally. Everybody has their own thoughts on the matter, and I totally am, I think everybody should be entitled to their own views on the matter. But personally, my view is I don't want to bubble my kids. I don't want to shield them from everything. I will try to shield them from very bad things. And where the line is for what is considered very bad and what is considered okay, well, that's a negotiation between my wife and I. Like, for example, my wife does not like the idea of our kids playing games in which they are holding guns and shooting each other. And, well, I'm probably on the side where I would probably be okay with that. But we would negotiate that, and I'm going to respect the fact that she doesn't want her kids shooting people with guns in a video game. So we don't let them play Fortnite. We don't let them play those types of games. So that's probably where the line is on that. But everybody has to sort of like figure it out on their own. And there's, as they say, there's no manual for how to parent. How do you explain Wurm to somebody who's never seen or played it? I always struggle to explain its full charm. Yeah. 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 I always struggle to explain it as well. You always say Wurm is like The Sims 3 mixed with RuneScape and Medieval Sandbox. I've tried to explain this game to friends who I think would like it. The explanation never goes well. But I usually start with sandbox and explaining what sandbox means. Because I think that the problem usually is that people don't really know what sandbox is. And Wurm is like the quintessential sandbox game. It essentially is the truest sandbox that I've seen anyway. Some people might disagree. Some people might say other games are the truest sandbox, but I don't think, like, in terms of medieval setting plus sandbox, I don't think there's another game that really has the amount of variety of things that you can do compared to this game. Right, so it's easier to explain sandbox if you also explain theme park, right? That makes sense. So yeah, you kind of have to compare and contrast them, because most games are theme park, right? Most games, like, forget the MMO part, right? Like, theme park means that the developers have designed a path for the player to go through. Maybe there's multiple paths, but the developer has designed the paths for which the player is going to go through. So there's levels, there's areas, there's progression in that sense that's all been designed, and the player can go from here to there to there to there, or maybe they can go from here to there to there to there. But all of that is sort of like designed by the developers. Whereas in a sandbox game, it's like the world is created to allow the player to decide for themselves what path they're going to take. And the more sandbox the game is, the more paths there are to take. Right? So people can call... There's... Quentin. Wow. Thank you so much for those gifted subs, Quentin. That is very generous. And I have this thing that's going to go... I have a feeling it's going to go 5 times. Let's see. Yep, there it goes. Very epic music, yeah. So I think, Casper, you had this problem too. I want to make it so that... Okay, one more time. I think this is the last one. All right, so let's just... So Bunloose, Scott, Bucko... I don't know if I'm pronouncing that ending right. But Scott, Opera, Sipiku, and Sinsen, you all got a tier 1 gifted sub from Quinton. Thank you so much, Quinton. That is very much appreciated. Yeah, that's very generous of you. Awesome. But I do want to change that so that, let's say, a 5 gifted sub only comes up once and says something to the effect of so-and-so gifted 5 subs or something like that. Oh, I can do that. Okay, good. Because I noticed that you, on one of your streams, that happened to you, and you were like, I wonder if I could do this. Okay. And that's on Streamlabs. So I feel like I use Stream Elements. So I'll have to look into Stream Elements to see if... Yeah, I don't use Streamlabs anymore. We used to, but Stream Elements... There was something about... And again, this is all not me, because I'm not the techie guy. This was all Brian. Brian made the decision to switch to Stream Elements because there was something that he liked about it that was better for him. And so that's... I'll have to, like... I'll look it up. Let's see if I can adjust it. So please someone gift 100 subs. No. So just to be clear, I use Streamlabs for my alert box, but then the actual software I use Stream OBS. Yes. Similar to me, I use OBS Studio to stream, and we use Stream Elements for the alert box. I almost think that Stream Elements and Streamlabs is about the same when it comes to using it for overlays and stuff. But the one thing I think it's that Stream Elements, what's nice is that you can design the overlay in a visual way. So you can put all your elements onto the screen and see what it would look like. Honestly, I don't really use it that much. Like, I'm not using it for anything much anymore except for the alert boxes. But like, you know, our chat, when I had the chat on the screen, it was, yeah, Stream Elements is essentially the same thing as Streamlabs, minus the fact that Streamlabs has also a Streamlabs OBS, whereas Stream Elements does not. But aside from that, they basically function the same way. They have the alerts, the text boxes, and other things. And Sisei, thank you for the follow. Although it didn't come up as an alert. Okay. That follow should have brought up a little thing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just delayed. All elements into a profile in the browser editor, and one source goes to OBS. Okay, so that's the benefit Brian is saying. So you, oh right, it's that, and it's that you can change the profiles, right? So like you create a profile, and then you can put into their browser like it's like a visual browser editor where you can like say, I want the alerts to be in this spot, I want the text to be in this spot, I want this box to be over here in this spot. And you can set it all up and save that profile, and then load that profile into OBS as one thing. So one source gives you alert box, text box, any visual boxes of any kind that you want on the screen of any GUI. You know how like some people have like text going across the top of their screen, and they have like all sorts of like gizmos and gadgets all over their screen. So you can put every one of those things into one profile and then import that as one single source, and it'll just put the stream up. So it gives you more creativity in terms of how you set things up in visual. But anyway, it's like Streamlabs and Stream Elements, I think, amount to the same thing in the end. But anyway, we'll have to look into seeing if we can adjust that so it's not repeating its thing, the alert over and over. All right, so I'm making these needles, and I was hoping to see if we can get lucky with some compasses today. So I've been making some compasses recently. I'm doing very poorly on the outcome. My best compass so far is a 66 quality compass. Let's see, I have some unfinished ones here. One's at 41, one's at 34, which also isn't like that great. Actually, let me just see, in my jars, right. Okay, so another thing I should probably do instead of like, I'll do a couple needles, and then I'll do a couple jars. I'll fire the jars, and we'll see if we can get lucky with some compasses here. Still using your newbie compass? I'm using this compass, which is honestly probably all the compass that anybody would ever need anyway. It's a 48 quality compass with 79 WOA. It's not the best it can be, but it settles in like 2 seconds or between 2 and 3 seconds, and it stays settled for some time. That more than I probably would need it to. So I found out recently, and this is information thanks to Nin, that what WOA does on a compass is it increases its effective quality. Okay, so compasses kind of work in a different way with WOA. Okay, where the effectiveness of the compass is dictated only by the quality, and then WOA increases the quality, the effective quality. Right, like so 64 quality compass with 72 WOA is instant with 15 seconds stable while moving. Yeah, you may rarely need better. Totally. Like exactly. Like once you're at the point where it's like it settles instantly and it lasts like many seconds past like while you're moving. Like cuz I can move around. Look, my compass is still like settled, right? Settled. Still settled. And it will eventually become unsettled now, right? And then I'll stop moving after a bit, and we'll see how fast it settles. Unsettled. So 3 seconds, or possibly, so it might be 3 to 4 seconds. Okay. Now I could probably do better than that, but it's like the situations in which you need your compass to settle faster than 4 seconds is like very rare. So I'm happy with this compass. I mean, it would be nice if it settled just a little bit faster, so maybe just a little bit better quality. But yeah. But now the way that it works, like if your wind of ages is high enough, and you're like for example, let's take this 64 quality compass with 72 WA on it. Okay, so 100 WOA adds 20 effective quality to it. Okay, so if it was a 64 quality compass with 100 WOA, it would act the same as an 84 quality compass with no WOA. Now there is a benefit for, like you do get gains. You know, even if you're at 80 quality to 100 quality, there would be a difference between those two compasses. The settling time, like while it feels instant, is actually not quite instant. It's a fraction of a second. So it feels instant because it's like might take half a second or 0.4 of a second or something like that. But like there's gains to be had by increasing the compass quality. So instead of it being 0.4 seconds, you can get it to 0.2 seconds. Okay, so the important number to know is that WOA at 100 WOA increases the quality effectively by 20. And any other WOA will increase the effective quality by a percentage of 20. So a 50 WOA would increase it by 10 quality. A 75 WOA will increase it by 15 quality, like that. Okay, so it's like a percentage of 20. So WOA is like a percentage of 20. It's always 20. Like 20 is like it's a hard-coded number, I think. I could be wrong, that's hard-coded number, but I think it's like a 20 multiplied by WOA divided by 100. And it's always like that. Now, the sad part, what this means is that if you have an 80-ish quality compass with 100 WOA, that's equivalent to a 100 quality compass with 100 WOA. Because you can't, it won't increase it past 100. Wait, type out the formula. Okay, so quality plus WOA divided by 100. Okay, this isn't the exact formula because there's some things that have to be modified in there in the event that this brings you above 100. Okay, so in the event that this formula brings the quality above 100, then just call it 100 and it caps it. But there's like some math there that makes sure that it doesn't go above 100. Okay, so that's like whatever the quality of the compass is plus whatever the WOA is. Oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. Let me do it again. Plus 20 multiplied by WOA divided by 100, like this. Sorry. It's like that. Okay, so the WOA divided by 100 is a percentage of 20 that gets added then to the quality of the compass. And then the effectiveness of the ability of the compass to work is just based on that effective quality. All of the other things are... Yeah. It's similar except for instead of 20, it's like the action timer or whatever, however else is calculated. Okay, which is 0.5 times the cast divided by 100. Okay, yeah. Right, 0.5, right, because and that's 0.5 of the action timer, right? No, 0.5. Right, because 100 quality, 100 WOA will reduce the action timer by half, right? Okay, and then so all of this information is thanks to you, Nin. And I'm not going to go into the details of all the stuffs because I think that it just gets too... There's like so much information. At least until you hit 80 quality, which is getting depressed. Yeah. It gets depressed, exactly. So the problem is that there's no benefit then to go much above 80 quality in terms of the quality of the compass because WOA can take you to the rest of the way. Yeah, so a 90 quality compass with 50 WOA is worse than an 80 quality compass with 100 WOA. Yeah, exactly. Because once you're past 100, it only takes that, instead of that 20, it changes to the difference between 100 and your quality. Okay, so like in the example of Nin, like with the 90 quality compass, well, there's only 10 more points, 10 more quality to get to 100. So it'll take that difference, the 10, and then multiply that by the percentage. So now you're only adding... Okay, here, yeah, okay, so Nin is giving out the more complicated one. So in the event that it's past 80 quality, because now the difference between 80 and 100 is 20, and then it starts decreasing as you go up higher in quality, it's only then going to take the percentage of the difference between the quality and 100. I know I'm saying it in a really terrible way that's hard to understand, but the idea is that if you're at 90 quality compass, you're gonna need 100 WA to get it to 100 effective. And if you're at 80 quality compass, you also need 100 WA to get it to 100% effective. So it's not like you can have like a 99 quality compass and then just a little bit of WA will get it to the 100. It doesn't work like that. It's like a 99 quality compass has one quality to go to get to 100. And then whatever WA you get will just give you a percentage of the difference, the percentage of that one that will get added to the 90. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. Yeah, so 20 constant turns into 19 constant at 81. Exactly. That's the way to think about it. So making the effect of the WA 95% of its full effect. Yes, and it gets worse at higher. So the idea is that if you're wanting a 100 quality effective compass, what you need is a 100 WOA on a compass that's 80 or above. And it doesn't matter 80 or above. Anywhere above 80 is equivalently good when it comes to trying to get a 100 quality effective compass. Now, of course, like if you have a 99 quality compass, like then you have a 99 quality compass, you don't even need WA pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is kind of sucky. But the reality is that at 100 quality, it's like it's so instant that even adding more WA, like even like what it means to improve the effectiveness of the compass past 99 is like. Now, what I think it should do, and I don't know if it does or not, but what I think WA should do is add to the amount of time that it stays settled. Right? Like I can move around for a certain amount of time before it becomes unsettled. I feel like what, and I don't know if, like we'd have to do some tests to double check what happens, but I feel like a higher WOA should increase that value more so that at least having a high WOA on a high quality compass like feels better. Maybe an exploration update, they're going to tweak how compasses work as well. Maybe that is possible. But that's the stability part, which is also determined by the quality compass. Exactly. Like, so I guess I'm proposing like a suggestion that if we wanted to change it so that it feels better to have a high WA on a high quality compass, like that there's a reason to have a 99 quality compass, they can somehow, and I don't know, they'd have to change how it works. I guess it would be a rework of the compass system. But based on what you were explaining to me before, I feel like a rework of the compass system is in order. Like it may very well be a source of like a lot of computation. There's a lot of computation happening with compasses at all the time. And I feel like that could be reduced somehow with a rework. If you have a 100 quality compass with 100 blessing of the dart, it better shoot a laser beam. Yeah. Wait, so that formula basically means that you can only get very close to 100 effective quality. So an 80 quality compass with 100 WA is more or less best in slot. And a 98 quality compass with 100 WA is more or less equally good. Yes, that is exactly what we're saying. More or less equally good. Exactly. Would be handy in a rift or while being chased by a sea serpent. Yep. I mean, anyway, that's compasses. I mean, in my opinion, having a mid-range compass is probably as much as you want it to, and like unless you want it to be, unless you're a shiny collector, like you like having those high numbers. But like in terms of functionality and practicality, it's probably best to go with just a mid-range compass. Yeah, exactly. So like there's those. So for you, since then you're the I want the best. I need it to be like, if it can go 1% better, I'm gonna get it to that 1% better. And that's totally. That's something about this game that's just. It allows you to go that route, but then it also doesn't really penalize you that hard if you don't go that route. Like for me, I'm happy with this compass. It like when I'm out exploring, for me to stop for 4 seconds to let it settle is nothing. No skin off my back. I'll stop for 4 seconds, let it settle, get my bearings, look around a little bit, look for the mob that's over there, look that way, and then my compass is settled. And then I'm riding off and it's still settled for a while. For me it's good enough. Want to sell pottery items. Let me just peek at that. What are the costs of pottery items these days? 50 copper for 70 quality. Okay. That seems like, prices are coming down quite a lot over the last little bit as people get their skills up. I almost feel like pottery is something that not many people have. Like compared to blacksmithing, let's say. Like I saw a post, I don't know who it was, but they were selling a set of 4 horseshoes at 70 quality for 80 copper. That's 20 copper per horseshoe. Oh, it's to say you have 92.95. Is that on the new servers? Your alt is chasing animals. Traveling server was without a compass. Always found my way around. Yeah, that's true. Welcome back, Val. Yeah, you saw that? 80 copper for 4 70 quality horseshoes. Okay, Xanadu. Which like I'm here imping these horseshoes over here, and I want them all to be like above 70. I'm not sure where I'm going to go with all of them, but okay, so but like here I'll show you what it looks like to imp, and my blacksmithing is not the highest, but it's also not the lowest, and getting to 70 shouldn't be too hard, right? But the thing about horseshoes is that they imp a lot slower than other things. If you've done much smithing, it's like the same kind of rate at which a large anvil or a small anvil or a needle. Needles and all these are the same. To get something to 70 is like... And so Achilles, yes, it is Achilles, I think. Yeah. But to get a horse, like if let's say he gets an order for that and he goes, okay, I'm gonna go make them now. It might be a little bit faster than me, but my old character has 99 almost 9, if not 99.9 blacksmithing. So like I kind of have a sense of the speed at which it takes. Getting to 50 is pretty quick, right? 50 is not bad. Okay, like if it was like a set of 50 shoes, like you can see I'm already at 45. It'll only be a couple more imps and I'm at 50. Okay, maybe not more than a couple. There's 1. That's 2. And I have WA on all my tools. My pelt is the best. It has 105 WA. So my pelt goes on the first imp, 5.6 seconds. Okay. I'm almost getting to 50. 1 more imp. I'll be at 50. And then from here to 70 is, I want to say something like 5 times that length, or 4 times that length, or something like that. Like, it starts going really slow. And then going from 70 to 80 is maybe a half hour or more. So, yeah, that might have been 1 minute to 50, and it might be another 4 minutes to 70, or 5 minutes to 70. So let's just suppose, like, let's just round some numbers here. Let's say it takes 5 minutes per shoe to get to 70. And then that's 4 shoes is 20 minutes. So 20 minutes of his time, 80 copper. I don't know about that. It seems pretty like a really good deal. So if you want 70 quality horseshoes, Achilles is your man. Yeah, use the blacksmith title. Horseshoes are considered armor. It's going to get the title. Really? Really? Are you sure about that, Sipaku? Does it have to be my first or second? It doesn't matter. Okay. Armor smiths that use the title get faster armor. Any blacksmith title. Okay. Well, I'm gonna use my master blacksmith title because where is it? Master blacksmith. Let's see. That might warrant it if that's true. Ooh, that did increase it by quite a bit. How come I never knew this before? Horseshoes count as armor, but shields don't. Sadness. How come I never knew this? So, are there any other items in the game, aside from armor, that do this? Armor and horseshoes now. Not shields. But is there anything else? But are you guessing at that? Maybe saddles? You think barding? Okay, but okay, I suppose barding makes sense. Okay, so what I just figured out. So if you type in /titles. Okay, and you see this note here. It says armor smiths that use their titles get faster armor improvement rates. And look at that. It's almost at 70 already. That was really quick. Okay, so I always knew that because it was in the notes. Like if you're an armor smith and you're imping armor, wearing your title actually makes the imping go faster. That each imp increases the quality more than it would if you weren't using your title. And now what we figured out, what I just figured out, is that horseshoes do the same thing if you wear your blacksmith title. Oh, man. Now I gotta go get those 80 quality shoes and imp them to 90 now. You never knew that titles have an effect like that? Even for, but armor, you didn't know about the, so, okay, I got it. Everybody's like playing their Wurm game, listening to me in their ear, and they're like, wait, what? Is he figuring something out right now? It's like everybody's ears perked up. You never knew that? Okay, so in the titles, so, okay, you type in /titles. Titles, right? And in that window, and even in the old system, there was always this note in the thing where you select your titles. It says, note, armor smiths that use their title get faster armor improvement rate. Okay, which means that it improves at a faster rate. That's like the speed. Oh, you never visited this titles? This is where you choose your titles. This is where you get to, you know, pick your first title and your second title. Okay, but anyway, so what we just found out was that horseshoes do the same thing if you're wearing your blacksmith title. So when you're wearing your blacksmith title, horseshoes will imp at a faster rate. Okay. Yeah, I also only thought Armorsmith title did that. Right, you set your title once and that's it, yeah. Right. This is like... Okay, but there's no, so barding, maybe saddles? Maybe saddles. I wonder how we can confirm that. Yep, welcome to Wurm. You discover new stuff each day. Yep. Yep. Almost every stream, I'm discovering something like this. Something new. And every time that I discover something new, it makes it feel like there's so much more to discover. Right? Like, Nin was telling me the information about the compasses, and I'm like, I never knew this. Like, this is something completely new to me. Right. So it basically has to be considered armor and not be a shield. Yeah, but horseshoes, like... How did horseshoes get in there? Horseshoes aren't considered an armor. Nor is it an armor smithing skill, right? Like it's blacksmithing. Rolf code, yeah, exactly. Right. So that makes me wonder, is there other things that are a part of this Rolf code that makes it so that... Like, what are the other mysteries here to be found? Man, I guess the moral of the story is just wear the title. He just mushed them together as the horse's armor. Yeah. Weird hidden presence in there. Yeah, totally. Okay, let's see, because we saw it go from 45-ish to 50. And that took... You know what I'll do? I'm going to count it. I'm going to count how many imps it takes to get to 50, and I'll do it on these next two. Oh, yeah, totally. Well, it means less skill in the sense that you're going to get it to a quality that you're going to stop at faster. So there's going to be less imping actions to get to the quality that you desire, which then definitely does translate to less skill. But you can always just make another horseshoe. Okay, so it's not less skill per time investment. It's less skill per shoe. Okay, it looks like horseshoes have the tags repairable, mission, metal, creature wearable, recycled, named. Oh, creature wearable flags it as armor. Okay, so then saddles would be included in that then. Right, exactly, Bunloose. It's not a faster timer. It's a more quality per imp. Yeah. So... But even if it was a faster timer, that also doesn't mean less skill. It means less skill per imp, per action. But because the actions are faster, you can squeeze in more actions in the same amount of time. Right? So over time, it's not less skill. Okay, and Nin, when you're looking at that, are you looking at the Wurm Unlimited code? Bridles as well, okay. Your title is now Handyman, Renowned Blacksmith, yeah. Right, okay, so the Wurm Unlimited code, yeah. So, what I've found over time of playing this is that it's actually, if you want to imp stuff fast, okay, so like, if the goal is to get these horseshoes to 70 as fast as I possibly can, then all your tools should have as high WA as you possibly can, and the highest quality you possibly can get a hold of. But I find that in the same amount of time imping with these fast tools, I get the same amount of skill compared to the slow tools. Just that the slow tools won't imp all of this stuff as fast. Now, here is where like preference comes in. Okay, when a title has an effect on improving, for example, improving armor, only the first title has an effect. Okay. And that looks like it's in quotes, so it's possibly coming from the wiki. Let me just make sure I did that. Yeah, I put it in the first one. Okay, so Sipiku, what I'm trying to say here is like actually counter to what you're saying. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is let's take imping for an example here because it doesn't work the same way for everything, but imping this will apply. Let's say you have this we're two people, okay? Person A, person B. Let's do it this way. Person A has only Circle of Cunning on all their tools. All 5 imping tools have Circle of Cunning. And let's ignore the tempering action for a second. Okay, let's just imagine. Let's take carpentry for example because that's cleaner. And then every carpentry tool, your mallet, your file, your pelt, your carving knife, and the log all have Circle of Cunning. And then you have person B who has exactly the same quality tools with the exact same Circle of Cunning as you do, as person A, but also in addition has WOA on all of their tools. Okay. Now both of them go and start imping. Let's say they're queuing up actions. Okay. In fact, it doesn't matter whether they're queuing up or doing one at a time. Okay, so let's say they go imping, and you give them an hour. At the end of that hour, you check in to see how much skill gain they got. Both people will have the same amount of skill gain. Both will have the same skill gain. But the person with the WOA tools will have imped many more items. They will have imped more items. Okay, especially if they chose to go with single actions. Okay, so if you're going single actions and like I'm doing right now, with WA tools, you will imp way faster and get the same amount of skill gain as another person who has just Circle of Cunning tools and imps for the same amount of time as you do. Okay, so this is exactly what you said. Okay, sorry, I misinterpreted. Okay, so my advice to those people who want to get skill, but also want to get stuff done at the same time for imping, is to use tools with Blessing of the Dark, or both WA and Circle of Cunning, whichever one you have access to. Okay, yeah, and that's from the Wurmpedia. And from Wurmpedia, using a title of the appropriate skill while improving items that counts as human or horse armor gives a bonus to imping. Like, using the title of appropriate skill while improving items that counts as human or horse armor gives a bonus to imping. Okay. And does rings work the same way with jewelry smithing title? Interesting. That's a good question. I don't know. You'd have to look at to see what rings, whether or not rings have like a armor sort of tag or something. The reason people prefer COC is because there's only one available in PvE since Lib was PvP locked, because they like longer actions so they can alt tab and stuff. Okay, so that second thing that you're saying, okay, and rings do not have the armor flag. Okay, the second thing you're saying is exactly where the preference comes in. Yeah, I'm not imping people's rings then. Okay, time for bed. Fixing sleep. All right. Good night, cats. So preference is whether or not you want to alt-tab. Right? Because when I'm imping for skill gain only, and I want to do something else on, let's say, Xander at the same time, I would prefer only Circle of Cunning tools, particularly so that the imping actions take longer, and that way I need to check in on Griffith far less often. Hey, Bitter Reindeer. Supreme Clay Jar. What server am I on? I am on Melody. And I was lucky. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm going to make some jars. I'm going to just imp them up. Because I want to make some compasses for funsies. And I'm imping the jars, and one of them went rare. I was like, okay, cool. I have a rare clay jar. I can make a rare compass. And then I keep imping, and out pops a Supreme Jar. Like, the next day, I think it was. Right, and it'll make an amazing Supreme Compass, or it won't make jack shit. That's exactly right. So my feeling is that, if I understand this correctly, because a compass is only 3 items, having one of the components rare gives you a 1 in 3 chance that when you use that, it'll turn rare. Okay, so compasses are really nice for that, where you just, like, one item gives you a 33% chance that it'll turn rare when you make it. So I haven't yet put this clay jar in the kiln yet, because I want to see if I can get this imped up, and it was offered, I had an offer to have, like, somebody offered me, I'll just say Nin here was, like, very kind and offered to get that a little bit higher for me before I go and combine it. So I'm just going to hold on to it. This is like the edge of my ability, because my skill is only 69.69. I could possibly get this to 73 or something like that if I spent hours on it. But it's not going to go much higher than this. You're going to be doing a batch of 90 to 95 or so for your next set, so one more doesn't add much time. Thank you very much. That's very grateful for that offer. So it'd be really nice to have a higher potential outcome from that. And the time it would take me to get my skill up there would be 2 more than I have. I'd rather be spending my time on other skills. Such as beverages. I kind of want to get back to my beverages. What else? I have so many skills I want to increase. I want to do my fine carpentry as well. You can see that's, like, right there in the 3rd slot, because that's sort of like the order in which I want to do things. Rope making actually needs to go lower in the priority, because I got it to where I'm not going to grind it anymore. I'm just going to keep making ropes, and that's going to go up naturally. Oh, I forgot to count how many imps. Yes, you're right. Okay, so I still have lots to do. So let's do that on the next one. You know what? Let's do it now, because I'm going to forget. Okay, so let's count how many imps to 50 on this one, and then I'll do this other one, which is at the same quality. Okay, so this is with the title. Where's my brother? That's 1. He is working at the moment. 2. Yeah, he's also been taking a break from Wurm right now, so that's 3. But he'll be back, no doubt. Not soon, but soon, you know? That's 4. We do have some plans to do stuff. That's 5. And maybe I'll show a little bit of that in a second, and that'll be sort of like, I'll have to wrap up the stream soon. That's 6. Seven. Yeah, I can. That's 8. Okay, so 8 imps to get to 80, to get to 50. Okay, let's do this one without the title. So titles, green thumbs. Okay. That's 1. Oh no. What happened? The lump is cold. Okay. Let's just use another lump for now. And I should probably refuel the forge in case that's the reason why it went out. Oh, and I bet you my stills are out. Yeah, my stills are out. Dang it. I missed it. Oh well. Okay, so where am I here? This is 1. Two. Imagine a large planter factory with multiple floors. This is 3. Can you stand on one tile and reach floors below and above through floor openings? Oh, hey, Chef Pee-wee. Right. This is 4. I think you have to open the planter racks before you switch floors, but then you should be able to reach them through the ladder openings. This is 5. Chef Pee-wee smells. This is 6. It's clearly a lot less. Like I'm getting a lot lower quality here. This is 7. Oh, large planters not equal to large planter rack. Oh, or not equal to large planters and plant crops. Oh, those large planters. Oh, right. And this is the 8th imp, and I'm only going to be at 40. So it did make quite a hefty difference. That's 8. This is 9. $10. This is 11. Yeah, it's like a lot longer, eh? 12. Okay, we can do that. 13. Oh, yeah, 13. It took 13 compared to 8. That's like a big boost. Okay, so Sipaku wants us to try this again. Whoops. With the master blacksmith in the second one just to see, and we'll probably be able to tell right away. Like after a bunch of imps. Maybe 5 or so. Okay, this is 1. 2. 3. This is going to be 4. Yeah, this is slow as well. 5. Yeah, well, Bunlu's like, you're right. Like, you might need to do this a couple more times to sort of like see it, but the number of imps, like the fact that I'm imping this is 6, this is enough data, I think. 7. because it's not like on random, some of them are going to imp faster than others. It's like on average across 10 imps, is it 7? Yeah, on average across 10 imps or whatever, it's going to average out to be approximately the same. Like if I imp one thing 10 times and imp another thing 10 times, they're going to be really close to the same quality, right? Maybe off by 1 or 2, but not off by 10, which is what we're seeing here. That with the title, I can get to 50 quality in approximately 8 imps. I mean, again, that might vary. It might be 7 imps sometimes. It might be 9 imps other times. But like 7 to 9 imps or something like that. And then without the title, it seems like it's more like... I lost count, but it was very clear to me that this is not working. So what title am I wearing? So what we're doing is... you might have come in just after we discovered this. Somebody had mentioned that if in your first title slot, if you wear any blacksmith title, so I'm wearing blacksmithing, in your first title slot, horseshoes get a boost to the rate of imping. So I will imp this one faster. Let's start with this one. Let's get it to 50 in approximately 8 imps. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. Although this one's not going as much as the other one was. Oh, you know why? I didn't send. I'm not actually wearing the title. Okay, so let's do this again. Send that. Now I'm wearing the title. Okay, now let's look at this one. Start again from a fresh one. I'm like, this is still not gonna make it. Already that first imp went to 27, which was not the same as before with the other ones. 2. This will be the last one I'm counting. After that, I'm convinced. 3. This is 4. 5. 6. See, this one's not going to make it in 8. Because this is 7 already. So let's count this one all the way up. 7. 8. So maybe it's more like 9. Like I wonder if how did we get it to 50 in 8 imps? This is 10. So maybe it does need a little bit more testing. It does feel like it's going faster though, like a little bit faster when it's on compared to when it's off. So I think I'm going to just hold off here on counting, and I'll probably do some more counting on my own later. Yeah, I did not click send yet. And this is going to save you a lot of time. So question is, if you go to 90 on all my horseshoes in the cart, will it go up to another quaint or not? Right. Probably, because they're all 80, right? So that's 8 shoes times 10. That's another 80 points there. And what was the number? 100 and something. So it's very likely it'll go up another quaint. 139. Right. Yeah, I don't know. It may or may not. So it may not be worth it, but it's hard to say. I could also combine that with trying to get some more higher WAs on the horseshoes. Because some of them are in the low 90s, you know. Honestly, the cart goes so fast that getting an extra tick, an extra 0.72 kilometers an hour, I'm not overly like, it's going 37 kilometers an hour now, so that's faster than my fastest horse. If you got shoes of varying quality, WA, try to juggle shoes until you lose a quaint. Okay. And then just calculate how much more you need, then you'll know if you'll hit it or not. You're right. I could do that. Yeah, I could spend some time trying to figure it out. I mean, right now, these horseshoes are to sell. Or just to put on my merchant. I'm not going to be like putting a... I'm not going to be advertising them, or I'm not going to be putting a forum post, but we have a, like, Katz's horse market. I want for my merchant at the horse market to be able to provide horse gear. So I'm going to try to put a whole bunch of shoes on there. And for these 70 ones, I'm just like looking for mid 70s. I'll just do a 70-70 sort of situation. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you didn't miss it because I didn't really talk about it yet too much today. I know, low. All my WAs are low 90s. Poor me. I know. So Borks to score here, who is Sinsen in the chat, he gifted me a couple 4 traded draft hell horses, and also helped me get a 10% speed ruin on a cart. And then after I put my gear on the horses, it was going 37. Here, I'll even show it here. Where is it? Somewhere over here. So this green cart here. Right, because I was complaining because I had these wild hell horses here. I just picked them out of the step, and I put like 70 horseshoes on them, and the cart was going only 22, which is a lot less than it was before the update. So I was like complaining about that. Yeah, the problem with the hell horses is that they unhitch at old age, but I guess you can breed them. Yeah. So look at this. This is the speed right here. And now for some reason it's going 35, but it'll bump up to 37 in a second. I think. I hope. Unless I'm carrying too much or something. I'm not sure. Or if I put something... Did I put something in here? Nope. This shouldn't cause it to decrease. So it is possible that it needs to activate. Yeah, exactly. The traits have to activate. But once they do, it goes 37 and then it stays 37. Hey, Drogos. It's been a busy day. You've been lurking all stream. Fully here now. Nice. Yeah, very soon I'm going to be in a busy day sort of situation. And once that happens, it's going to be less worm time for me. Anyway, the point is that this can go 37 when the traits activate. I'm not going to keep riding it around, but it's so the cart is a nice high quality cart, but from what I understand, the quality only affects the rate at which it decreases speed due to the weight of the cart. But it has the ruin, the 10% vehicle speed ruin on it. And then these horses, or before I get nipped by them, these are the shoes that I have on them. So like 80, I imped them to 80-ish. And then they all have like these types of shoes on them. And then the other one. And I was even debating, like, do I use these shoes on this cart to go this speed? Or do I sell these shoes and just settle with 70 shoes or something like that? and then I might only be going 32 or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah, they'll end, they'll last until the end of December or something before they unhitch, yeah. And at which point I am most likely, unless I can get a replacement or a set of 4, I'll most likely just use the runes to lower their age. It's probably what I'll do, because those runes are not that hard to make. Thanks, old Hobbs. Yeah, the runes are not hard to make, and I have so many stone, like rift stone. Like so many rift stone, and I don't need them. And what's the other ingredient? Electrum, which is just gold and silver. Like, I have so many stone that I'd be willing to just, I have, like, just use low quality electrum and just spam together 100 of them or whatever. Let's see, I have, let's see, this is my stock here. I have 2,500 gold and 2,500 silver at low quality. Like, just spam this stuff together, get some low quality electrum, and then spam those together with the stone, and it's like, I'll be feeling good about it because I'll be getting rid of all the stone out of my storage. Like, it's just so many rift stone, it's insane. So yeah, and I'll just use those to lower their age, to keep them hitchable. Did I? Yeah, I did that. Okay, so where was I here? Yeah, I should paint it red now. Yeah. Although that green is quite green, like very, very high RGB values. Now try it with VR without crashing or throwing up, right? I don't think the crashing is going to be the problem. Oh, the metal. It's going to be the sickness that happens with VR. Like, anybody who hasn't tried a VR headset, there's certain games that you can play. It's mostly the games that aren't designed for VR, but like have VR tacked onto them. Because like VR wasn't thought of while making the game, the thought of whether or not it's going to make the user sick or not wasn't thought of and not accounted for, and then you just get sick, right? Because what's causing the sickness is that what you're visually seeing is not matching what you're feeling, particularly in the head, right? In the ears, right? So like, if what you're seeing happening motion-wise is not matching what you feel is happening, your brain just doesn't know what to do with that, and you get motion sickness. Right, VR vomit reflex, yeah, exactly. And hey, Josh. You tried the age reduction thing a few times, but find the age again quickly. It's that the age reduction doesn't reduce their age by all that much. So they unhitch at 30 months, and you might use an age rune, and it goes back 1 month or something like that, or 3 months or something, you know, like in that range. And we got to remember that in-game time is 8 times faster than real-life time, so a month is more like a couple days, right? Like a few days, maybe 3 or 4 days. So if you shave off, let's say, 3 months, you might get 12 more days out of that horse. So 4 to 5 months from here. Okay. So let's do some calculations here. So let's say it's 4 months, just on the lower side. And let's just call that 28 days. I kind of have a feeling that in Wurm, month is 28 days, but I could be wrong. But anyway, that's also conservative, like a lower value. So that's 112 days for 4 months. But then you divide that by 8, and that's only 14 days. Okay, so let's say they just unhitch, then you use the ruin. That'll give you a couple extra weeks. Right, so to keep that going, you're gonna need a lot of ruins and just keep putting the ruins on every couple weeks or something like that. But as I said, I have so many stone. Like it's kind of like crazy. I'll show you all the stuff. I could probably sort them into bulk storage bins, but I've been so lazy that I just haven't spent the time sorting them. I just keep throwing them into this magic chest. Okay, here's all my goodies. Okay, so let's just look at the. I'm gonna queue up some things here so that this keeps going for a bit. Okay, too busy. So there's 33 crystals, 38 shards. Okay, so there's 38 shards there. A lot of them are low quality, so they're gonna. There's 56 more, but average quality 50, right? So like it's not that they're all low quality. Average quality 50. 56 more. Some more crystals there. There's 44 more there. Okay, so that's like 130 some odd. And then there's more here, 13 more. And I bet you if I just looked a little bit closer, I could probably find a stack more somewhere else. Although I don't see it. Anyway, I have over 100 of these things, right? Yeah, I didn't put my rift mats in a bulk container. You mean a bulk store? You mean like one of these things? No, I haven't. I should probably. I really should. Ruin them from venerable to old to cross servers. Seems to be back to venerable after a few days. But it depends, right? Like if you just got it back to old, it might be on the verge of old to venerable, right? Like venerable lasts many, many, many months. I don't know the number, but it's like venerable lasts many months. So you could have just brought it back to just before it turned venerable again, and it might. So it depends. Something like that, yeah. So for those hell horses, it's at the once it hits 30 months. Okay, by Christmas time, a lot of things will likely have changed. I reckon people will be selling hell horses at a reasonable price by then. It's very possible. Especially once the update happens to the animal husbandry, which should be coming anytime now. What date is it? It's like September 6th now. And they did say, Samuel did say September. That's not what he said. He said it was August, and he said next month there will be an update to the animal husbandry that will help with the traits passing on more consistently. So then people will be able to make more horses with the traits that they want to, hopefully. And then you're right. Then at that point, once breeders get the cycles going and breeding the horses with the right traits, then eventually they will come down in price. So Drogos, you're saying you have Google Cardboard alike VR headset. What is that? Google Cardboard? And you hope they fix the Pete thing too, Jingoko. What Pete thing? And you hope they do the Black Friday discount again this year. Me too. I really do hope for that. And Kementari. I love looking at people's magical chests and seeing what they consider important. Moldy breakfast. Yeah. Moldy breakfast. I put that in there because I was casting Opulence. And that was where my priest happened to be standing because all the cordage ropes are in those bins. So I was casting Opulence and I needed a place where the breakfast could go and be stored while I'm casting on them. And of course, as you're casting on them, you damage them. And they also turn moldy. Peat is currently naturally spreading. Oh. Is that why the peat patch that's near me is humongous now? It's like Amazingly large. Amazingly large. Oh, okay. I did not know that. You never did tell me, yeah. So, but I always thought that you had a Indigo account for Twitch. Yeah, I never knew that. Commentary. Okay, I'll have to remember. You don't think it can spread onto sand, so it would be... So I would line it. Oh, okay. Oh, you only ever had this one. Okay. Oh, I know what it was. It was on Zulatek's stream when he had set it up where you can use IRC to send chat to his stream. Yeah, and then like that's when I saw your name in. Okay, so not to sand or trees. Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's a peat patch near me. There are trees around, but it's not on every tile. So it's huge though. I've never seen a peat patch this large. So a VR headset from $9. So one can test it a bit without investing too much. Interesting. So Google Cardboard is a box to put the phone in with 2 lenses to make very cheap VR headset using the phone as the monitor. Like, I'm wondering if that will make the motion sickness worse or whether it can actually be just as good. But that's interesting. You'd like to see maybe free transmutations given for compensation. I mean, the peat thing should have been fixed already. Like, there should have been like just a single update that fixes the peat and that's it. They should just focus on that. That's a big problem. Nobody wants to spend the time to fix the peat problem. If you have a peat patch next to your deed and it's growing, like as Nin was says that like you'd want to put sand around it and stop it from spreading, but yeah, that's a big problem. And honestly, that shouldn't be like what's taking this so long? It should just be like a hot fix. It should be an emergency hot fix. Like get it. Stop working on other things and get the peat fix done. Because yeah, peat is really horrible to undo. So Drogos, have you played around with that VR headset? And is it good enough? Like, or do you have another headset to compare it to? Like it's... Okay, so you can't compare. So they've known about it for 2 months, as Cowglue had to send pictures in to get them to believe it. Right.
Well,
I mean, it does seem like a big problem if it's actually happening. I haven't witnessed it because, again, my only frame of reference here is that peat patch that I went to, and I'm like, wow, this is the biggest peat patch I've ever seen, ever. Like, look how big this thing is. But at the time, I was just thinking, like, that's a natural peat patch. And you see multiple of them on Cadence. It's bad. Right. You only know about it because of Uncle Pyron streams. Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. It's very weird. And it should be fixed, like, right away. It should be priority. That's like ruining servers. Almost in a near permanent way. I mean, I just converted 62 clay tiles to dirt. And I'll tell you what, I don't ever want to have to do that again. And that peat patch was well over 100 tiles. It was probably 300 tiles if I had to guess. And if anybody wanted to deed in that spot, we'd have to get rid of it all. It's spread over 30 tiles in your encore on Talkin's deed. Right. Boy. I mean, that should be nearly as taken as seriously as if all of the horses got out of their pens. Like, I don't know if you guys were playing around that time, but they did an update. And when the update was done, everybody's horses were outside of their pens. And if you weren't able to get on and, you know, round up all your horses, they were gone. And 2 days later, they hotfixed it. Right? In 2 days, they fixed the problem. But people lost their horses because, you know, if, let's say, you weren't able to get on in those 2 days, or even if you weren't able to get on within a few hours of the server running, you know, loading up, your horse would be outside of its pen, and you're trying to remember if saddles made a difference back then. I can't remember. This was like, I was still on Deliverance when this happened. So probably, because there was an update that made it so saddles caused horses to stop walking around. So it might have even been before that. So like your horse would be outside of the pen, and then the horse is now free to roam. And it would roam. Yeah, this was before branding. Like, not before branding, but this was before the permission system. So you didn't have that functionality. This is old though. This was like, see, back then people kind of expected these kinds of things to happen because they were frequent. Like a update would happen and things would break, and it was always just expected that things would break. It was the way Wurm was back then. It was very rough around the edges. And this was definitely before the permission system. Yeah, with the writs. Yeah, back when you had writs. Every house had a writ. So every time you built a house, it came with a little piece of paper that would go into your inventory. And if you wanted to transfer ownership of that house, you had to give the writ to the other person. There was no way of, like, the permissions were very limited. And I don't think it was until 2000, I want to say 14 or something, or 2015, when the new permission system got put into the game. Yeah, I saw Talkin's new deed. I didn't know that he disbanded his other deed on Cadence. He had a humongoid deed on Cadence. I was always thinking, how could anybody need that size of a deed? That was just really big. All gone, right? That's sad. And he hasn't been playing much lately, I don't think. And neither has Uncle Pyron. Or they might be playing, they're just not streaming. I haven't seen any streams from them. 150 by 150. Right. Okay, so let's stop doing this now. So, yes, size can be useful for animal ratio. And he was breeding. I know that. Okay, so our deed ends right here. Like, this is the edge. That's why all these buildings are lined up like this. Like, right here, I've left Autumn Twilight. Okay, so this is the size of the deed. Now, our deed used to only go to here. All good. This tile right here in front of the mine opening. This was the other end of our deed. So our deed's really small. Used to be. Now up this hill here is the road. Okay, so we'll go up there. Now the front end of our deed goes to the end of that farm. It might include the next tile, which is the linden trees. So the tile that the linden trees are on, that's that end of our deed. And then going back, our deed used to end right on the edge of the road. Okay, so like right here, this tile would be the last tile of our deed. Okay, now, up here is Catspur's new horse stables deed. And she was moving it that way, so like farther away. So her deed kind of got collapsed that way, and so I expanded that way, our deed. So now the deed goes further to probably where that sand is. Our deed probably goes to the sand. Now, all of this land, I can make this part useful, but like over there, that cliff is just too much. The reason why I did that is so that we can... So all of this is now still on Autumn Twilight. So I'm still on Autumn Twilight now. And it now goes all the way back to... Let's see where the end is. Somewhere over here. I'll hit the end here. Let's turn on the tiles. So this one is in the perimeter, so it goes to right here. This is in the village. Okay, so now our deed goes right to here, and so it includes the sand over there. Okay, so it goes across to there. And then I extended it this way so that I can encapsulate everything all the way up to the edge of this cliff here, and even more. Okay, so all of this is now our deed. All of this. So we have this little ridge here. This used to be called Scuff's Ridge. It's now all in the deed. And then here's the end. This is the end of the server. And it's like just a steep cliff. And we now, our deed goes all the way to include all the way down to there. Okay, so we have this whole cliff almost to the water, if not including the water tiles right there. Okay, so we expanded all the way, so we now have this whole thing. And then we also get all the way down. Let's go down here. Okay, so all the way over to here. All of this is still on deed. And I included everything. Oof. Come on. So all of this is on deed. And it goes all the way to almost the end of this little place here. This one here, I think this tile here is not on the deed. Although I might take it. I might extend it a little bit farther that way. But I think up to this tile is on deed. Okay. Now this used to be Pyro Nets. He started with us and he had this little spot here. And it was deeded for the longest time. Right, and our deed ends somewhere over here. Although I might extend it this way, but the problem with extending this way is that most of that will end up in the water. Because if you look through the trees here, you can see this is that farm. This is the farm there. Okay, so if I extend any farther this way, I'm just grabbing all that water, this whole water area. And that would only be to get a little bit more space over here. I don't know if it's worth it. So I think I'm going to leave it like that. Okay, so now we have this ridge here, this whole place, and all the way up to Scuff's Ridge, which, can I get up here? There's one place I can get up. I think it's this one. Yep, this Scuff's Ridge, and this mine door is gonna fall soon. Oh, and I have access to it. Hold on, what's the 700? So it's down to 7 quality. I could probably just bash it, but as Valiant says, there is room for a maze now. So this is going to be our next project after the sand castle is built, after the kingdom project is built. I think we even have all of this area over here too, right up to this spot. Nope, it's right up to this spot. Okay, maybe not. Right up to one of these tiles here. This one. This tile's in the village, and that tile's not. Okay, so it's like this line here. And I think it's because we're butted up against Katz's stables deed over there. Okay, so this is on deed, and this is where it's going to start, and it can include this whole area, this whole ridge, which I kind of want to like bring this whole area down. This is too tiny of a spot here. We'll bring this whole area down so that it's more like level with this area here. There'll still probably be like levels and not perfectly flat, but that up there is just way too high and too small up there to do much with it. So leveling this all out. It is years ahead, yeah. We're talking. See, we don't think on time scales of like months here when we're talking about projects. So the last labyrinth we made, from the moment we like set out to plant that deed to the moment that it was completed and we had that opening event was over 3 years. So like when we expanded this deed here just to save the space, but we probably won't start anything on this for many months. And while we're building the castle deed, while we're building that and making the mats for it and collecting the mats and building and getting the skills to get that up, because honestly, it's not only about the construction process. We don't have the skills yet to complete it. We still need the high carpentry, high masonry, and high paving skill to complete it. And I think by high, we need 90 something. What skill do you need to get the 10th story roof on? Yeah, it's going to be a long time. It's not anytime soon. Amazing idea. But more than likely, if they ever do if they end up combining the servers, it will be after the servers are combined by the time it's all done. Okay, yeah, you guys got the skills. Yeah. $98 and Rain's 99. Holy crow. We'll get there eventually. If we get to the point where we're like ready to go and we need the people with the skills and we don't have them ourselves, I might reach out. Yeah, well, Autumn Twilight was a multi-year project as well. See, when we made Autumn Twilight, we played a lot more. Both of us played a lot more. That was like our newbie days, right? Within the first 3 years of us starting the game. I'm trying to think. Autumn Twilight was completed. It probably took 2 years to complete Autumn Twilight, if I had to guess. Yeah. Or maybe a year and a half. Something in that range. I would say that the majority of the time, not the majority, but about half the time maybe for the labyrinth was spent not doing the labyrinth. So when I say it was a 3-year time lag, it wasn't 3 years of construction. It was probably a year of making the thing. And then I think I made, the Linton starting deed. So I built the Linton starting deed. I designed it and made it. in that 3 year so in that 3 year bit, part of that was making Linton. Part of it was taking a break. Like if we get to construction and we like just go, and every day we log in and we do more construction like that, uh, we could probably make a maze. Like we can construct the maze in probably a few months. But the problem is there's two problems. One is being able to consistently play and keep the motivation up to consistently move forward is usually not always easy. And then there's also the part of the actual planning of how it's going to work out, which takes a lot longer than constructing it. So if you've ever visited the Puzzle Labyrinth, because that's the one I think most people have the ability to go see, because you can still go and you can still participate in the labyrinth and solve the puzzle and get the prize at the end. And that's on Xanadu. So if you ever go to that and you like wondering how long does it take to make something like that, it takes longer to plan it than it does to actually build it. Like to think of how it's going to work out and how it's going to play out and how the puzzle will work. And like when you get to the underground part of the labyrinth, that whole underground part took forever to plan because of how complicated it was. And it was the first time I was ever dealing with doing bridges underground, right? Like you have so much flexibility with bridges underground, with mining the levels really low. Yeah, you only seen Plaza and Puzzles. Yeah, and those are long gone. They're you see the remnants of those when you go see them on Deliverance. And the only remnants you see is the uneven ground and the massive number of mine openings, right? Hey, Fuzzy Rubric. Autumn Twilight was a multi-project. Trying to remember the time frame. Autumn Twilight was at least 6-7 years ago. You don't think you had any gray in your hair back then? Yeah, I know. I definitely didn't have gray in my hair back then, and it was more than 6-7. Oh, well, when we finished it, it might have been like we started playing 2012. By the time 2012 ended, we were in full-on construction mode. Maybe surface mining and construction. And then by the end of 2013, by December 2013, we held the first event at Autumn Twilight. Yeah, it looks like some mole had gone amok. I know. It's. You need to go back and watch some of my old videos. Yeah. Yeah, there's none of the planning is on the videos, but we showcase one regret, and this is probably the biggest regret we have in all of our recording of all of our shows. The biggest regret was that we never recorded the inside of the castle. And our reasoning at the time was that we didn't want to give away the castle. We didn't want to give away the puzzle. We didn't. So every time we go into the castle, you'll see us. We're aiming our camera down, and sometimes we're even like purposely doing it. We're going la 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 la. Don't look. Everybody turn away as we're running through the castle, because we didn't want anybody to see what was in there. You were wondering if I was going gray or just bad lighting. No, I am. I mean, it's not like going gray. It's like salt and pepper. So there's like flecks of gray in there. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't have any video footage of the inside of the castle. We have some screenshots. We took some pictures of it. I have like a little. I'd have to go dig them out of. They're somewhere deep in some drive somewhere, but what we do in our old videos is, if you want to see like the progress of our stuff, we created one playlist on our YouTube channel called Village Updates, and what it is Brian went through all of our old videos and just clipped the parts of our show that showed our progress on the village. Okay, so if you're interested in just seeing the progress on the village and how that all progressed, you can watch the village updates. Chef Pee-wee's in there. Back then, his character's name was Pekka. And Pekka made a lot of the bricks and mortar. I don't even want to know how many bricks and mortar you made for that castle. And it's one of the things I really regret. Like, I really feel so bad for the amount of effort you put into the bricks and mortar that it ended up disbanding and getting erased. The castle is gone. Kiwi, yeah, Kiwi and Zed, yeah. The castle is gone, unfortunately. The deed fell, and we were not in a position at the time to go redeed it, or had the funds either. Hey, Sensei Shasha, you were here earlier. How's it going? And Bones is my nickname that Sasha calls me. Back from the day when we were like actively playing World of Warcraft. We were happy to be a part of it. My only regret was that I wasn't there for the opening event. It was like a crazy thing. Yeah, and you were on Chaos in Ebenor. No, because I went to Chaos with you, remember? We went to Chaos together in the same boat, in fact. I think. So the event happened before that, but I don't exactly remember. That event as well, we didn't stream it. I really wish we streamed that event. But I remember the day that we did that event, Brian came over to my house because I can't remember why, but he was at my house. He was here. And he was on his laptop for some reason. And so we weren't streaming it. We were just talking with the people and, you know, playing along with it. It was fun. Yeah, it might be different time zones. It might have been. And we didn't stream it, which is it was at the Impalong at what was his name? Who was the guy? Let's go take a look at this. On Deliverance, he lived right here on this island down here somewhere. Many people lived on the island, but there was one particular. He was a really renowned blacksmith and miner. I remember often getting 95 quality ore from him back in the day. What's his name? He held the 2013 Impalong. Oh yeah, you didn't go to that Impalong either. Wait, because the castle was right here, like right on the step, right? Like if you go to the left, like we were right. I don't know, somewhere in this vicinity, the castle was. And so it was like right next door, the Impalong. We might have been on a. I don't even remember. This is like so long ago. We're talking 8 years ago when the event happened. I remember Kilroth came. Kilroth and his crew came along and participated in the event. Yeah, it was maybe a short break or vacation. Yeah, something like this. And I remember like the event itself, like we were planning in our minds like multiple of these events, like not just holding one, but it was like the Impalong happened, and then we were like thinking, this is like a good opportunity because there's like a whole bunch of people here. And so I coordinated with, I don't remember, the name is slipping my mind, and I asked him like is there a time where like no events happening, like in between events, like give me a time and we can like pull some people away for a little bit for another event. And so we arranged a time that was good for the Impalong time. And we grabbed, there was like maybe 13 people or 12 people or something. And we all went over to the castle and we did the whole thing. Yeah. It was great. It was a great event. And then after that event, So you got to remember the Puzzle Plaza and Puzzles was up here somewhere, and Puzzle Plaza was somewhere over here. Both of those labyrinths were created before Autumn Twilight. So both of those labyrinths were created. The one at Puzzle Plaza never saw an event. Nobody ever ran through that labyrinth. But it did get finished. But then we moved over to here and created the castle. And then had that event. But then after that event, it was like we went on a break, and it was one of the first long breaks I think we took. And then when I came back, we went to Ebenora. We went to Chaos. So funny story. So Chef Pee Wee here came with me. We went to Chaos along with Chonklord and Kaneka. Okay, so hey Hizamith, thank you for the follow. There was like the four of us. We went over to Chaos, joined Ebenora, and we were there. Chonklord just took the boat with us and logged off and never logged back in. And it was like 2 or 3 years later, I get a tell from him. He logged in and he's on Chaos, and people thought, like, he logs in and he got questioned by people. Oh, Fuzzy Rubik, you are Chuck. So do you remember this? You came back and people were like questioning who you were because you're now on Chaos in the middle of a like kingdom. And as far as you know, you're still locked in there. Oh man, I feel bad for that. I wish that you were able to get yourself out of there. I don't think Ebenor is a thing anymore, so it might be a matter of just. But then how do you get off of Chaos? It's like the only way would be to create a boat. It's the only thing I can think of. But now they changed a lot of the things so that you don't need to sail all the way to the west anymore. Yeah, and Chef Pee Wee was Pekka. So you two were definitely the most active players on that deed for sure. That's crazy. Fuzzy Rubric, I never knew that you were Chunk. Because I've seen your name in here a bunch of times, but. Or maybe you did tell me that you were Chunk, but it's like. How many things do I have to remember when I'm streaming this stuff? But yeah, that's awesome. So did you ever come back to this game? Fuzzy Rubric? Because yeah, that's a long time ago. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way out. What about another world we went to? We started off in a mine. What do you mean another world we went to? I haven't logged in since seeing I was stuck. Had you considered the Steam launch, like playing on the new servers at all? Starting fresh? I mean, it was when the Steam launch happened, I was like super stoked to play on a fresh server. Let's see. Did I get all my praise in? No, I haven't gotten all my praise in yet. I've been slacking on that. Yeah, this is like good times, long time ago. Okay, I need to take a quick break just to check out what's happening, and I'm gonna come back and I'll have a better sense of how long I can stream. But I've been streaming for a long time, and one thing that my wife said before I went to stream is don't stream for a long time. So I feel like I'm already like past my time. Yeah, it is a big time commitment. It is foggy memory. My place is so organized. All right, Valiance. Have a good one. I'll probably be streaming for a little bit longer, but it's hard to say. I haven't heard a peep, so I have a feeling that the whole family's out. And they might be out for a little bit. which means that I might have some more time to stream, but we'll have to see. But I would say my place is kind of like it's like that kind of organization where I know where everything is mostly, and then if anybody else were to come here, they'd look at it and they have no idea how it's organized. But yeah, it used to be worse. This whole area here was cluttered with stuff. This whole area and all underneath the stairs was cluttered, like just with stuff and like piles of stuff and all over the place. Like you see this backpack here. This backpack is all the stuff I'm enchanting. You know exactly. It's like as long as I can find my stuff. And then there's this building back here, which is probably the most organized place right now. Because I just finished putting these in place. So like all of my planter racks are back there in nice rows, and I have this little oven-y place, which I might make a couple more ovens and get rid of this forge and make it just nice completed round. I still need to do so much organization, but I'm not the most organized person in real life. I am the type of person who functionally gets things organized so that I know where stuff is. Even this place, like you look in all my stuff and it's just like a big mess of stuff that I just drop stuff in. But that's how I like it. That no one comes to organize it another way. Exactly. It's like the worst in my house if, let's say, my wife wants to tidy up. It's like next thing you know, everything that I knew where it was is no longer where it is, and now I have no idea where anything is. And like I'll tell her, like I'll be like, this stuff is organized. Don't clean it up, because it's like everything has its spot. I know it looks like a mess when you look at it, but you ask me for anything and I can reach out and grab the thing that you want. Like I know exactly where everything is. But yeah, I know other people like it a lot more organized than I have it. I'm quite disorganized. Okay, let me have a 3-minute break. I'll be right back and I'll have a better idea of what's going to happen next. Right, and I'm back. So it seems like I have a little bit more time. Although it is unknown at the moment. So we'll see. I will stream for however long I can. We'll keep an eye on the phone just in case. It seems like the boys and my wife are out. And I should be getting information about when they're coming back. And then I'll have a better sense of time. But for now, let's think of the next thing to do. So I'm going to fire up the stills again. I wish I didn't let them go out. I wish I had that. I should put a timer or something to make sure that they don't go out. This is my last 16 kindling in here. And so maybe I'll also spend some time making some kindling with Griffith while we could do some casting on those horseshoes, because I would like to get some more high quality shoes. What am I doing? I'm doing the wrong thing. So I need to light these. Here we go, light. Yes. 5. Yeah, cool still design there. Thank you. So this design I got from Gaffer Bothan, who's also a streamer. He says he got this design from someone else. But yeah, it's 16 stills with their center placed in the same location, and I use the snap grid, the snap place. Actually, some people were telling me they didn't even know this, that when you go to place something, we'll have to wait for the timer to go, but when you place something, we saw it in the south of Xanadu. It looks really nice. Cool. So when you're placing something, right, like you got this green, you can like literally free place it. But if you hold Alt, it'll snap it to like a spot. This way you can get stuff exactly lined up if you want. Like you can put things in a line. And if you hold Control, it does a different sort of like, it's like bigger snapping points, like larger spaces between the snapping points. So that's what I did. I just snapped them all to the same spot and then used the rotating tool to just rotate it through there's 16 orientations for that. So I just rotated it through those, and then I spent some time imping them all up. Hey Buddha, what's going on? Welcome. And it's been doing pretty good, like, let's see. I should probably seal some of these ones that got full. But I've been drinking some of the alcohol too, so... Whoops, I'm too far away from the pegs. And based on my preliminary test with the drinking of the alcohol and for skill gain, it seems like I'm going to need a lot of alcohol for that. Because you get drunk, but then you lose the drunken state really fast. So you have to continually drink to keep the drunken state. And it, takes up a lot of alcohol. So yeah, the higher quality stills gives you longer burn times. I have 4 left, so I still need to light this one, yeah, okay, 15 and 16. Yeah, so it's similar to like how a forge is. The higher quality means that it heats the stuff up faster, but that's inconsequential because once the liquid's in, it's going to get to boiling quickly anyway. And then, yeah, the length of the time. I've heard people talk about how the maximum amount of time that you can get a forge or a still to go is 6 hours. My stills at 72 quality are somewhere in the range of 2.5 hours. So I want to figure it out on how to get it higher. Next time you're over my way, you can take some of the thousands of kindling you have. Why do you have 1,000 kindling? Thousands. Why do you have that many kindling? Oops. It might be faster for me to just make the kindling? I don't know. Why do you have thousands of kindling? Do you have was it who am I thinking of? Is it Elwood? Who is it that just is insane on the kindling? Wood scraps. Oh, it was wood scraps. That's what it was. It wasn't kindling. Were you using the kindling to level up wood cutting? Because you're a scavenger, you cannot loot stuff. You can't not loot stuff. 11. Okay, 12. Let me just focus here so I'm not gonna miss one. 13, 14, and 15, and 16. Yeah, you have thousands of wood scraps too. Okay, but somebody must have spent time making the thousands of kindling. So that's where I'm wondering, like, who sits there and makes 1,000 kindling? Just even 1,000, I'm thinking, is like already a little crazy. This is a chisel, not a carving knife. I need to put some Wind of Ages on this carving knife. Okay, so while that's going on, let's do a little bit of casting. I think my favor storage, my favor stores is lowering. Let's just see what I got here. Okay, so my top bin, I definitely used all that up, and I think I used up all the 70, except for 22. That's not very much. 60. Let's see, got 160, 76, 60. That's not very much, and only 246, 50. I need to start making some cordage. So I have 845 quality cordage. Let's see what that does. Let's use the 45 quality cordage. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab a bunch of these, put them in my inventory, so I don't have to worry about that. Let's hear what you guys are saying. Indigo's a land pirate. I'd be that. Yar. Somebody who wants to lit 1,000 fires. I know, but then to make the kindling and then not make the fires. That's the weird part. Sometimes you just want to grind fire making. I don't think right. It's just, but it's like somebody made them and then didn't use them. So that's the weird part. You even wear a pirate hat. How much does it cost to start a deed? Can you only earn money for the deed in game? Okay, good question, Squash. Are you new to Wurm Online, or are you just checking it out and wondering about it? I can answer all these questions. So the deed cost. So this is like your second time playing. Okay, cool. The cost to start a deed depends on the tiles the amount of tiles that you deed. Okay, you were on a streamer's deed, but it died, you think. Okay. Okay. So the cost to put the deed down depends on the number of tiles, and it's a cost per tile. I want to get this right. So I think it is... Hold on. Do I have the ability to resize this deed? I don't think I do. No. Oh, on this tune I do. Okay, so... Let's see. We can do some calculations here, because I want to get this right. My guess is that it's 1 copper per tile. Oh yeah, here, it says it right here. 1 tile costs 1 copper initially. And every month the upkeep per tile is 20 iron. Okay, so you played a lot of Wurm Unlimited, but the deeding is cheaper there on big servers. Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, that makes sense. So you know the mechanics of it, you just don't want to know the details of the costs and stuff. So there it is. It's 1 copper per tile. So, you know, like you. How do I put this? So, the minimum that the upkeep can be is 1 silver per month. So if your deed is really small, the upkeep will by default be 1 silver per month. And then you increase the size, it'll still be 1 silver a month. Up until this number hits, like 20 iron per tile. So let's see how many tiles it is. So 1 silver is like 100 copper, and 20 iron is 1/5 of a copper. So that's 500 tiles. Okay, so any deed that is less than 500 tiles will have an upkeep cost of 1 silver per month. And if it's above that, it'll be calculated using this 20 iron per tile. Okay, so Sinsen has linked also, yeah, and I see you see that, a deed cost calculator. Let's take a look at that together. Okay, and it's like actually exactly like in the game. So what I usually do, like, so the deed that I planted in the steppe over there was like this. It's a 20 by 20 deed, okay, which just puts it under, like, that's 400 tiles, right? So it'll be by default 1 silver upkeep and 4 silver, 41 copper to create. I think the smallest deed you can make is a 5 by 5 by 5 by 5. Oh, no, I see. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is the smallest deed I think you can make, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, a 20 by 25 is the optimum minimum cost to exactly 1,000. Yeah, so that makes sense. Okay, so this would be the minimum of the minimum, I think, that you can make. But then it's still going to be 1 copper, right? So if you go 10, 10, 10, 15? No, that's just like 14? 13? 12. There it is. So what is that? That's from the token 10 north, 10 south, so that's 21. Okay, so you might do it like this. 10, 9, 10. What did you say? 25, right? So 15. Okay, so that's exactly like just, what is that? If you make it 14, right? Exactly 1 silver. And that'll cost you 5 silver to make. No. Fuzzy Rubric. 1 silver is like 1 euro. Yeah, one silver is 1 euro. So like 100 silver would be like, I opened it up here. Do I still have it here? Where is it? Here. Here's the currency. Yeah, it's 10 in one direction from the token and 10 to the other, making 21. Right. Exactly. 10, because the tile that the token is on doesn't count in these numbers. So when you put in 10 to the west, it's like, here's the token, and then it's 10 additional tiles, not including the one that the token is on. Yeah. So Squash, you're saying that's not bad. Yeah, it isn't bad. It honestly isn't that much money. Unless you want a big, massive deed. Because it can get expensive, but for a modest sized deed, like even the one that we're on now, and I don't know if you were here when I was showing the expansion that I did on this deed recently. But this deed is 40, so it's 55 by 42, which is quite large, I would say. Now we're moving into the large size deeds now at 55 by 42. Whereas it used to be something more like 20 something by 20 something, like 25 by 25. It was like in that range to start. So going from 25 by 25 to 55 by 42 is like we now have 4 times the amount of space or something like that. And then at that point, the upkeep is 4 silver, 62 copper, which might not, like, it might seem like, oh, that's not that bad. But the problem is, like, you got to think long term, right? Like, how much is that going to cost for a year at 4 silver, 62 copper? Well, it seems like my 47 silver I have in there is not going to even last a year. And I want this thing to go for years, right? So it does add up over time. But the idea is that if you can make some money in the game, then you can sort of subsidize that without having to pay real money. Wasn't there a restriction on guard towers so that your neighbor tower could be too close for you to have your own? So the restriction for guard towers is that they have to be separated by 50 tiles from each other. So you can't build one guard tower within 50 tiles of another. If you have enough mountain under you, you can have a nice underground town too. Exactly. Exactly. Like, I think that if we were just having a place for our own, the 25 by 25 would have been enough with the underground built up. I honestly think that would have been okay. But we have aspirations to build stuff, and we need space for that. Okay, so there was something else I was wanting to... Oh yeah, it was this compass. I want to keep... Okay, so let's start with the compass. Let's start with the compass and see how this goes. Oh, and I should... Before I do that, before I do any casting, I should put my channeling food on. So the size of Old Grumpy Couple is 83 by 51. Breeding animals is a pain. Yep. So yeah, if you're an animal breeder and you want hundreds of animals, you're gonna definitely need more. Oh, right. I made a new channeling pizza, but I put it over here. The land addiction is real. I know. When the new servers launched, I honestly felt like people had that mode of land addiction. Like it was just insane what people were doing. Like they were grabbing up so much land that you know that as a new character, there's no way that you're gonna use that land. And it was mostly only to prevent other people from, you know, prevent people from eating around them. They wanted to have the whole area to themselves. They made it so big that if people were not on your deed, they weren't in your local. I'm guessing there's a bunch of ways to make money on Wurm Online. What should be the best option that makes the most money? That makes money. Well, lots of things make money. I don't know if there's one best. Well, I bet you people would argue, but there's not one like reliably good best way. Some might say that making a priest, like, and playing the priest game makes decent money. Honestly, anything that is hard for people to do, that you want to spend your time doing, that other people don't necessarily want to spend their time doing, and because there's so many things to do in this game, there's a lot of that. So, for example, weaponsmithing is one of the skills that nobody wants to do, but everybody wants a good quality weapon. And there are some weaponsmiths already on the new servers. However, I would honestly say that there is room in that space. Let's just see, how many can I grab? 55. How much favor does that give me? 290. So So I might need another 20. Let's see. 75? Oh my god. I need more than that. 85? Oh boy. So at 85 cordage ropes a pop, this 722 cordage ropes not going to last very long. Let's go do it. Okay, so Sinsen suggests he sells pizzas, runes, draft animals. Nobody else does it, so it's decent money. Exactly. Like that. These are like things that are hard. Now, runes is hard. Runes takes a lot of different skills. Here's the thing. Most people have carpentry, masonry, and blacksmithing. Most people have those things. So those three things aren't going to be good money makers. Okay, so chances are, though, you're going to want to skill those up because that, like, most of the things in this game require carpentry, masonry, or blacksmithing. And then that'll come along with you cutting wood and, you know, mining. Okay, so like these are the skills that like are like the core skills of the game, which means that they're not going to be good money making skills. Oh, there's a good cast. 83. I also want to get these leatherworking tools up. Yeah, now now Sinsen is bringing up a good point, is that a lot of the spaces that make money, people have filled those niches, right? So like Sinsen has filled, and there's other people who make pizzas and make money off of them. Oh, what did I do? Okay, I put WA on it. There's a lot of people who've, like Sinsen's not the only pizza maker. And so there's room for more. Animal breeding is another one that a lot of people do, but there's space for it, people to do that. It's hard to say what is really good things to do to make money. I mean, honestly, these horseshoes I'm making, I'm hoping to make some money off of them, just enough to like cover upkeep and those sorts of things. I'm making these compasses as well. I'm also going to get saddles going, and then enchanting those saddles. Like, what's nice about having a Vin priest is that you can do enchantments. There's probably like room for another Libella priest or two in the market, because there's a couple Libella priests making Blessing of the Dark stuff. How much real money is there in AH, really? There's quite a bit of money. At the beginning of the servers, it was insane how much money was in AH. It was absolutely insane. But it's definitely dropped off as people get more like their own horses and their own breeding pairs. And but you know, like I remember at the beginning of the server, people were selling their what do you call it? Like their 5-speed ebony horses, and they were like 20 silver per horse. It was like insane. Yeah, doing things that other people don't want to do makes you money, for sure. Or doing things that very few people do, like weaponsmithing. Or, you know, currently there's money in boat making, but boat making is one of those ones that over time, the money to be made in boat making it goes down quite quickly. Pottery is a good one, because not many people have pottery, and then there is a demand for pottery. What else is there? But again, the reality is that what you want to do is ensure that you're playing the game for fun, and that you're not only playing the game for money. And what it usually requires is like a little bit of upfront, like paying for the game, paying for your premium, and paying for your deed and upkeep for a couple months, and then you start raising your skills and choose a couple skills that you want to like, that you're interested in, that you want to learn about, and that you want to like get better at. And over the time that you're learning, you'll figure out ways of making money. Could probably make high quality smelting pots for a load of cash at this point. Maybe. Is there like a high demand for smelting pots? I know that because the way the smelting pots work, the quality will indicate how much, will determine how much the quality of the lumps that come out of it. So yeah, you're right, actually, Nin. Now I'm going to think about that. High quality, but when we're talking about high quality, we're talking like 95, right? No one's selling compasses anymore. Yeah, so this is where I'm thinking, making a little bit of compasses. Bulk material will always be in supply. Always be in demand, I mean. Bulk material. So, and concrete is a big one. What the support beams is a big one. Woo! 100. Let's go. I'm going to imp those before I cast some more on them. And then let's go to these. Whoops. There is a little bit of space, Drogos, for the high quality, but like we're talking like 90, right? Like you first need to get your skill to like 90, and then you might be able to sell like 90 quality iron. Or bulk iron, you know, like 5,000 iron. But it's probably not a huge money maker, I would say. Pan filling, definitely a money maker. If you can learn how to fill pans, people will pay money for that. Yeah, Sinsen. Sinsen will pay you money for that. And it's good money if you know how to do it. Yes, you do need to pay for multiple subscriptions for multiple characters. Yes. So currently I have a Vin and my main, and that's it. And then my brother has his character. And at the time of the sale, we bought a year on each of our tunes. So let's see how much time I have. Play time. So I have until March 2022, which is a decent amount of time. Yeah, Mag Priests. Mag Priest, there's money in Mag Priest for sure. Between the Stone Strike and the Strong Wall, and the fact that there's not enough Mag Priests out there, it's definitely a supply-demand sort of situation where it will make some money. But like if you're thinking just a single character, let's say you want a single character and you want to make money, if you're on the side of like you want to make money by building, like making bulk materials, I would recommend looking into support beams, obviously bricks and mortar. Mortar is a big one on the new servers. People are paying 4 silver per 1,000 mortar, which is a lot of money. Which server is the new one? My character's on Harmony. Okay, so Cadence is the newest by a couple months, or maybe a few months. Harmony, Melody, and Cadence are approximately the same age, though, I would say, in the grand scheme of things, in terms of like the development. The other thing about Cadence is that it's also the most densely populated. Well, not densely, but most populated. There's like the most number of players on any server, including the old ones. Cadence is like... So if you like the idea of playing with lots of people, Cadence is the place to go. But if you want more solitary, with lots of space, I would recommend Harmony, which is the server you're on, because it's a large server and there's less people playing on it. Melody is nice because it has harsh landscapes. It's like hard terrain. So it's good and bad. It depends on what you want, right? Like if you like the challenge of really hilly spots, yeah. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't say Cadence is all that much newer than the others. Like it came out a couple months after the others came out, and all of that was like a year ago. You can move servers, yes. The way to move servers is you literally sail to the other server. But for that you need a boat or somebody to boat you across. If you made a brand new character and it's not been premiumed, and you haven't really done all that much because it's only been a day, you could always make a new character. Yes, I think they took the crystals away. Because at the beginning, when they first opened Cadence, they put these crystals that allowed people to teleport over to Cadence quickly, but I think those are gone now. Yeah, Northern is like totally crazy on many things. Yeah, the thing that's happening, this is my prediction, my guess, is that on Northern servers, there's so much money on the Northern servers. Like people just have money. And because of that, people are willing to spend money. More money than on the older servers on things. I felt like Mortar was, on the old servers, was going into the 1.5 silver per 1,000 range when I stopped playing on the old servers. And bricks were moving into the nearly 1 silver per 1,000 for bricks. Now, then, as things moved on, they got rid of real money transfers, and I think that changed things around, so things started actually rising in price again on the old servers. But so it might be up to 2 silver per 1,000. There's always been this stigma against Mortar. People just don't like Mortar for some reason, and so they'll pay more money for Mortar than they would for bricks. And I think Sinsen is right here. Actually, no, I didn't read the whole thing before I said that. I was actually going to say something else. So if you're interested in participating in the market, then it really doesn't matter which server you pick among the new servers. They share the same market. If you want to do bulk, then be on Harmony or Cadence due to the ability to ship through highway. Yeah, agreed. In fact, if you want to do bulk, Cadence probably, because there's more people there, and therefore you're going to be connected to more people through the highway. How does people have so much money? I would think the old servers have more silver going around. No, it's because, well, okay, the reason why there's so much money on the new servers is because people actually spent real money to get silver on the new servers. And it's not an amount, it's not that people were spending, well, there were some people spending obscene amounts of money, but it was that there were so many people who joined the game at the beginning. And then they bought a whole bunch of money. And then the Black Friday sale happened, and they bought a whole lot of money. Okay, so a lot of money was purchased. On the old servers, people had money in their banks. They probably didn't buy money then, right? So and then yeah, and Sinsen has the right idea, is that silver, there's money sinks in this game. So the money always leaves the game through upkeep over time. But people, yeah, when new servers open, big money is spent. And when the new servers opened here, it was huge amounts of people spending huge amounts of money. They swiped the credit card. And you're making some right now. Mortar probably is what you're making, yeah. I personally don't find mortar that bad either. Honestly, I'd rather do mortar than bricks. Mortar is really not that bad. Okay, so you have no facts, but here players on old servers claim to have 100 plus gold. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there are individual players who are holding 100 gold. But that's different than having 100 players each holding 1 gold. Right? You have 100 players each holding 1 gold, then you have an economy where people are buying. You know, and selling. Well, you have one person who's hoarding 100 gold, that person's probably not going to ever spend it. Yeah, 600 gold or so in the Canaan's economy right now. Exactly. Right? Like, it's the amount of money floating around. It's not like the amount of money that's like hoarded in somebody's bank. It's like the amount of money that people are spending and, you know, trading with. There's like a lot of flow of the money compared to the old servers, where on the old servers, you know, people have the skills to do what they want to do, mostly. And because of that, yeah, because people have the skills, they're less willing to spend the money. Oop, that one shattered. Interestingly, about 900 gold on Xanadu. Yeah, that is interesting. But again, it's probably like bottled up. It's not being spent. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's possible that the old service has lots of money there. It's just that the economy is not... Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to end the stream as things are... As time moves forward. That ends that second round. Just 2 rounds is actually pretty good. I got some pretty good casts here. Got an 85 on here. I'll leave it. It's just 85 circle cunning, although I get some WA on that as well. And I got a couple 90 horseshoes to add to the bulk, so that's awesome. And yeah, I think I'm gonna have to end here. I've been streaming for way too long, honestly. So let's take a peek to see who else is streaming, and we'll pass it off to somebody else. Whoa, what's happening here? Let's go over here. Bring this over here. All right. Let's see. Ferric Fox. That's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Let's see who else is streaming. Let's see. Okay, we got Big Nerd on Campus and Ferric Fox. Streaming Wurm. Yeah, let's pass it off to Ferric Fox. I mean, all that like talk about, you know, streamers, like I have a feeling Ferric Fox might not be the most chatty, but he's streaming Wurm, and Big Nerd on Campus also not that chatty either, but I'll pass you off to somebody playing Wurm. You guys are very welcome. Thank you for showing up and hanging out and sharing in some Wurm with me. It's very appreciated. I am very grateful that you guys are willing to come and watch my stream. So until next time, you guys keep on worming, and we're gonna go raid Ferric Fox. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Ferric Fox will chat with us. Okay, but I should probably just copy and paste this because I don't want to mess it up. Copy and paste. Good. All right. yeah, you guys have a great rest of your day. I will be back at some point. I will let you guys know in the Discord. If you haven't joined our Discord and you want to know when I'm going to be streaming next, join the Discord. There's a link below. And then just in the announcement section there, I'll be posting when I'm going to be streaming. But yeah, 7.25 hours. I know it's a long time. This will probably be the last big stream like this before I go back to work, and then after that, it'll probably be shorter-ish streams, like more like 4-hour streams or something like that. So yeah, that's that. So you guys have a great rest of your day. I will see you next time. Keep on worming. Have a good one, everybody.